Hello everyone and welcome back to another exciting day of FC Pro action. We are live from the stunning city of San Sebastian here in Spain for day 2 of the La Liga FC Pro Cup. Now, yesterday brought a lot of big surprises and we can expect even more from today. And of course, we will be crowning the champion. But I am not here alone, of course not. One of the people alongside me is the brilliant Brandon Smith. Brandon, what can we expect from today then?
I mean, you'd like to say even more shots, because yesterday brought loads of shots to the competition. Big names falling out.
Yep.
I mean, previous quarter-finalists, semi-finalists knocked out of the tournament, and I promise today there'll be even more of those.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to win the whole thing?
Okay, with all that being said, I'm going to backtrack actually a little bit.
Right.
I think we're going to see the first ever player in La Liga FC Pro history to do this trophy back to back, and it's going to be Nicholas 99 that's going to pick it up for a second year in a row.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't know, so we will see who's going to win it. But what we do know, Brandon, is that we are going to see some brilliant matches. So let's kick things off. Welcome to the La Liga FC Pro Cup.
La Liga FC Pro Cup, donde se forjan los campeones y se construyen los legados. Cada partido es una batalla increíble, donde la habilidad y la emoción se desatan en directo. Solo uno se pondrá la corona. La gloria espera en San Sebastián.
We started the weekend with 24 players and now we have our final 8. Today, one player will be crowned champion of the La Liga FC Pro Cup. We are live here from the beautiful San Sebastian in Spain. I'm Nicole Holiday, and alongside me right now is the brilliant Ryan Pessoa and Jaime Alvarez Gravison. Hello guys, how are we doing?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It was a great day one. A lot of surprises, but some results you'd have expected to happen. But today I'm hoping we get a little bit more surprises, to be honest.
It was quite an exciting day, wasn't it? Like Ryan said, a lot of big surprises, which I'm sure we'll talk about throughout the day. Did you get to have a nice rest, Gravison? Feeling refreshed for today?
I did. I did have a few pinchos in at night, a good rest, and now I'm really looking forward to it because the sun was out in San Sebastian, and I'm sure the stars are going to be out in a few minutes as well.
Oh, love that. Very good line from you there, Grav. Right, here is the format. This is how this weekend has worked. So like I said, we started out with 24 of the best teams of the La Liga FC Pro regular season. And we said goodbye to quite a few of them yesterday, didn't we? Quick maths, 16. Yep. Oh, that's why I went to school, guys. A single elimination. So if you lose, you are out. So today we have our final 8 players. So we will be starting with the quarterfinals, of course, then the semis, and then the grand finals of the cup. And here is the prize pool, the money. I mean, my eyes go straight to number 1, Ryan, 25,000 euros.
Yeah,
wow.
it's a healthy amount. I know Gravison's won that along over the years across here in Spain, but at least the players today, they've guaranteed themselves 5,000 euros. So it is something to go home with. But of course, you would be aiming for the top prize.
Yeah, and you know, Gravison, we've said it a number of times, but for anyone maybe new, just joining us for the first time, you won La Liga previously.
Who? Me?
Did you ever win the cup?
Yeah, I won it once back in
course.
2020 as well. So
Of course you did, yeah. But not only, of course, we've just looked at the prize pool, the money, but it's what it means, right, to win something this prestigious. Our players will be so eager to get that win.
For example, back in 2020 when I won the cup, I cannot remember the prize pool, but I can remember that I won the thing. So for me, that's the special part. I mean, I'm sure you agree, Ryan.
100%.
The main thing is winning the title.
Yeah, and also obviously you have the finals coming up in a couple of weeks. It gives you sort of like a fear factor because the players are thinking, oh, actually, this player's won the tournament. They come in as the favourite. So I feel like it adds a bit, I would say, a big boost to the person that wins it overall.
Yeah, now we said that there were quite a lot of surprises yesterday, and I think we can have a look at some of those moments or performances. Some players that had a bad day. Anyone in particular then that really stands out for you?
I think this is a perfect example. First game, looking at it, it was Real Oviedo had a lot of expectation on their shoulders. Nacho Abella has proved to be one of the top players in Spain over the last couple of years, especially last season. So for him to not reach the day two, and not even day two, to qualify for the finals, I think is a major upset in my opinion.
Of course, especially being the runner-up last year.
Yeah.
Now being eliminated in the first round, that's a big shock. Another shock is, of course, Daniel Aguilar.
Oh, that's a big
He
one.
had week one, a perfect flawlessly, 12 points out of 12 points. And now losing against Jorge, that's a tough defeat. But I feel like we have to talk about this storyline of Spanish players here in La Liga not performing well.
Yeah, because if you remember, said, I believe there's only 2 Spanish players that have made it into the top 8.
Yes.
Jose Bayon
It's
and Jotaba
and Hugo Sanchez.
Yeah, so for me, I'll be honest with you, the 2 players I wouldn't have expected. If you told me 2 Spanish players, I would have probably said whether Daniel Aguilar,
Zidane, yeah.
Nacho.
Andoni, yeah, Nacho, exactly. So they've performed extremely well to reach this stage so far.
Yeah, I mean, Zidane, like you just mentioned, Grav, is a player that will absolutely be so disappointed going out yesterday. That was another big surprise that we saw.
Especially that first half was awful from him. He's an experienced player. He's now 28 years old, and he played really poor first half. And he had all the love from the crowd because there was 30, 40 people just crying his name. I think after the game ended, the other match started, and it was still Zidane coming up to the crowd, just talking to the kids, signing autographs and stuff.
Oh,
so
bless him.
that was a tough defeat for him.
Yeah, but these, on the flip side, are some players that had a really good day. We saw the first one was Nicholas, 99 FC. I mean, wow. Wow.
High
Brian.
flying. Definitely player of the day yesterday in terms of goal lines, just convincing victory as well in his game. Was it 12-2 in the end?
It was.
Which is ridiculous. 12-2 in one game is unbelievable. So he's showing that he's a force to be reckoned with. But the thing is, when you come into day 2, the players against you, it's not going to be easy.
Iago had a good day as well, it's fair to say.
We could say so because his first match was a tough one against Chosita, one of the big dogs in the competition. And then he played against Zidane, who was the best player in the regular season. So you could argue between the two Argentinians, the best player in the day.
Absolutely. I say both of them, to be honest. They're in the contention because the players, as you said, that Iago beat were some of the names you could associate reaching the latter stages of both the Cup and the finals, and he beat both of them.
Should we mention Emre Yilmaz as well? Whilst we're talking about some great players, I mean, it was a pretty comfortable performance from him, wasn't it?
Do you know what's crazy with Emre and Obrén, in my opinion? I actually don't think they performed to their levels that we've seen them.
They didn't.
I think it was below, but it's still good enough to beat other players in the competition. So it shows if they can up the gears, then they're going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, this is the schedule then, with what we can see on screen right now. And some big matches coming up. I'm excited for these. And yesterday, you know, there were, of course, quite a few underdogs. And like we've said a million times, the big surprises came from the underdogs knocking out the favourites that they were up against. Probably won't happen so much today because of the quality, of course, of these 8 players in the quarterfinals. Any games in particular that have caught your eyes, boys?
My eyes lock on that Real Sporting Real Sociedad. Resende against Emre. Massive game. Especially Resende being a player that performed really well back in the days, 2019, 2020. Now against the new school of Emre. That clash of styles is really interesting.
Yeah, but what about Hugo Sanchez, who is up against Nicholas? Now, you know, we spoke to Nicholas yesterday, and oh, God, he's feeling confident, isn't he? And we can see that in how he's playing, in the results. If you're Hugo Sanchez, I mean, how are you going into this? Are you just kind of going, you know what, Nicholas is potentially the best player out there right now, or at least one of them. I'm just going to give it my all and see what happens. Or do you have that sort of Flippercito level belief, self-belief, where you just go, no, I can do this?
It's a tough one. If I'm being completely honest, right? If Nicholas plays anywhere near what he done yesterday, I think we'll see a repeat scoreline. Anywhere. I know that's great. Hugo Sanchez, I think, is a better player than Rand, but I think Nicholas, he doesn't need to tell me he's confident. I can see it. You know, I
And especially you could have that self-belief if you are Hugo Sanchez, but then you get into the game, first 10 minutes, and you can see your player completely destroying you in every single part of the game. That self-belief is gone.
Yeah, it's gone. 10 minutes, the game plan's out the window. So I would love to see if he can pose a threat to Nicholas, but I think the first 10-15 minutes will dictate how the rest of the game goes.
All right, well, we don't have long to wait to see the result of that game because it is time to head to our casters, the wonderful Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, welcome to our Championship Sunday here in San Sebastian. And it was more of a surprise, Richard, the fact that only 2 players from last year are back in the Final 8, or me and you were together in the commentary booth kicking off a Sunday stream.
We clearly also got the Navy. Memo, yeah, it hit our door. The question is, who's going to be lifting the trophy at the end of today? Because I think
it looks to be Nicholas.
That player right there is going to be doing it.
I think if you back up what we've seen, you look how good Nicholas has been so far. He won 11-2 just yesterday. He could be the first player, Richard, in La Liga FC Pro history to go and do a cup win back-to-back.
His mindset is just different as well. That interview told me everything I need to know. He wants everything. He wants to win everything. He wants to win the Libertadores, the Champions League, the Cup, the finals, the EA Sports World Championship. He wants to pick up everything. He's addicted to that feeling of winning. And I think that's a very, very dangerous player. Emre Yilmaz, Oberon could stand in his way. I think this game on the stage we're about to see could end up being pretty heavy in his favour.
He's obsessed, isn't he, with his craft, Nicholas, as we said. We'll talk more about that as the game unfolds. But before we do that, let's have a look at the drafts that both these players will be using today in the La Liga FC Pro Cup.
Thank you, Brandon. We're going to have a look at the drafts from both players. The first thing we're going to see is the restrictions. So if we can have a look, you can see Ryan, the restrictions over here. The main thing is we have a budget limit, but it went up from the regular season.
I think that's a key aspect, as you mentioned. 12 million coins to build the team for this weekend. A maximum of 3 players from the same club, obviously from the La Liga, EA Sports and La Liga High Promotion leagues as well. Maximum 3 icons who have played in the La Liga, and also a maximum of 2 heroes from the La Liga 2.
Let's see the first draft of the first player that we're going to be seeing today in action here in San Sebastian this Sunday, and that's the draft of Nicholas, the Iceman, the man that won the treble last year. It's a special draft because the first thing that comes to mind is Marcos Llorente, which is an interesting pick. You're probably expecting him as a right back?
100%. It's something that a lot of players, as you said, if you're going to be using Llorente, it's mainly to be in that right back position. And also for me, Luis Rioja here, starting in left midfield is an obscure choice because a lot of players have opted with Rivaldo, but the thing I respect with Nicholas's draft is that he's choosing players that that's just working for his game style.
For sure, and if we jump over to Hugo Sanchez's draft, the first thing that comes to mind is Maradona, which is a third of the budget.
Yeah.
That's 4 million coins. I wouldn't use him. Ryan, would you use him?
I wouldn't as well, but then even that Rivaldo, I wouldn't use that Rivaldo either. I'd use the better version.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's, I think obviously the budget in Henry and Maradona take up a huge portion.
I mean, Rivaldo, the winter wildcards, especially with the Dream Chasers now, is a weird choice.
Yeah.
And if we jump over to the substitutions, Koke might have been good over March, but now, don't think he's good enough.
Yeah, for me, the options on the bench are limited, and the starting team isn't something I would opt for, but it's got him this far, so clearly it's been working for him. But I just feel like there are just key pieces of the team missing.
Ryan thinks that a few pieces are missing here. Richard, what do you think of this draft? What do you think of this match coming up? Brandon, over to you.
What do you think, Rich, of these 2 teams coming in as the boys have just teed us up there?
I feel as though Nicholas, it was exactly what you expect when it comes to his team. Cruyff was always going to be in there. If Kevin De Bruyne had played in La Liga, he would have been in the team. He's got his favourites. He's got his sort of the comfort blanket that he likes to go to every single time. The Maradona shout's an interesting one because he was very good yesterday, Maradona, but I just don't know if you can have Maradona and Henry in the same team. That's a lot of budget on only 2 players. For me, you can take one, you take Henry, and then you have to also bring in other players that are able to sort of facilitate in the way that as best as possible that a Maradona or an Henry can do, and you're looking at maybe a Jude Bellingham or even that Johan Cruyff.
And we are kicking off Our first quarter-final matchup here. Sevilla, Nicholas 99 looking to get started. He's just offside, 8 minutes in. A little like the goal was offside.
I think it is.
And it will be a restart there from a free kick. Good evening as well, or I should say good afternoon. It's not evening quite yet here in San Sebastian. If you're watching live of us over on Twitch or YouTube, we can see you. Get involved in the chat with us. Who do you think is going to be champion here today in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup? We've got Sevilla, Nicholas 99, Hugo Sanchez on the opposite side of the stage, representing Eibar. He's already having a much better cup tournament than he did last year. He was eliminated in the first round last year. This time round, he was that good in the group standings that he didn't just qualify himself for the finals in 2 weeks' time. He also ensured he would skip around yesterday and went one step further than that to be in a quarter-final against the Iceman, Nicholas 99, who... We sit here, Richard, and we honestly think that he could be the first player in the LALIGA FC Pro history to go and win the cup back-to-back years.
And do you know what else I think when you talk about Hugo Sanchez? The guys on the desk mentioned it, the lack of Spanish representation in the final 8. This is an opportunity for Hugo Sanchez and for Jataba to push themselves right to the top of that list. There's a big opening at the moment. You would argue that the best Spanish player isn't playing in the Spanish league this year in Neat. He's gone elsewhere to strut his stuff. There's a massive opening to take yourself right to the top of the Spanish community.
Well, speaking about openings, here we go. Maradona goes down to ground. Penalty shouts waved away.
I'm not sure
I mean,
about
it
that.
looked like Maradona had his legs tripped up there by one of the players. The animation wasn't pretty, and I mean, for a split second there, I thought the goalkeeper was going to put that into his own goal. Back to you, Nicholas, straight away. Frankie de Jong looking to get on the end of this attack.
The next 5-10 minutes are going to be really important for Hugo Sanchez. You have a chance like that, it doesn't go your way. If you can rebound, if you can get your head back in the game, there's a real possibility he could make something of this match. At this point yesterday, in the round of 16, sorry to say, Nicholas was 5-0 up. The game was already finished.
At half-time, he was, what, 5-1 up?
Yeah.
He went on to win his game, 11 goals to 2 in the end. I mean, there's no better example of what an FC Pro partnered league looks like, Richard Buckley, than this final 8 here. 2 Spanish players, a player from Italy, a player from the Netherlands, 2 Argentines, a Brazilian player and a Portuguese player, all in the final 8. Here's Nicholas with another shot block. What a frantic first 21 minutes this has been in our opening quarter-final matchup here. Thierry Henry times it reds. It comes off the post. If it was time green, you beg to differ. Was that going to be a goal?
I'll tell you what, just a couple of things going Hugo Sanchez's way in the opening stages. Nicholas having opportunities, but not taking them. That's a very, very blatant foul and a very early booking, actually, for Rivaldo.
If Hugo Sanchez was to win this game, no doubt it would probably be up there with one of his best ever tournament runs he's had in his pro career.
It'd shake up the entire bracket for the finals as well, because Nicholas would be going into that ranked, what, 5 through 8? Meaning that he's potentially playing an Oberon or an Emre Yilmaz early on in the tournament.
Especially when you look at Nicholas's current world ranking in the FC Pro World Rankings. He currently sits 3rd in the world. He's already qualified for the World Championships. That was off the performance from his FC Pro Open, which he wasn't able to do last year. He didn't even feature in the FC Pro Open. This was his building block this time last year. This was what was a season-defining tournament for him.
Yeah.
He went on and won the Cup. 2-3 weeks later, he went on and won the league, played in the Champions League, and his whole season changed in a period of a few weeks. Speaking of Nicholas, de Jong won't get a better chance than that. Courtois keeps Hugo Sanchez still alive in this one.
That's beautiful as well, to shake away from the defender. Tell you what, just these opening third of the match, an interesting watch so far, because Nicholas has not been comfortable in the final third. A red time shot, a Frenkie de Jong chance wasted. This got to go, and it doesn't.
How many more, Nicholas will be thinking?
This game could be 3-0.
How many more chances do I need to tee up for myself? Yes, there's been a slight bit of unfortunate chances that have fell his way, but a red time finish isn't like Nicholas, and I mean, wasted one of those chances certainly isn't how he plays. He's already been able to create 4 or 5 chances though in these first 33 in-game minutes. Hugo Sanchez,
He's got to be off.
his Thierry Henry will be slightly offside.
One game at a time from here on out in the quarterfinals.
But you are absolutely right, Richard. Other than the €25,000 prize pot on the line, there is huge seeding implications that will come into play for 2 weeks' time when we are back in Spain for the top 16 clubs here in the LALIGA FC Pro, where they'll be playing for each Champions League spots, more importantly, World Championship tickets, and a lot more prize pool. Following this game as well, we'll be seeing Oberon of Valencia taking on Elche's
What a ball.
Jose Bayo. Here's Thierry Henry. Hugo Sanchez, can he make this chance count? Easy tap in! It couldn't have felt any nicer to team of the year Thierry Henry. And he will not care at all, because Hugo Sanchez against the run of play leads this game by a goal to nil.
You miss chances, you will get punished. Henry with the finish, the player lock into the build-up was really nice. Just exploited that space down the right-hand side of the pitch. And it is against the run of play, but Hugo Sanchez started this game really well. That one off the line that could have been a penalty, should have been a goal. Nicholas, maybe for the first time here in San Sebastian, facing some adversity. Let's see what the Iceman's got.
Look, if you're going to defeat the Iceman, Rich, this is what you need. You need to be having a lot of fortune go your way, and saves and deflections and shots that haven't been timed. But then when you get in the right area, you have to punish Nicholas, because he won't give you a handful of chances. There is a world where Hugo Sanchez might be going into half-time with a 1-goal lead behind him in this quarter-final. And still, at 20k, Rioja, Team of the Week item, still features in Nicholas's team. He was that impressive in the group stages that he made this team again. And with the restrictions that these players do have in the draft, you are only allowed to use 3 players per club.
Just have a look at that run from de Jong down the middle of the pitch. Could be a decoy, could get used. Again, good defending.
It's just always an extra overload option though, isn't it? If he wants to use him as a player just to connect the attack together, or as we've seen Frenkie de Jong do a few times, keep on running through and get himself on the end of a goal.
Last chance of the half is going to fall to Hugo Sanchez.
Henry with another positive bounce back at the halfway point. I mean, Nicholas, he's going to be frustrated there.
He will be frustrated, but I also think Hugo Sanchez, that chance right at the end there, as he cut inside, Nicholas anticipated him to move on the right foot. With Thierry Henry, he's got the ability. If you open up your body there and you can take a left-footed finesse, you're at least going to be ending the game, or the half, sorry, should I say, with a corner. It's a good chance that that goes in.
I mean, look at the XG at the halfway point. Nicholas with a 2.3 XG, unfortunately. Nothing to back that up, though, on the scoreboard, because he hasn't scored a goal as of yet. A little insight into Nicholas's tactics, and even a little look at his tactics code, which, if he was to be champion tonight, I'm sure you will all be seeing across social media.
He's got so many different variations of each tactic. Hugo Sanchez wants to crack on. He's ready to go.
He's moving it so quickly as well, Richard. It's so hard if you are trying to get that tactics code at home. A little change as well on his...
Lowering the depth, yeah.
The depth on his defensive approach.
Just changing the role of his striker there, advance forward. What it looked to be for Nicholas with Henry. 45 minutes away, and I tell you what, if you're Jataba for Elche, Oberon with Valencia, Resende for Racing Club, Sociedad, Emre Yilmaz, Betis with Iago or Di Fernandez at Cadiz. You're watching this game thinking, come on, Hugo Sanchez, if you knock Nicholas out here, not only are you making this bracket for the finals pretty interesting, because there's a world in which Emre plays Nicholas in a semi-final. Only one can go to the World Championships. When you look down the... Obviously, Nicholas already got his spot through the Pro Open, but there will be complications.
Hang on a second!
It took me 2 minutes.
Maybe Nicholas heard us and said, no, no, no. Absolutely zero chance that's happening today. I've got to come to defend here in San Sebastian. And to be brutally honest, the goalkeeper made that quite simple. He shifted to one side, and for Johan Cruyff, it was more of a pass than a shot.
You move the goalkeeper, you have to move him, you have to anticipate that there's going to be a shot going in either side of the goal, but it was great composure from Nicholas. He just waited that extra second for the goalkeeper to move into a different position across the goal and then capitalised on the other side. But I did a great passing behind.
I was just having a look because yesterday, there's a reason why there's only 2 Spanish players that are left in this final eight. The likes of Daniel Aguilar, Nacho Abella, big names. Here's Johan Cruyff, oh my! Nicholas! He's just scored 2 goals in 2 minutes, and suddenly all the hard work that Hugo Sanchez has been able to create means nothing. And look, if it wasn't for these custom tactical changes that he made, who knows what scenario we might have been in, but what we can say is whatever he did change, it certainly helped him out massively.
I don't even know if it's that deep. It's just taking his chances that have come to him. He should have scored in the first half. He should have scored a couple. Maybe just thinking a little bit less about it. As soon as he got that ball through with Johan Cruyff, he had one thing in his mind: get it, settle it, strike.
Someone in the chat, Rich, just went, make the semi-final interesting. Thank you, Nico. That was before he just scored 2 goals. Unfortunately, I don't think Nicholas will be making it a different semi-final. He is back in front.
Starting to fill up here at the Kersal Theatre in San Sebastian.
Let's have a little bit of a read-up of this unique location we find ourselves in. Built in 1999.
Okay, recent. I'm older.
And it took quite a while to build it. I think there's 2 different exhibition halls that we find ourselves in. One holds 600 people, one holds over 1,000 people. I'm guessing that we're in the bigger one, which did play host last year to this exact tournament where Nicholas did lift the trophy. The one thing that the LALIGA FC Pro do so well, Richard, every single year we're moving around Spain.
Yeah.
We've sort of had a tour of Spain through covering this competition. Oh my days, Thierry Henry! Hugo Sanchez! That is quite special.
Yeah, he hit that L1 heel to heel in the first half as well. Didn't quite get the exit that he wanted with the speed. As soon as Henry came out of that skill move, there was absolutely nothing that Nicholas could do about it. Exited it and then takes the sprint touch away. Can shoot before the goalkeeper gets too close to smother him. Good rebound from Hugo Sanchez.
Back all square again. Okay, maybe Nicholas does want to make this an interesting quarter-final. Keep in mind that following this one, it will be Jotaba against Obram in our next quarter-final, and then it will be Resende, Emre, Yilmaz. Hang on a second. Thierry Henry, is he on for a hat-trick here? Is the angle too tight? Oh, no, it's not! Hugo Sanchez, he's 3-2 up in this game, and suddenly I'm starting to feel a little bit bad for riding him off.
It was that first time through ball, just took the space, and as Tchouameni's come across, he's narrowed the angle, and he's just unleashed that strike across the goalkeeper. You have to remember we are using precision shooting as well, as all the events and competitive FC does, and he's just aimed it right past Unai Simon. Nothing he can do about it at all.
You can't see it on the POV of Nicholas, but he has got one of his coaches alongside him, Fer, who no doubt has just been in his ear there telling him what custom tactics to change their player roles. That's 2 different times in this game now where he's had to be forced into making changes where it's clearly not working.
Just on the side of Hugo Sanchez as well. See, he's having a look at what Nicholas is changing, see if he's got any subs coming off the bench, anything to surprise him. But it looks to be just more of a reset more than anything else for Nicholas.
How big of a win this would be, Richard, for Hugo Sanchez?
Career defining.
Honestly, I would go as far as saying that myself.
He's playing well. A little bit too ambitious on that one.
I think that just goes to show how confident he is feeling in this game. Hugo Sanchez doesn't have a coach alongside, doesn't need anyone else. He's just full of confidence and back in his own ability. Against Nicholas. Here's Thierry Henry. Oh my days! Hugo Sanchez! I mean, pardon the pun, but that's ice cold. He's just scored 4 goals with Thierry Henry. And how about this one for a solo effort? 3 defenders just left.
It's great dribbling. I think Nicholas complaining there to his coach, unable to get across with the defender. Another formation change and a couple of personnel also coming on here for Nicholas. Yeah, I mean, Hugo Sanchez is lighting the Iceman up right now.
And he's given us a scenario that we just did not expect to see today.
And if you asked a lot of these people in this audience who aren't wearing Sociedad tops, who do you think will win? Who do you fancy to take this home? I think a lot of them would have said Nicholas.
Top of the show, I said Nicholas as well. I just think we heard him yesterday at the analyst desk. He was so full of confidence. He says he feels like he's playing better than he did last year. I mean, that goes to show how good he's been since November this year. Emre Yilmaz was on commentary. He says Nicholas has looked better than he did last year, which is a scary thing because last year Nicholas won this tournament, he won the league. And he played at pretty much every big tournament that came in from spring onwards last year. Offside.
I'm very intrigued now to see how Ibar, Hugo Sanchez, just deal with the next 10-15 minutes, because there is going to be a press, there is going to be a little bit more attacking incentive coming out from Nicholas. Does Hugo Sanchez continue going forward? Does he try and just settle the game, take the sting out of it, slow the game down? Or are we just looking for goals, goals, goals? What a play on that is. What a goal.
Hang on a second.
What a goal.
Hugo Sanchez is playing headers and volleys. 5-2 he leads and he's on the cusp of a semi-final.
That player lock is superb.
If you want to look at a prime example of why Thierry Henry is the man in these teams, well look, Hugo Sanchez has just created his own showcase of goals.
Nicholas is not happy at all. Hugo Sanchez, 5 goals, all of them scored by Thierry Henry, if I'm not mistaken there.
You are correct, Richard Buckley. 5 goals from the team of the year, Thierry Henry. We are looking at, I mean, look, this has been a weekend of shocks to a degree. I know yesterday in the round of 16, 6 of the 8 favourites won that topped their groups, but the round before that, all the big names, all the big favourites. Nacho Bay yesterday was eliminated in the first round. The man who was representing this league in the World Championships last year is not even going to be there in the league finals.
And out of all those shocks that we saw yesterday,
there's an even bigger one.
This would be the one that tops it all.
You would not have expected this.
Just seemed improbable. Nothing's impossible. And Hugo Sanchez, if you didn't know him before this game started, get to know right now.
There's a lot of people in the chat asking who is.
He's in again.
Hugo Sanchez. Well, absolutely, Richard Buckley. Get to know him. This is his best ever tournament run that he's ever had. Nicholas to get one back with Cruyff. And you are going to see a prime example now from Hugo Sanchez of game management. He is going to hold on to this ball. He's going to hug it.
Yeah, he topped his group, Hugo Sanchez. People said out of all the groups, was that maybe one of the...
It was the tightest group, wasn't it?
Did he get a little bit fortunate with how that group wound out? He then goes into the round of 16. Yeah, he played SGRG. Oh, it's not maybe the toughest competition out of what was available. You can't discredit this performance.
Maradona. Rivaldo, I mean, of all chances, I thought that one may have gone in. Nicholas, 20 minutes away from an exit in the tournament here. Lewandowski off target. Just back to your point, though, I mean, Kone didn't even make it out of that group, Richard, which Hugo Sanchez did. I looked at the groups earlier today. It was 10 points for Hugo Sanchez, then 9-8-7. That's how tight the group was. Thierry Henry is on for goal number 6. Of course it goes in. It is all going his way. And if it keeps going his way like this, he's going to be on his way to lifting the trophy here in San Sebastian in a few hours' time.
And Nicholas can't do a thing about it, it seems, at the moment.
He's only lost one game this season, Nicholas, in the group stages.
Make it 2.
And that was back on February 25th in round 1 of the groups here. It was against Dayu of Almira. Other than that, it's been plain sailing for the Iceman. And after that 11-2 win yesterday, we came into today thinking, surely it's going to be more of the same from Nicholas. And it looks like he's met his match, and he's 18 minutes away from being eliminated from this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He will be back in 2 weeks' time for the big one. But as we speak about building momentum, Richard, this is going to be a huge, huge upset for Nicholas here. Goal back, no. Can't even time his shots. Certainly isn't like Nicholas at all. Cruyff. Another shot comes in, blocked.
A lot of chance in the first half Nicholas had. If you see the stats at the end of this game, he's probably got, what, 14, maybe 15 shots. He does make that one count, but with 15, 14 minutes left to play, it just seems, even for the Iceman, too little too late.
I mean, look, Rich, if he scores 3 goals in 15 minutes, I'll do whatever you want.
Do you know the snake tattoo he's got on his hand? Replicate that?
Maybe that's a little bit fun.
Said anything.
If Hugo Sanchez wins the whole tournament, maybe we could discuss that.
I'll play with Hugo Sanchez's item up top.
Someone in the chat's just gone, can someone put Arturo Vidal on the market? I don't think this is the place for that. Here's Henry.
Hold on.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. 2 goals in 11.5 minutes for Nicholas.
Hugo Sanchez looks...
If he can turn
nervous.
this around, it wouldn't be any more Nicholas.
Just looked a little bit nervous, Hugo Sanchez. If that next goal goes Nicholas's way and it's before the 85th minute, this could be a spectacular viewing experience for everyone here in San Sebastian.
We can see the chat. Do you think Nicholas can pull this back? Simple yes or no in the chat. I mean, momentum's going to be in his favour. Hugo Sanchez, surely, Richard, in his mind, is thinking, I can't throw this away. I can't throw away a 4-goal cushion.
That's the worst mindset.
I know.
Just got to keep going forward. He's looked best when he's attacked. As soon as he's tried just to hold the ball, he lost it in the corner flag. Nicholas scored. He then off the kickoff allowed Nicholas basically to come straight back at him.
He gets a goal before the 85th. This is going to be...
Protecting your kickoff is one of the most important things in the game.
A crazy end in the chat. Yes and no's coming in. A lot more no's than yeses, to be honest.
That's a foul.
People don't think that Nicholas will be able to pull it back. Then someone in the chat went, if there's one person to do it, it would be Nicholas. Again, if you have just tuned in, this is the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. This is day 2 here. Here we go then. Score this chance, Nicholas. We're in for an exciting ending. Zubomendi, can he get round the goalkeeper? Yes, he can! 7 minutes for one more goal for Nicholas to turn this game on its head.
All you can do is just laugh. It's the most Nicholas thing ever. He's 6-2 down, he's turning around to Fern, just complaining all game long. He wasn't happy with how this game was going.
He couldn't hit a barn door earlier today with Johan Cruyff or Thierry Henry. Get 20k Zubomendi on the pitch and he'll add a goal onto the tally.
Hugo Sanchez is shaking right now.
I mean,
in that chair.
We used to have heartbeat monitors, didn't we, back in the day for previous esports tournaments. I'd love to see what Hugo Sanchez's heart rate is now.
I don't know if it goes that high. It's 83rd minute as well. Nicholas could score 2 goals and win this game.
Oh my days.
He's giving the ball away every single
and
opportunity.
I guarantee you, if he does this, he won't even crack a smile. Why would he? He's the Iceman. De Jong, Zubomendi, oh my God, it's happening.
Oh.
Power shot save from Courtois on Lewandowski. We thought that was the 6-6.
It was just a little bit too far out for the low driven to really get the power to take it into the corner. It's too long to keep hold of the ball, though. I think he will give it away.
2 minutes plus additional time.
We might get +3.
Oh, that's a great little acceleration push out there. He's kept possession for about 4 in-game minutes.
That's big, because you've reset it now as well. You take all this time. You have actually got long throw as well if you wanted to roll away to the corner flag and launch it in there.
Added time to come in. Is Nicholas about to be eliminated here from San Sebastian?
+4!
4 minutes of added time. When do we ever see 4 minutes?
4 minutes!
It's Nicholas time, isn't it? It's like they know. These on the opposite side of the console, they want to help him out.
4 minutes. Oh, that's risky.
Hang on a second.
He's got really, really lucky there.
Araujo there has just had the perfect animation to be in front of the attacker.
I think we might be looking at a full time.
Surely.
Can't lose it there.
Oh no.
That's it.
Terrible heavy touch. Hugo Sanchez a minute away from the biggest upset we've seen across this weekend in San Sebastian. Oh my days!
What's he
my
doing?
days!
He's pulled him down! He's pulled him down!
But it's a free kick!
Nicholas scores these!
Is this an area where Nicholas scores a free kick from?
We've seen him score these all season long.
He scores this, we go to extra time, and Hugo Sanchez has only got 10 players on the pitch. Has to get this right, Nicholas. If you get it right, they're so easy. 21 in-game seconds left for Nicholas.
He's going keeper's side.
Can he squeeze it in? Can he keep himself alive? No! 4 seconds left for this last quarter to come in. Nicholas with the last kick of the game. De Jong, Henry cleared away, and the 10 players of Hugo Sanchez will hang on to knock out the defending Cup champion in Nicholas 99.
What a game. What a game. The Iceman is out.
I would love to see it again on the replay a little bit like that long throw in. What happened?
He's over-egged it because he's got long throw plus. He's thrown the ball and it's really, really quick thinking to pull him down because he's away with Lewandowski and he's scoring. He's got the low driven, he's got a finesse, it's a guaranteed goal. if he goes through on goal. But what he's done, he's pulled him back, and I tell you what, it's really, really clever. It's super quick thinking.
There's a world where tactical foul may have never been.
And he made he jumped at least 2 players into the wall. He made the wall as big as possible.
I thought we had it there, Nicholas. I thought we were going to extra time with 10 players, but congratulations to Ibar Hugo Sanchez. He is in the semi-finals. We're off for a break. When we're back, we'll see Obrun take it to main stage against Jota Bahir in the La Liga FC Pro Cup. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Esta temporada de la Liga realmente increíble.
Atlético's tenacity, Real Madrid's unwavering spirit. This season is unmissable. And you can be part of it with La Liga in FC Mobile. With weekly La Liga highlights.
So you don't miss a legend doing this.
Rivalries renewed with the new generation. In-game and out.
Christmas on fire.
We'll see. No matter how hard you try, nothing is ever predictable. La Liga, this is where icons are made. And in FC Mobile, add them to your squad and turn back the years. All of this in your pocket.
La Liga en FC Mobile, donde sea por el club.
We've all seen the upset of the century, Hugo Sanchez eliminating Nicolas just a few minutes ago. But now we're going to chill for a bit because our beautiful Luis in here is going to explain to us how to play in division rivals here in FC Mobile.
Yeah, as yesterday I explained how the event works, how to build that team. We have to use that team in division rivals. So here in the main menu you have to go to play and then to division rivals in the bottom menu. And we have 3 different game modes. We have versus attack, head-to-head, and manager mode. In versus attack, you will play only to attack your rival, depending on your overall, and you will get a lot of chances to score. Then head-to-head is a classical match, 3 minutes per part, where the best player wins. And manager mode, it's the simulation mode where you set up the tactics and then you play against other players, and the better tactics will win.
Okay, so first things first. Could you show me how the head-to-head works?
Yeah. If we enter the menu, we have here the ranking, how our stats are. For example, we can get how much wins we had this season, how much goals, how much win streak we have, and we can play unranked and ranked. Then we have some divisions from amateur up to FC champion 3, 2, and 1. Every time we promote, we get some rewards, and at the end of the season, we get universal points and advanced rewards and players. Okay?
Okay, how hard it is to get to that FC champion?
I mean, it's really hard, but if you try hard enough, you will get it. It's like a peasant's game, after all.
Okay, so I see the current leaders. I see yourself over there.
Yep.
Have you played this season?
Not too much. I've been more in a chilling mode, but when I had to play past season in the World Cup, let's say, I played a lot, and sometimes I was like top 120 in the world.
Okay, so hopefully, if I play as hard as Luis has, I'll reach that top 100 as well. But for now, we're going to throw it to the analyst test to break down this beautiful Nikos against Hugo Sanchez match.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, firstly, Ryan, you were so engrossed in that again. You love watching them.
Yeah, it's just because I have no knowledge on it myself, so I kind of just want to learn a little bit about it, but yeah, it's good information.
We need to talk about, hello, Magic. We need to talk about what we have just witnessed, guys. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, Nicholas, 99FC, the Iceman, the guy who I think we all said was probably going to win this whole thing. He won it all last time. This does mean, by the way, that we will have a new winner of the Cup, which is exciting. But he is out, beaten by Hugo Sanchez. Ryan, what happened?
Just as I predicted, Nicole, as we saw. I'm joking.
I've got the notes down here, Ryan.
Complete surprise. Hugo Sanchez was unbelievable. Up until that, there was a period in the game where he let it slip a little bit, but he done well to hold on in the end. You can see semi-finals, Ibar getting secured there, defeating Sevilla 6-5. Yeah, it's just it's a huge spanner in the works. It changes the whole outlook of the tournament.
Incredible stuff. And that does mean, by the way, that Hugo Sanchez will face either Jotaba or Obrun next, which, that will be good. But, Grav, I mean, what a game. Nicholas scored early on, but it was offside. And then, I mean, it all just went wild. Hugo Sanchez obviously came into this as the complete underdog. So talk me through what we are seeing, what happened.
For me, the main thing is in this span of seconds. We just saw 2 minutes ago that Hugo Sanchez scored his second goal, now the third. Now we are seeing the 57th. Another goal. It seemed like now in the 61st, we see another this player like that, Ryan loved. It's just in a span of 10 seconds, he scored 3 goals. 4 goals, actually.
Also, by the way, Ryan, I'm going to call you out here. At 3-2, when Nicholas was down 3-2, 55 minutes in, Ryan turned around and said, nah, he's still going to win. And I was like, really?
I need to see more. It's like it's like the weather. I can change. I could be raining one day, sunny the next.
But I think we should also point out that, Hugo Sanchez went 6-2 up, and we were like, wow, what is happening here? This is done. And then incredible stuff, really, from Nicholas to come back and almost take it to extra time right at the very end, Graf.
Especially because he had 10 minutes left. And we have to say the game management from Hugo was really good in this last 10 minutes. But the main thing was that free kick. I thought it was going to go in. Outside of the foot, maybe we would say
that's what I thought was going to happen. But yeah, for Hugo Sanchez, I'm happy that he won the game, just because to give up that goal, that goal lead, would have been devastating for him.
I mean, it happened to us a couple of times, 100%. And then you fly back home on Monday and you're like, come on.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. But he managed to see it out, which is a massive moment for him.
Did you think, right up until those last few minutes, that Nicholas was still going to pull it back?
To be honest with you, once it went to 6-2, I said game done and dusted. However, when it went to 6-5, I thought, hold on a minute. If it gets to extra time, I think Nicholas would have won.
Yeah.
But then he had to hold it out, had to.
At 6-2, I had crossed Nicholas out from my
notes.
I know, and then suddenly when he was making a comeback, I was like, oh no, shouldn't have written him off. There's a reason that he is the Iceman, he's so good. But wow, what an unbelievable result for Hugo Sanchez. I mean, we could see him celebrating, we could see and hear what it meant to him.
Yeah.
I said to you just before that game kicked off, I said, guys, for both of you as players, former players yourselves, how will he be coming into this? Because everyone knows how good Nicholas is. And, I mean, he showed no fear, right? He clearly had the confidence.
He had a game plan. He knows Nicholas using the high depth, as everyone is using him. And I had the chance to speak to him back in the backstage, and he told me the best way to attack against the high depth, player locks.
Yeah.
That player lock with Henry.
It was only beautiful. Yeah, fantastic.
Incredible.
So you think it was a case of Hugo Sanchez just performing really well rather than maybe Nicholas having a bad game, or a bit of both to make that happen?
I'd say a bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Yeah.
Here is the schedule then. What is coming up for the rest of the day? Of course, there are some games, the semi-finals, the final that we don't know who that will be yet. Of course, Hugo Sanchez does go through to the semi-finals, which is crazy. I didn't think that I would be saying that. Up next on the main stage, though, we have Jotaba Elche versus Obrun Valencia. Ryan, you made your predictions to me earlier on. I think it's fair to say your first one is wrong. How do you see this one going?
In fairness, I said before the tournament started, I said Obrun would win it before the tournament started. However, over what we've seen so far in this tournament, I actually have been more impressed with Jotaba than Oberon. I feel like Oberon, I know he said he played well defensively, but I don't know. It's a tough game.
I discussed it with Richard. I agree with you, but I feel like Oberon, in those first games, he's always a bit, especially here in La Liga, I don't know, he's not performing well, but now, Championship Sunday, come on.
Yeah,
he's performing, for sure.
Well, Oberon had a really tight game yesterday against Andoni, didn't he? It went to extra time, and we were kind of like, oh, what's going to happen here? We know how good he is, but in fairness, Andoni was a really tough opponent. And when we spoke to Oberon afterwards, and, you know, I think he knew that it was a tough game, that he just kind of scraped through. I wonder how he's feeling heading into this. I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how he gets on, but also how Jotaba gets on for Elche, because he is, I suppose, the underdog here.
Yeah, but he was so good yesterday. Like, honestly, I was really impressed. I was so impressed with him, and I feel like if he carries on in that stead, he's going to pose a serious threat to Oberon. It's just about if Oberon can up the levels and if Jotaba has any levels to go up as well. So I still expect Oberon to win this game.
And I think now that Jotaba, because for a couple of years he missed the La Liga because he was in drafts and he didn't get picked. And now we have a lot of people from outside of Spain coming in here and they are performing really well.
Yeah.
So I feel like him being one of the 2 Spaniards left, it's a bit of a fire inside of him to be like, okay, I'm Spanish, I'm playing La Liga, I have to win this thing.
Yeah, and Jotaba yesterday beat Nacho and Hidalgo, but, I mean, beating Nacho, and Ryan, I just said to you off camera that I saw Nacho at breakfast this morning, and bless him, he was obviously really sad, really disappointed.
Yeah.
And we understand why, because he's so good and he's got so much experience. So for Jotaba, he'll be coming into this today. He'll probably be feeling quite good as well because he's played a couple of games yesterday. He'll maybe be feeling a bit more prepared heading the game.
Do you know what Travis, you can agree with me on this. It's such a difficult thing going from day 1 to day 2. I feel like some players, especially if you're like the underdog a little bit, you play well on day 1, you come back day 2 and it's a completely different performance. So
I'm going to go back to Team of the Season Cup.
Yeah.
On Saturday I played amazing 2v2. We beat Tom and Gorilla, we played amazingly, and we were on the top of the world. Sunday, Championship Sunday, we play against Atlanta, Paulo Neto. Telling you, it was 7-0 we lost.
But the thing is, if that day continued, you would have been like, oh my gosh, actually, you can do something here. But because of that little break, it makes a difference, in my opinion.
But how does it change so much in the space of not even 24 hours?
So many variables.
So many. I feel it's all confidence. It's just you win games, you start to get in practice into the things you're doing, but then you go to sleep. And the thing is, your mind is still at the top of the world, but then you play, and it's like, okay, I'm at my 20-30%.
Exactly. It's such a difficult thing to pinpoint, but it's just, again, we've experienced it. It's a devastating thing sometimes. So, yeah, for Jotaba, I know I said Oberon. My mind's changing constantly.
I'm saying Oberon. I'm going with Oberon.
I don't know.
Especially, you know, we said yesterday knockout FC, and it does make it really exciting. And I suppose that's also the difference that you guys are saying. There are so many variables for players from one day to the next that can change your performance. But especially when it's just one game, that performance, and then that's it. You're out. Now that Nicholas is out of it, and did both of you, don't lie to me either, did you both think and predict that Nicholas was going to win the whole thing? You're shaking your head, Grav.
I thought he was going to win the whole thing.
I said Oberon. I said Oberon.
You said Oberon?
I did.
Do we have that?
I know you're saying Jotaba.
Do we have the proof, though?
I said, no, but this was before the tournament. You asked me this on Thursday. I said Oberon, but...
Isn't that convenient, Ryan Pessoa? Okay, and you're sticking with
I'm going to stick with my prediction. I'm sticking with it. I have to.
Wait, who did you go for, Grav, initially?
To win the whole thing? Oh, Nicholas. And to win this match, I think Oberon.
Okay, so now that Nicholas is gone, he's out of the tournament, who is going to win the whole thing?
Emre Gilman.
I mean, he's playing Resende later on.
A tough
match.
That's
going to be a good game.
Go all the way.
Yeah, exactly. Very tough game.
But you think Emre?
Still Emre.
He's sticking with Oberon. I'm going to have to stick.
What about you, Nicole? What about you, Nicole?
Oh, I was really, really sure it was going to be Nicholas. And I will tell you my new prediction in a minute, but we can have a look here at the fan zone. That's just a space in this massive, lovely building in San Sebastian in Spain that we are live from right now. And you can, this is really sweet actually, you can see loads of kids playing the game. I wonder if any of them are going to be the future Emre Yilmaz, Nicholas, who knows? Like I said, I did think Nicholas would take home the cup again, especially because we spoke to him, and Ryan, you picked up on something here. We spoke to him yesterday, and Nicholas was saying, ooh, you can go get your face painted later, guys.
I want to get a patch, a little bit of patch on my face.
Okay, in an hour, I expect to see you back here with something on your face. But yeah, Nicholas, I mean, he said he was so confident. He was kind of in the form of his life, really. And it didn't seem like he was just saying that, right? It didn't seem like that was a front. He genuinely felt that way. So I think he is probably going to be just as surprised as we are that he's out.
I feel FC Pro in the week 2 when he played, I think he won every single game except the Anders one.
Yeah.
And Nicholas we saw in the regular season yesterday, I feel like it's the best Nicholas I've ever seen.
I was saying this, I haven't seen him that good in...
Never. Because he was always so good defensively and in game management,
offensively,
but
though,
he wasn't that good offensively.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's incredible now.
Yesterday, offense, as you said, I agree with you. Best I've seen him offensively. But I just, like I said, based on yesterday, I thought he could easily win the whole thing. It just shows you the level that anyone can beat anyone here.
Well, look, obviously the finals are in a couple of weeks' time in Spain. As Nicholas, you know, what does he do now? Because I know not this will completely affect his confidence, but it probably will throw him off a little bit, right?
I feel like for someone like Nicholas, he would have been through adversity a lot over the 9 years span that he's been playing. So he knows how to respond to that. And I guess it would knock him a little bit. He'd be I think he'd be angry more than upset, to be honest with you.
You don't want to get Nicholas angry.
No. So you don't want to poke the bear a little bit. So I think we'll see a better Nicholas coming into the finals.
Okay, well, next up is Yotaba versus Obrun. And I think we can head over to our casters for this one. Richard, Brandon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We are looking forward to getting into our next games here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. What are you having a little look
I was just
at
soaking it in. Face painting. Table
what have we got to do to get your face painted? If Jotabar wins the whole thing?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll get Jose Ballion on each cheek.
I know you are a bit of a fan of Jotabar, aren't you, in this tournament? He's been on a bit of a rampage, hasn't he? And he's had some big results on the way through. He's up next against Obrun, who got a few boos when he came in to the room here. I mean, don't get me wrong, and there's only 2 players left in the competition that are from Spain. Everyone else is, I guess you could say, an overseas player that has come into this tournament this year, from Emre Yilmaz from the Netherlands, or Brum from Italy.
I'll do you a deal.
Go on.
Jose Ballion wins the tournament. I get Jose Ballion face painted on. If Obrun wins it, you get some marble cake.
I mean, that works, doesn't it?
Deal.
I was just having a little look.
On your face.
He can throw it at me if he wants. I don't think that's what people want to see in the fan zone.
Sure, someone does.
If you have just tuned in to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, we are here for our Championship Sunday, the €100,000 tournament here in San Sebastian. In case you missed it, Nicholas 99 was just eliminated to Hugo Sanchez in what was a crazy 6-5 game between the two. And now we're jumping into our second quarter-final. I was just doing a little bit of research before we came into this game, Richard. In Obrun's last 29 games, guess how many he's won in his last 29 games, and that's from FC Pro qualifier in
25.
London back in November.
25?
You're correct.
Yeah. He lost to Anders in the final. He lost 1 game in the groups, if I'm mistaken. He lost 1 game in the Pro Open. I can't remember the last one.
1 game in the groups to Tex.
Yeah.
Of course, lost to
Anders in the final.
Anders Vergang in the final. Lost 1 game in the regular season here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Here's Lewandowski. 1 more pass.
Make it 5.
Might just be on his way to give up on his 5th defeat of the season. As we saw in the last game, nobody is safe, favourite or not. What a start he has had again. He has had to go the long way round here in San Sebastian. 2 extra rounds he's had to play. No one is getting a warm welcome, especially if you're not from Spain.
I mean, look at the games as well that he played. He beat Hidalgo in the last round, and he beat Nacho Bayer in the first qualifying match. He has been superb in this tournament thus far. It's his biggest task yet in Oberon right now, but he has started the game very, very well.
Well, we might not have seen the best performance from Oberon yesterday, but he certainly got the job done in his 5-4 win against Andoni. Here is him now with Kaka. First real shot of the game. He did everything right in terms of the timing of the finish.
When you had the opportunity to speak to him yesterday on the desk, what sort of vibe did you get from him? Disappointed that he played poorly, or relieved that he went through?
Oh my days, hang on a second, Richard.
Alaba has got to pass.
What, I mean, what is Alaba doing up there? He's going to be the provider potentially of a lofted ball over the top. I know David Alaba's been here, there and everywhere, but I did expect him to be chasing down the back line of Oberon. But back to your point, I'd say just a very chilled out Oberon that was not satisfied with his performance yesterday by any means.
Do you think there were relief there?
We had to wait a long time, didn't he, to play his game. He was one of the few players that topped the table. Lewandowski, Jotaba, Time Green and Travella. Elche will lead this game by 2-0. And as it stands, every big favourite, every big name here in San Sebastian are on their way to be knocked out of the competition.
Lewandowski doing what he does best, one-on-one with the keeper, can go to the right, can go to the left. He's got the pace now with this Dream Chasers item to get away from any defender. And an emphatic finish. Green time Travella into the far corner.
What are we witnessing today, Rich? Just some of these results, some of these potential storylines. In a long time that we've been covering this e-sport and coming to tournaments with the names that this tournament has, just a lot of the time that the favourites have not come out on top.
It would take a real bookworm to make sure, going back in the history books, to find a bigger shock than this.
Oh my.
In terms of a weekend. We came into today, 6 of the 8 players who made it to the quarterfinals were group leaders. If Oberon wants to fall here, the tournament once again just opens up.
People might forget as well that Oberon was the second best player that we saw at the FC Pro Open.
Yeah.
I know Anders Vergang took most of the spotlight there, but you can't take it away that Oberon
lost in extra time as well.
Lost in what was very narrow circumstances. Jotaba, though, is on a rampage. He could be on for a third hit. A lot of the Twitch chat not happy that his Lewandowski is wearing the number 10 shirt.
That's going to be a goal.
Rivaldo Dream Chasers, Marcus Llorente in the box there as well. I mean, wearing the number 10 shirt or not, he has been already very influential in his first 22 in-game minutes.
It's been a 10 out of 10 performance so far from Elche.
I mean, what do you make of the Kaka play in there?
Don't mind it.
It's not everyone's cup of tea. I mean, we'll ask the chat as well. I mean, who would you rather have if you could have maybe a bit of a different icon, Maradona or Kaka?
Henry.
I mean, I think Henry would be the number 1, wouldn't he? That's why I didn't put him in the equation. I thought Thierry Henry would be the number 1 player, or the number 1 icon that you're in most of these drafts.
The thing is, like,
I mean, you've got Rivaldo. And
he's not on the pitch now for either player.
You only get 3 icons to use in these teams for those that haven't been following the LALIGA FC Pro. 12 billion coin budget with 3 players per club that currently play in LALIGA FC Pro, LALIGA High Promotion, and 3 icons that have had a past career here in Spain. Here's Kaka. Surely for Oberon! That's another icon that we haven't really mentioned much of, Johan Cruyff.
Yeah. Really nice play. He fed the ball into Kaka. And he would typically, that's why I use Kaka in that striker position, because he would typically be the out-and-out goal scorer. He'd be the one running in behind. But Kaka's a different type of player. Yes, he can play striker, but at heart, he's creative. He's got a different dynamic to him. Sliding the ball into Cruyff. And a great finish to bring Oberon back into this game.
Needed that one. He might need another one, because Rivaldo! Everywhere you look at icons popping up and scoring. That dream chaser's Rivaldo. Just under 2 million coins, and he is proved to be worth every penny in these last 24 hours here in San Sebastian. Obra might get one back, but Jota Bar adds another one on, just to pull himself away.
Just straight, very direct from kickoff. Couple of passes, link up the play, and then Rivaldo with the finish across the goalkeeper.
Kind of feels like Jota Bar and Hugo Sanchez have looked at each other and said, look, we're the only 2 Spanish players left in this final 8 bracket. We can't be having this.
Guaranteed one of them in the final if the Jota wins this match.
I think they'll be more annoyed, Rich, that there's no E-Champions League or World Championships on this tournament because of how this bracket is going and how it's looking. The opportunity to extend your season and to qualify for more tournaments outside of this is incredible. A few people in the chat asking, I mean, it's a good question, this one, Rich. It's a bit off topic.
Go on.
Why after every goal do pro players drink from a bottle of water? It's just been a thing, hasn't it?
I think a lot of it's routine.
I think it's routine. It's a bit of a mental reset for a lot of players.
You can't skip the pause. So there's not a lot you can do other than just sit there and wait.
My favourite one is when the coach does it as well at the same time, sort of to get it in sync. Well, that's kind of the answer to the question there. Someone said because it's sweaty right there. I mean, it is quite hot inside the Curacao in San Sebastian. You have just tuned in as well.
A lot of the pro players do like a underlayer as well.
Some players rock. I mean, Obron rocks a thermal. Don't know how he rocks a long sleeve thermal inside.
Sometimes it's a hoodie underneath the t-shirt.
Oh no!
Underneath the
you can't be doing that.
Top.
I mean, I think Yago, we'll see him a little bit later today. He wears like a sleeve.
Yeah.
He wears like a one-arm thermal sleeve.
To be honest, anything's possible. I saw hoodies in Riyadh in 42-degree weather. So
the Esports World Cup. Yeah. Juanito joining the stream and saying, has Nicholas played? Yes, he played. He's been eliminated. It's the biggest shock so far. Question coming in for us, Richard. Who do we think are our top 3 icons in this game?
Wow. Should we stick to the players who just played in La Liga?
Should we stick to the La Liga theme?
Oh, Jude Bellingham. That's unlucky. I'll give you... Should we go one each?
Go on.
I'll give you... I'll go Henry first.
I think Thierry's number 1.
Okay, you just copy my answer.
No. I'm just saying, just to further your point. I think Thierry has been the best icon we have seen in use here at LALIGA FC Pro. Obviously, people are going to be like, well, what about R9? I mean, you just... Firstly, opinions sway on R9 a little bit sometimes, but he's also very expensive. Only got 12 million coins to play with here.
I'll give you that Xavi. The 3-play style plus Xavi at centre mid is a serious player.
I would say... surprisingly, I'm actually going to say that Rivaldo Dream Chaser.
I could see that coming.
I think he's been very good this tournament, but... I mean, Cruyff... What was the promo item that Cruyff had last year? It was around this time last year. It was sort of like orange.
The Golazo.
It was Golazo, wasn't it? He came in and he was massive for Nicholas last year when he went to win back-to-back tournaments.
It's going to bounce nicely.
Kaka, I wouldn't put Kaka in there. I mean, I know he's got a very good promo item now. I mean, Maradona's looked good. I mean, look, that third spot is open for debate if you want to get involved in the chat at home. Half-time in this game, by the way. Elche leading 2-1. Obron 2-1 down at the halfway point.
I'll give you one more. Not La Liga. John Barnes.
I was going to say, John Barnes, did he play in
He didn't, no, he didn't have a spell in Villarreal or Malaga during his career, I don't think, but...
Someone in the chat saying R9, how are you not saying that? Look how many coins R9 is worth. This is a 12 million coin budget our players have to follow here at LALIGA FC Pro. Someone also came back in the chat to us, Richard, and said about the drinking the water after every game, when it's a habit to ensure they're getting enough fluids per day.
I like that.
I mean, we fully understand that. We're more curious on the routine of the player. Look, the question came in to the chat of why do pro players have a sip of water every time they score. Here you go, here's another prime example. No tricks drawn Maradona.
I think Oberon's going to have a drink before we get underway. We've got 30 seconds. Yes or no? Does Oberon have a drink of water before we kick off?
Yes.
Anyone who said yes, we should have ran that as a poll.
I've got a few more Icon Heroes for you as well,
Okay,
a little bit later. I know you enjoy the Icon Heroes.
I do.
We'll unfold it as the game unfolds. I'm trying to keep this to Real Madrid and Barcelona players that are potentially retiring soon or will be or already retired. Should there be an Icon or hero?
Do you want to hit me with a few now?
I'm going to give you,
Give me two.
firstly, I'm going to give you one that is more of a debate, because I could sit here and give you Toni Kroos. Here's Oberon. Oh no, where's that shot going? I think Toni Kroos is an obvious one. It's an
Hero.
icon. No, it's an icon. I'm going to give you a bit more of a debate one. Pepe.
Oh.
I think hero.
Can I go none?
None. That's not a bad shout. Hang on a second. Jota-Bar, what a save from Courtois. The reason why I say about Pepe is I think, and this is what's going to be quite interesting, there's going to be certain icons that are added into this game in years to come that were unbelievable, but they're just not going to be given, as a centre-back or a defender, they're just not going to be given enough pace or the play styles, in my opinion, that are going to make them usable.
Oh, that's great dribbling. Red time finish, though.
Like, I think Ramos will be given it within time. I'd love to say
Ramos is an icon.
And he'll have a decent icon, I reckon.
Ramos
I reckon
is
he'll have
an
decent pace. He's an obvious icon. What do we think, chat? Pepe, hero or icon, or neither? What about David Silva?
Icon.
I have to agree, acknowledge, Toni Kroos is a safe icon. David Silva, icon. I'm going to say hero.
Icon.
Iniesta.
Icon. No debate.
David Villa.
Icon.
Who do you think gets a better icon when the time comes? Or hero? I mean, it's not going to be a hero, is it? Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi?
It's a great question. It's a great question.
I mean, that could be one that we speak about for a long time.
I think...
Hang on a second here. Let's just talk about this free kick. Surely, if you get this right, this is a guaranteed goal. Jota-Bar over the wall!
There you go.
Posted in. He leads 4-1 against Oberon.
And the Spaniards in the crowd absolutely love it. Could another giant be crashing out of the tournament?
What are we witnessing here in San Sebastian?
That's what I thought Nicholas were going to do in the last game. Go on the wall side. If he's not going to move the keeper, it gives you that space.
4-1 down, Oberon is in this game, in this quarter-final. He's only lost 4 of his last 29 games he's played since he first kicked a ball back in November in the FC Pro Cup qualifier in London. You simply don't do this to him.
He doesn't lose.
No one does it. Only a select few, and one of those being Anders Vergang. And Tex being the other. Oberon, there's one.
And again, this next 10 minutes in game will tell me everything I need to know what's going to happen in this matchup. How does Jota-Bar try and deal with what's about to come his way? We will continue that conversation in the chat when we get another pause. Because right now, it is all kicking off here in San Sebastian.
I think we'll have to come back to the chat soon, because someone said Messi would be a hero. I don't know what's happened there. One goal back for Oberon. I mean, just look at the situation we could be finding ourselves in. I don't think anyone would have said to you we would predict a semi-final that could look like Hugo Sanchez against Jota-Bar. But with the way they've been playing, why not?
It's good running. He's done well there, Jota-Bar, because he could have dived in when that ball sort of half became loose.
One to ponder over as well when we get into a pause, Richard, as this chance comes in. Rivaldo. There's the player locks, the famous Jota Bar player locks, which are constant there.
What a ball.
Oh my, one more pass. Lewandowski. Oh, Jota Bar! That is truly special.
I've had the opportunity, the pleasure to commentate all of Jota's games here in San Sebastian. I'm used to it by now. That player look in behind. He plays the extra pass. It just invites him to hit it first time.
And they were saying, why is Lewandowski wearing the number 10? Who cares when he's doing that? Just chesting it down into the path of Marcus Llorente of all players. He just continued his run, and every time the Obrun gets a goal back, Jota Bar just pulls away again. We're 25 in-game minutes away from not just Nicholas being eliminated, but Obrun also being eliminated too here from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup in San Sebastian. Last year was special. There was storylines that unfolded, such as Nicholas coming through after a terrible start to his season. This time round, you don't know where to look. You don't know what story to unfold, because there's been that many shocks and that many upsets across the last 2 days. Kaka, could he have shot?
It was so sort of poignant more than anything. There's been an influx of non-Spanish players coming to the FC Pro La Liga this season, and two of the giants will crash out here in the cup, Obrun and Nicholas, by two Spanish players who maybe weren't on everyone's tip of the tongue when thinking of semi-finalists. And they'll also be taking two of the top 4 seeds going into the finals. Meaning, theoretically, they should have an easier run.
It would certainly help them out, wouldn't it, on their way?
And one of them will be a top 2 seed, because they'll play each other in the semis.
Well, we saw Nicholas nearly claw back a 20-minute comeback where he needed 4 goals, and very nearly did that. Can we see Obrun try and even think about doing the same? At the moment, it looks like maybe a job too big.
Just watch Kaka there in the middle. He's got his hand out. He's been triggered by a run.
Thought about a pass, Obrun. That's a really well-taken goal.
You saw the run. He moved Kaka into that space, and Jota just didn't quite look over his shoulder and see the run. He didn't pull a player into that area.
Someone in the chat, Richard, saying, why does Jota Bar use the player lock so much?
A lot of it is a diversion. You're constantly laying traps for your opponent. If I player lock and flick onto an attacking player, my opponent has to think that's a pass that he might want to play. He's so quick at pressing the analog sticks, flicking to another receiver, and then going back to the original player so he can continue his momentum. But he also can, you get a little bit more control over how you want the ball to be played, and the direct, very, very minuscule movement of the player-locked player. It's a difficult skill, but when you're seeing someone who, nearly every pass that he plays, it's clearly more comfortable player-locking than he is actually just moving the ball around without.
Such an important pause this as well for Obrun right now. He's just scored a goal, having a few words with Jovi, his coach. He's been a massive part of his success. There's a big change there for Obrun. You may remember Hollywood, a famous content creator in Italy. They had a really good partnership between the two. Obrun made a big decision at the start of this year to mix it up completely and go with someone else that sits behind him. And look, they can't complain of the run that he's had. He didn't lose a single game in the qualifier of the FC Pro Open. And it was only Tex, then Anders Vergang that were able to beat him in the FC Pro Open group stages and that grand final. This is not normal for them to be in a position like this.
It's been a long time coming as well for Jota. He's played for a while. When you look at this tournament,
I was just having a little look. I know we've got the likes of Jaime Alvarez on our show today. If you don't know Jaime Alvarez Gravison, He won this competition back in 2019. They played, and believe it or not, that was his first elimination that he tasted back in 2020, Richard Jotabar, against Gravison in the group stages. I mean,
3-2, I think.
That was a long time ago there.
Yeah.
Since then, I think this is his 6th time playing in the LALIGA FC Pro Jotabar. And last year we saw him at moments in the Esports World Cup qualifiers.
Yep.
We saw Jose Bally on there and played very well and had opportunities. This is an unbelievable springboard for him, regardless of what happens in the semi-final, regardless if he goes all the way today. What the confidence this result in particular is going to give him going into the finals in 2 weeks' time.
Last year he won his group and then got knocked out in the first elimination game in both the Cup and in the finals. What he's done this time around in the Cup, just getting that one win, settling yourself in, you get a guaranteed finals that you can come back to. You then pick up another huge win. I'm going to say it again, look who he beat. Nacho Abaya and Andoni in his 2 games. Just super impressive stuff.
Look, game management now. You're 12 minutes away from another exit. The only benefit that these players have, the likes of Nicholas Obron, all those favourite names, the big names, this is the Cup. This is an opportunity where I think the LALIGA FC Pro is very kind to a lot of these players. You can actually have an off day, such as the group stages. If you didn't follow the competition this year, there was a 2-day competition in Barcelona for week 1 of the groups in February. Then 2 weeks later, they did it again. Everyone played everyone twice. This Cup is a separate competition. It's just a reward for players that have played superbly well in the league standings. I think he's quite enjoying himself, isn't he, Jotabar? And Richard Buckley, you're 2 wins away from getting your face painted.
I think he knows that that could be the killer blow. The build-up again, so swift, so silky. The goalkeeper was moved across, but he couldn't get down Courtois. If he's got the save with feet plus, does he get that? Potentially so, but ifs, buts and maybes won't do for Valencia right now. It's absolute, and we absolutely know that Jotabar is winning 6-3.
Well, he came into this 29th in the world rankings. I think he'll be a lot higher than that off this performance that we're seeing. You're absolutely right, though, Richard. The way he had to come through yesterday, beat Nacho Abaya, then have to take down Villarreal's finest in Hidalgo, just goes to show what a performance this has honestly been.
We didn't give predictions, but I would have said Jotabar to win this game. I don't think it was convincing at all from Obron yesterday when he played against Andoni.
Some of the chat saying that Ryan picked wrong again. Please tell him to stop predictions. You should have seen predictions yesterday. They weren't any better, Night Skill. 6-4, 16 game minutes left.
I think it will just be a consolation.
Obron, 16 game minutes away from being eliminated here. No one would have expected this in our first 1 hour 30 minutes of the broadcast, Rich. I did not expect to be sitting here and looking at a semi-final that looked like this.
And you look at what's coming up, I don't necessarily think there is huge favourites in the final 2 games of the quarterfinals. Resende versus Emre Yilmaz, maybe 55-45 in Emre's favour. And then you look at the last game, Yago and Di Fernandez, I think maybe 60-40 Di Fernandez.
Do you know what I'd even say, Rich? I think, in my opinion, which again, is probably a bad idea to give predictions, I think whoever wins Resende Emre Yilmaz, that match wins the whole tournament.
Wow.
But saying that, it's probably going to be completely wrong. But you're right, Di Fernandez, what? He must be looking at the brackets you said earlier and thinking,
just opened up.
What an opportunity this is. Even Emre Yilmaz, those players, even Resende, players that have been here, there and everywhere, year after year. They experience the highest of highs in this esport. They know what a chance this is going to be. What a performance from Jotaba. His prize money increases again as he goes through to the next round of the tournament. And also his awareness will improve because a lot more people will start to know about this man. Knocks out the runner-up of the FC Pro Open, knocks out the 11th ranked player in the world in Obram. Someone who's already qualified for the World Championships, crashes out.
What a performance. And he knows it's GG. This is FC. This is why it is loved by so many. It's unpredictable. It's a consolation, and that is all. Both games finishing 6-5. Incredible stuff.
With the goal back, just not enough time, unfortunately, for Obram. But I mean, if you want a lesson on player locking,
watch the last 23 minutes.
Watch the goals, all of them, back from Jotaba. He is on his way to a semi-final. Yes, a semi-final against Hugo Sanchez.
There's going to be a Spanish finalist.
There is?
There are only 2 Spaniards that came into the last 8, and one's guaranteed to be a fan favourite in the grand final. What a win.
Full-time result, Jotaba, congratulations. 6-5 win, again, another 6-5 game. The last quarter-final was 6-5 of Nicholas being eliminated. This one sees Obram being eliminated as well. That is 2 of our quarter-finals done here in San Sebastian. After this break, we continue with our next 2 games, featuring Emre Yilmaz and Resende.
once there was a light, it faded away. Yeah, it faded away. It faded away. Left me wandering in the gray, in the gray, in the gray. Drifting shapes to fit their mold, but the fire in me won't grow cold. The wilderness beneath my skin, a beast of truth to hold within.
Hello everyone, I'm Luxen. I'm here with Bobby in LALIGA FC Pro Cup in San Sebastian, where we are in the FC Mobile booth, where we can play anytime and anywhere. We're with some more people playing, and I invite you to come and play with us.
Hello, welcome back. We are live here in San Sebastian in Spain, and joining me at the desk, as you can see, everyone, well, you both clearly got the dress code again.
We're not important.
Richard Brandon, okay, but we have the brilliant Nicholas joining us. Hello, it's lovely to see you again. How are you feeling, first and foremost? Commiserations. A great comeback from you, to be fair, and it was so exciting for us to watch. But I can imagine you were obviously disappointed overall with how the result went.
Yeah, obviously I'm disappointed because I lost. I think that's the main reason. But at some point I'm feeling like I'm okay because I'm happy because I play better, I destroy him, but this game it is what it is. It's like real football. I destroy him, but I didn't win, and it's okay. I did everything. I shoot from, I don't know, corners, finish shots, driven shots, inside the box, outside the box, and I did everything. I was better, but this game or the sport is like this. Maybe you are better, but you are not winning every time, and we have to understand it.
There was a lot of pressure in that first 25 minutes that he had to deal with. You were firing shots, you know, some shots were red timed and maybe off target. Do you think if just one of those chances went in and you took the first goal, it would have been a different game?
Yeah, I think so. I think for the 20 or 25 minutes, I was thinking why I'm not winning like 2-0. It was, I don't know how I felt the game. It was the same game than yesterday. I was destroying him, and I did the same. And you know, maybe I shot in a different way. I don't know what I did, but I was thinking doing the same. But yeah, I think I deserved the win. Like 100%, I destroyed him. But yeah, I lost, and it's okay.
Talk to me about your opponent a little bit as well, Hugo Sanchez, because, I mean, when we looked at it, I think statistically, you should have won that game. What did he do that sort of surprised you at any point? Did you feel as though he was better than you expected him to be, or was it just didn't go your way?
No, I think the key, I think, was he was lucky. That's the key for him. Like in the level, I think he was a mid guy level,
average.
Yeah, the average, the same than Rowney. I don't want to be disrespectful, but yeah, I was thinking the same. I think this guy is average. He gonna do some mistakes. He did it, but I couldn't punish it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I expected. I think for my game, I was thinking like, let's try to do the same pressure than yesterday, or the same in practice, or the same in the last few months. And I did it, and yeah, but the problem was I didn't score. I think that's the difference.
Look, we're just going to ask you one more question, then let you go. The finals are in a couple of weeks now. How do you reflect and reset and get ready for the finals?
I was talking with my coaches about what I did wrong right now, and we agree, like maybe the shots, but for what I feel is like I know what to improve right now, because the first I'm thinking like I play well. I play the same than in practice. It's not like the pressure. It's not the same. Like I had almost 20 shots. Literally, I destroyed him. I played really good, but it wasn't on my way. But yeah, let's see what can improve. Let's try to reset what, you know, I think this is the first tournament that I lose because I won the Super Cup, the Cup, and the League. So this is my first loss in the Cup, or at least in knockouts. But yeah, I don't know what to say. Like it's hard to. What I feel is like I didn't do something wrong, you know, and all the same for the. I think it's the same lose like in group stage against Dayu. I think I played well, but I didn't win. The same in the league, the last season against Nava. I think I played better, but I lost, and it's okay. So I think it's the same. So let's try to analyze and let's see what can improve.
I've got to ask you one more question.
Quickly, Richard Buckley.
Who's going to win? Who's going to win the tournament? Who's going to win the cup?
Oh.
Like my heart says Iago, but
Your
I
head?
think my heart.
Yeah.
And my head and analyzing the game is Emre. So easily.
Okay, well, let's find out. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you in the finals soon. And we're going to have a look right now at the brackets and what is coming up, how things look right now. Okay, guys, here we go. Next up, then, is the small matter of Iago versus Di Fernandez and Resende versus Emre Yilmaz. Guys, I'm so excited for that one. But we do have one of our semi-finalists. Well, two of them already, guys. Hugo Sanchez versus Jotaba. Probably not what any of us were predicting at the start of the day. Richard Buckley, shaking your head.
No. I mean, it's just, when you look at those results, 6-5, 6-5, it's
You're
really strange.
speechless.
It's really strange to see. I mean, look, it's taking absolutely nothing away from Hugo Sanchez or Jotaba, but it's the level of competition that they're playing against. They're playing against Oberon and Nicholas. The fact that they've managed to come out on top. I mean, Nico, clearly, he's annoyed that he didn't win that game. He felt as though he should have won that game. And I'm sure that if you ask Oberon, he probably feels the same way. I think Jotaba played better than Hugo Sanchez did in their individual games. I think Jotaba will look at that and go, I've got a final here. Like, both of them will look at that semi-final and think, this could have been a lot worse. This could have been Oberon, this could have been Nicholas. And now we're facing against each other. They'll know each other very well as well, two Spaniards.
Yeah, we saw some big surprises yesterday, and we've spoken about that quite a bit today. And then who knew, guys, that today would start off exactly the same? I mean, actually, Brandon, you called it at the start of the show. You said we're hoping for some more surprises. You think we might see them? We've seen two already. Could we see another coming up? I mean, next up is Iago for Real Betis versus Di Fernandez for Cadiz. Brandon.
I mean, Di Fernandez is the only player left in the competition that was in the final 8 last year.
Wow.
Everybody else has been eliminated. Everything else, if there was any script to follow, it has honestly been completely ripped up here. I genuinely think our last quarter-final matchup, Resende Emre Yilmaz, I think whoever wins that game will go on to be our champion today, if I was to give you a prediction. I didn't also say Nicholas was going to win, so that's not gone great for me.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. Surely we've all given up on predictions by now this weekend.
No,
because
we've got to keep going still.
Well, it's all been turned upside down, but that's kind of what you want, isn't it? It makes it more exciting, Richard. Whilst we're waiting for this game to start, shall we have a little chat about the game that we just saw, Jotaba versus Oberon? We spoke to Oberon on the show last night, and, you know, we said that he had a tricky game to qualify, but I think we would have backed him to win that one that we just saw.
You look at the numbers, you look at the stats, everything leads towards an Oberon victory, but Jotaba is my guy. I've been backing him since the start of the tournament, and I will continue to back him. I think he makes the final, and I actually think he wins it.
Oh, okay. Iago, Di Fernandez next. Who do you think is going to win that one?
Iago.
Di Fernandez.
Oh, okay. Well, one of you will be right, one of you will be wrong.
All the best, mate.
Okay, guys, what about you? Let's head over to Ryan Pessoa and Gravison.
Thank you, Nico. As you mentioned, joined by Gravison.
Di Fernandez.
Di Fernandez, yeah? That's your prediction straight away. I don't even have to ask.
No. You?
I think Iago.
Okay.
Seriously, actually.
That's 50-50.
Yeah,
Nicole, what do you think?
Yeah, see, I think Iago's been very impressive. I want to speak about the Nicholas interview, actually. Do you think he was so confident in saying that he felt like he deserved to win the game? Do you have that same sort of sentiment around it or not?
No, not at all. I feel like sometimes Nico, when he analyzes the game itself, I feel like sometimes he gives himself the edge too much of the match itself. Like, I don't know, but sometimes obviously you have mistakes in the game, like rebounds and stuff that are lucky to you. And I feel like when Nico talks about the game itself, like, sometimes he takes into account those stuff when it happens to his opponents, but not to himself.
That's
you know
fair.
what I mean?
My outlook on it was that I felt like if you're judging the whole game, you're judging the game up until the final moment in terms of scoring the goals,
Nicholas deserved to win. However, that's not FC. You need to score the goals. And now with precision shooting, that puts that more into your own hands. He missed countless chances that went wide. So then how is it? You have to take some of the blame, in my opinion.
For me, he deserved to win, but it wasn't like a complete domination match.
Yeah, I understand that as well. But this is our game we'll be focusing on, of course, mentioned earlier. Iago representing Real Betis and Di Fernandez representing Cadiz as well. So this is a tough game. In my opinion, one of the more even games we've seen throughout this tournament so far. And I truly cannot even give. Like I'm saying Iago to win, but I don't even necessarily believe that. I think it could go either way.
We have Cadiz, Di Fernandez Cadiz from right to left. We have Iago playing for Real Betis from left to right. First attack by Lewandowski, who makes it 1-0. Goal!
Perfect.
Golazo, golazo, golazo! How's that, Richard Buckley?
Perfect start to the game. You can see just the passing. Xavi in the area. Gets it across to Lewandowski, and then the weak foot finish. Perfect start for Di Fernandez. I feel like for him as well, if he manages to get top 4 in this event, that'll be 3 top 4 finishes in a row in the La Liga. So it'd be very, very consistent from him. But he still needs to get, I feel like, just that little bit extra to win a tournament, or to at least get to the final as well.
I think last year in the finals he had a couple of wins against Jotava, and well, let's put that in just a second because we have. Oh, that's the game to equalize. That's a goal. Sorry, to equalize the game. That's Iago with Ricardo Kaká, an icon that's not been used much, but still he's effective.
Absolutely, that was a great ball as well from Iago in behind. Quick response, sort of player lock cancelling the ball over the top there. And then the pass across the face of goal. You could argue deserved the goal initially, but the rebound fell in his favour. And would you say, Kaká, if you were to play in this competition, the 12 million coin budget, would he be an option for you?
No, because of the 3 icon limitation. I'll probably go with Xavi, Rivaldo, I don't know, Titi Henry.
I think those 3 would be the same for me. Hold on a second, we've got another goal straight down the other end. And it's Di Fernandez with Maradona, another icon we didn't even mention, to be completely honest with you. Manages to find the back of the net. 3 kickoffs in a row, extremely quick response there, and it's a perfect way to get back into the game.
Diego Armando Maradona, the 4 million coin icon, which is...
It's a heavy investment.
It's a heavy investment, for sure. For me, I was thinking about the choice of the icons. The thing is, Lewandowski is a really good option as a striker, so you could argue between Henry and Lewandowski. But then if you're not using Henry and you're using Lewandowski and you have the other icon, I don't know, I feel like Maradona is too expensive. Cruyff with just 1 playstyle plus is not that good. Maybe you could go, I don't know, with Ricardo Kaká, which is, it has the rapid finesse. It's a good option. He could play as a striker as well, but I don't know. I think Thierry Henry is the best one.
Yeah, I agree. On the attack here, Rivaldo, another player lock cancel from Iago, trying to find space in the area. Look at the defensive setup, though. Still manages to find a way through. And we are 9 minutes into this game, and it's 2-2 already, Gravison.
Incredible, incredible. This is a perfect example of attacking with superiority in the center of the pitch, because we just saw Tsigankov, which should be a winger, just in the middle of the box, receiving that bullet pass by Xavi and make it in 2-2.
It looks so congested, though. Even when the ball comes in here from Xavi, I feel like Tchouameni's there, and so is Paredes. It just seems so open.
The thing is, you have the 2 strikers, which I think it's Griezmann and Ricardo Kaká as strikers, so they are both paired with the center back. So there has to be someone who's alone, and that was Tsigankov with no opposition.
Are we about to see 5 kickoff goals
Surely
in a
not.
row right here?
Surely not.
Di Fernandez just biding his time. Doesn't this time. Iago wins it. He could turn defense to attack straight away. Kaká isn't going to get there. Tchouameni sweeps up the danger. Would you have used Tchouameni, though, in that centre-back?
Yeah.
More so instead of defensive midfield or centre-mid, or?
Centre-back. Because if you're using Thierry Henry, which is not as expensive as Maradona, I feel like you have that 1.5 million coins to just spend on Tchouameni. Because he's expensive, but he's the best centre-back by a mile, in my opinion. Would you use him?
I think so as well, yeah. Just looking at, obviously, some of the other results today, if you're either of these two players, I think just seeing Nicholas and Obryn eliminated should give you a huge boost of confidence, thinking if you can do your job and get to a conversation of reaching the final, on paper, you're playing against weaker opposition, potentially. Hold on here. Pass into Lewandowski, twisting and turning, gets a bit fortunate, but the keeper manages to clean up.
As a former player, when the bracket opens up, the worst thing you can do is
look far ahead, right? Yeah, I've been in that situation. You're thinking, next thing you know, you're out.
The next thing you do is just play the quarterfinals. You play against Di Fernandez in a match, or Yago a match you could win, and then you lose that match and you're like, wow.
Oh, it's another goal. And as that replay comes in, I always harp on about how important it is taking a touch sometimes back from where the ball came from, just to set the striker up, and just the first touch. You'll see it here. Maradona into Lewandowski. The touch back from where it came, just to set it, and then just a shot into the bottom corner. Very, very effective on this game.
Incredible. Incredible. As you said, Ryan, I've seen you talk about this for what? 4 years now?
This
3 years
so
now?
important. And it just leads to goal. It's just because the goalkeeper sort of doesn't move across.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they even shuffle to the other side you want to shoot. So it gives you a better chance to score. And that's exactly what Di Fernandez has done there.
Do you think this is something you can combine with a low-driven shot?
100%.
Di Fernandez.
100%, yeah. I think that's where the introduction of the new play style makes a big difference.
That's 3-2. That's 5 goals in 20 minutes. So defenses are not there at the start of the match. Armando Maradona, twisting, turning, taking a few touches.
Beautiful.
Look at Xavi. That's a beautiful pass. Íñigo Martínez recovered. Another thing that we're seeing in this match is the 4-4-2 from Yago against. Not sure with what Cadiz is using at the moment. I would say it's a 4-4-1-1.
It's just off. It looks like a 4-4-1-1, yeah. We can see you at home, by the way, in the chat. So if there's anything you want to ask Gravison in particular about the game, or if there's anything...
For you?
Or myself, I guess. Let us know.
They should ask you. I'm not the one that plays 3 foot champs in a row on a Monday.
Yeah, bad idea, isn't it? But game's starting to mellow off a little bit compared to the first 15 minutes we had.
Is there any item on the pitch that you want to try back home on Monday when you get there?
Rivaldo, but I've used him already. Oh, it's going to go across, surely. Open goal, tap in. And just as I said, there seemed to be a bit of a period in the game where there wasn't too much going on offensively. Yago manages to shut me up, to be honest, and it's a fantastic goal.
You asked for it, Rivaldo, but you've already
used him, but I love him. He's so good in cam. Tap in for the open goal there for Yago.
Ricardo Kaká with the low-driven shot with the playstyle plus as well. I feel like it's we've not seen many tribelas, we've not seen many finesses, but we've seen a lot of low-driven shots.
Do you think that play style is very important, or do you think even without the play style, it's still something that people should be using?
I feel like even if you don't have the play style, you should use those low-driven shots. Marcos Llorente doesn't have the play style and still a beast, for example, as we've seen throughout the whole weekend. But I feel like the gold play style makes a huge difference. Let's see.
Speaking of it here. Oh, that's a massive block. Massive, massive block. Guaranteed goal it would have been if that didn't come in.
But I thought it was going to be more effective. I thought it was going to be a matter of 2018, 2017.
Yeah, that was so efficient in the area. That was the way to score. Maradona, potential finesse shot opening up there. Caught over a massive save.
And as you mentioned, Di Fernandez, we did have a really solid regular season. I feel like we don't talk about him much.
Oh, it's fantastic play. Keeper's got no man's land. It's an open goal finish. And the build-up was superb from Yago again. Just a triggered run to Rivaldo. You'll be able to see it on the replay. talk to me, Gravison. That is an incredible bit of build-up there.
That's the best part about the 4-4-2. You can start building up on one wing, in this case the right, but you're just making a decoy, really, because in your mind you know the ball is going to Rivaldo.
Exactly. You can see Rivaldo just peeling off from the defender on the far side of the pitch. You've got the ball on the other side, and that's where just having players that can play through balls, the play styles come into effect as well. It's very, very important.
And David Alaba is an item that surprised me a lot. Because of the budget, we've not seen him enough in the regular season, but now, with especially the combination of the bullet pass with the intercept, I think it's probably the best combination you can have.
Here it is again.
For a fullback. Xavi with the cross. Ooh. That's the way in which he qualified against Chosita.
Yeah, and I was about to say before, Di Fernandez had a corner and he sort of wasted it, playing it short, tried to work the way into the box. What is the best way to take a corner for you this year?
I don't know, because after the patch, I tried them all and they don't work as well as they did. I mean, I tried the acrobatic, I tried taking it short into the far post. I don't know, I tried everything, but I gotta ask you, Ryan, because I don't score them.
Yeah, prior to the patch, I think corners were a lot easier to score. Van Dijk at the near post all the time, but now it's a bit different because I think acrobatic, obviously you can aim for it, but I don't think it's super consistent in getting the space in front of the defender.
Tsigankov turning it back to De Jong, probably the best. That wasn't to Rivaldo, that was a pass into Xavi, which, in case it would have been to Xavi, I don't think it would have made it through.
Same, I don't think so either. This is the thing with the 4-4-2 though, you commit midfielders forward and De Jong fortunately manages to step in there and win the ball.
Marcos Llorente is through. Passes it to Ricardo Kaká. He's gonna go for the low-driven shot. No! Normal shot into the first post, and you can see Thiago, the Argentinian, screaming his lungs out because he knows this is an important goal to make it 5-3.
He loves a bit of passion, Thiago does. Loves the celebration, and it's finally come because he's got a 2-goal lead now in this game. That extra pass in there, but the composure here with Kaká, because the pass he's triggered Griezmann, defensively you have to respect the run. You have to sort of step off a little bit and predict the extra pass coming in. And the obvious thing was to go for the low-driven across goal. But then obviously the keeper movement helps him go to the near post.
Really good goal. After last year, we didn't see Thiago performing at his best. Look. Lewandowski with the low-driven shot to the post. Amazing. Thought that was going in. Now Rivaldo has another chance to go for a speed boost.
Dribbling.
That's an easy finish to make it 5-4. Rivaldo with the speed boost. Didn't think twice.
Unbelievable bit of dribbling there. As you said, didn't think twice. He was decisive. He knew what he wanted to do. Once he gained possession there was only one thing in his mind. Rivaldo cutting back, speed boost. And then it's just about managing to get the shot before the keeper smothers you.
Best speed boost in La Liga?
I would say he's up there. Nico Williams, and you've got Mbappe, you've got Vinny, but Rivaldo just was really good with the play styles, especially off of a technical sprint into the speed boost. He's just so fast.
I would say top 3 is, as you mentioned, now Rivaldo. Which one was the other one you mentioned? Nico Williams.
Nico Williams for me.
I'm gonna say the third one. Hendrik.
Oh, that was the regular season with Emre Yilmaz. He was so quick. Do you think there is a difference between rapid and quick step for the speed boost?
Yes, but I don't really know why.
I feel like rapid is faster for me.
Yeah, feel the same.
Always fortunate. So fortunate, almost led to a goal just before half-time. 5-4, we go into the break between Iago and Di Fernandez. An extremely entertaining first half. Hopefully more of the same.
Hopefully. I mean, 9 goals in just one half. You can see Iago talking to the referee now.
We had a brief glimpse there at the stats. 4.8 XG in favour of Iago compared to, what was it, 2.2?
Yep.
So on paper, it should be more of a comfortable lead right now for Iago, but it isn't. And that just goes to show you can never sort of rest on your laurels. You need to make sure you might be up by 2. You need to keep on going and keep on pushing. And that's confirmation of the formation as well that Di Fernandez is using. 4-2-3-1 second variation.
Yep. I think it's the second one
I've seen in the tournament because Raoni was using this as well. I find it really hard to attack with this formation because
Same.
Back in the days, you would.
I used to use this formation back in the days. Yeah, but offensively, I find it a lot harder than other formations. I feel like the offensive AI, the FC IQ, you can put it, make better runs than other formations. So this one, you kind of have to do a lot of work. But defensively, you should be more resolute. But he conceded 5 goals in the first half.
It should be a solid formation to defend. But you're playing against 4-4-2, which can be really offensive, especially if you combine it with a 95 depth.
Yeah.
Defensive depth. I feel like the game is just too quick to end. Sometimes you can get caught up into your opponent's game plan.
Do you believe there is a best formation this year? And if so,
no.
You don't as well. See, I get asked that question so many times. What's the best formation? I feel like there are a catalogue of formations that are really good. I wouldn't say there's an out-and-out for me. People would say 4-2-1-3.
No.
I don't think
it is really good, but no.
Yeah.
We could talk about S-tier formations, which would be 4-4-1, 4-2-1-3.
Yep.
I would probably throw 4-4-2.
I'm putting there as well. 4-4-2 is my favorite.
Yeah. It's just so fun.
Yeah. You know you're going to score. You might concede 4 in this case with Yago, but he knows once he goes forward, the opportunity to score is endless. Here we go. Kaka cuts back.
Low driven.
And just as we were saying with the 4-4-2, the players just make the runs perfectly, and Yago gets it to Kaka, that touch. Green time, low driven. Another fantastic goal to give him that 2-goal lead again. Look at the touch here from Kaka, back from Red Kane. Oh. Keeper, you're not going to save it. Low driven, green.
You appreciate those first touches.
Love it. I'm a massive fan of it.
Brilliant finish by Ricardo Kaká. One thing that we've not seen yet a lot, because the playstyle just came out a couple of weeks ago, is the combination of the finesse and the low driven. And I'm not talking about combining both, but maybe open up the angle for a finesse
and then go for the
yeah,
because it's just as you said, the addition of the playstyle just adds so many different ways now where you can score. Your opponent has to think about so many opportunities where they can concede from.
What a save.
Foda-se, mano. Como é que tu viste? Eu fiz o remate, ligou, mano. Foda-se, mano. Foda-se, mano.
6-4. Di Fernandez takes the headset off. Yago as well. They're gonna take this chance to talk with their coaches for a bit. Might have a few technical difficulties in the game. That's why they're talking with the referees. You can see the referees as well talking with another referee, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess we're having a few technical difficulties. So we'll pause the game for a while and we'll resume gameplay as soon as we know.
Yeah,
this is me standing up.
I might join you. Why not, Gravison?
This is me standing up.
Obviously, technical difficulties, they always happen. It's part and parcel of how it goes sometimes. I feel like in that situation, defensively, you understand why Yago would be annoyed. It was cut open there. So, yeah, we just have to wait for them to resume it.
Yes, especially when you're having technical difficulties as this. I think it's better to just stop the game.
Absolutely.
And just get it fixed, and then... Because I feel like sometimes when you're a competitor in these instances, you keep playing and maybe you complain. It's better to just pause the game, talk to the referee, this is not working well, we just restarted.
So this is even applicable for people at home. How important is it to just be switched on mentally, not get frustrated at the game and things not going in your favor? Like how impactful is that for results on the game?
It's huge because now when we get the restart of the game, you could be thinking about whatever, maybe. You got a pause now for, let's say, 5 minutes, something like that. And you're thinking about maybe the bracket can open up.
Yeah.
You're thinking, well, I could have a potentially good final if I get there. I mean, it's 6-4. Let's just say we jump into Yago's mind. 6-4, you're in a good position. You could be qualifying to the semifinals. You're thinking, wow, if I make it to the semifinal, and then if I beat whoever is in the semifinal, I'm having pretty easy final.
Yeah. How about, if you're looking at it from the position of Hugo Sanchez and Jotova, are you now hoping for, let's say, the underdogs to win? I wouldn't even say there's an underdog in this game, but let's say the Emre Yilmaz Resende game. I think Emre Yilmaz on paper is favourite. You'd be hoping for him to lose, surely, right?
The thing is, I was thinking about Emre Yilmaz being the favourite, which is totally right. But
yeah.
Resende's an underdog? No.
It's so weird even saying that, because I grew up in the era where Resende was like, Resende was the guy. Like,
you're matching
on
the Swiss formula
like,
against Resende.
Oh, no, you don't want to play Resende.
No.
But then it's someone from like the old guard, now up against someone from the new generation of FC players that have come through, the Emre Yilmaz's. There's so many.
And then in the ranking, Emre has to be top 5, 6.
Yeah.
Resende has to be top 40, 50. So, yeah, I mean, ranking-wise, there's no comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a little recap on what we've seen so far. It was end-to-end action in the first opening moments. 5 minutes in, as you can see, 1-1. That ball over the top there to Rivaldo, pass across. Fortunate, though. He did trigger it, but it was very fortunate for the rebound to fall in his favour. Maradona, bit of dribbling in the box there, weak foot finish. We just saw end-to-end, one kick-off to another, just goals going in.
And with this pass to Sigankov.
Beautiful pass.
Beautiful pass. That's the thing with the 4-4-2. You can make a few changes with the roles. You have inside winger with you can just put it anywhere you want, really. You can see Maradona here with player lock into Lewandowski. A poor defense from Thiago, and as you mentioned, that first touch.
I think he might have actually gone for a low driven there.
Yeah,
but maybe a little bit too much power. Again, a ball over the top. Rivaldo's just been getting onto those every single time. Look at him.
So
again,
fast.
Keeper's never going to get there. Open goal finish, 4-3 in 33 minutes. And there's still more goals that flew in that first half between both Iago and Di Fernandez. A 2-goal lead for the first time in this game fell in the way.
Brilliant goal.
Just again, you set so many traps there because he could play the pass, he could shoot across goal, he could go for there's so many options you have to cover, and Iago done so well.
That was a really good goal. This speed boost again, as you just saw, Íñigo Martínez went for the advanced defending with the bruiser, but then you go for the speed boost, and obviously you defended the wrong thing, so that's going to be an open goal, as you saw from Rivaldo.
Exactly. I think Rivaldo's probably been the player of the game so far. He's been involved in absolutely everything that Iago has been doing in a positive way anyway. So yeah, I might have to buy him back for the team at home, you know.
He used to be 2 million coins.
It's about 1.6 now.
1.6 now.
I think that's worth it for me. What he offers.
How many coins do you have?
On the road to glory, we've been saving up. We've got about 10 million coins.
10 million? Come on. I'm out of here.
We've been
10 million?
saving. Yeah, I'm ready for team of the season.
10 million?
10 million coins.
I got 300k. Just ready for any evolution.
I was getting messages paid to win. I'm thinking, I'm on the road to glory day. I've not got anything. I packed Team Leo Pele.
Ah, okay.
I may have mentioned that about 50 times already.
I thought you were, I don't know, you were playing rivals, food champs. You were doing the right decisions, but now you pack Pele?
Yeah, once you do that, you kind of just set. So I'll be saving up for that La Liga team of the season. I need that Rafinha. That's why. That's what I need.
I need, I don't know, Lamine Yamal.
I think those two, for me, are guaranteed to get it. Couple options as well. There's so many options that you could use in the team. So many. But as you can see, if you want to try and get some of the pack luck that I've been getting this year, we do have viewership rewards. If you watch 15 minutes of this broadcast, you get a 75 plus player pick, 1 of 3. If you watch 60 minutes, you get a Prime Gold Players Pack. And of course, if you complete all the other objectives in the game, you get more rewards. Just have to link your account, or link your EA account, sorry, to your Twitch profile. And all rewards are untradeable.
And you can get a Team of the Year Pele.
Yeah, why not? I don't think everyone can get it. It's just for me to. But, yeah,
what's the best player you've backed this year, apart from Pele?
Team of the Henry as well. I forgot about that.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
Nah, Team of the Henry. I think he's the out and out best player in the game for me. That I've used in game. There's just so many other options I know you can say with R9.
How's that speed boost?
It's the best in the game.
But
that's why I think Rapid Plus though.
Yeah.
There's something about Rapid Plus. I used to think Quick Step Plus, but now I've used Henry with Rapid. I don't know. I think it's Rapid slightly.
I've used the Player of the Month, Vinicius, back in December.
Yeah.
And that's when I thought
he was quicker, right? Than the goal. Like, I know you're gonna say one extra pace, fair enough, but it's just the play style plus difference. I think makes a big difference. But let us know at home who are the best players you packed this year, and from what pack as well.
I can tell you mine.
Go on, talk to me.
Eric Cantona, the
Team
of the Year.
Yeah. Yeah, team of not a bad pack, not a bad pack. I'm going to head on over, though, to the analyst desk because we've got a short break before we get back into the game.
Thank you, guys. Great work as always. Right alongside me, the matching lovely duo of Brandon Smith and Richard Barkley. You're like a security guard.
Ticky pass and rail card, please.
If we go further enough back, you'll just see a floating head.
Nice.
Both of us.
This is a nice little navy number.
I mean, I can't see it, but I'll trust you.
It is.
Right, we've just got a pause in the game right there, but it's given us a moment to run to the desk, regroup a bit and have a chat about what we've seen so far and, of course, what's been going on throughout the day. A casual 10 goals so far in this game,
I think defending isn't the plan for both of them two because, I mean, what was it, 9 goals by half-time nearly between the two of them. Ridiculous game.
9
I mean, Yago said it in commentary yesterday, Rich, like, this is looking like one of his... He's sort of going to a peak again at the moment in his career.
I had the opportunity to watch Yago yesterday in the round of 16. I commentated with Grav, and we were talking about how he plays. He used to be very, very attacking, and I think he probably took a little bit from Bonanno's game, a little bit from Nicholas's game, and strengthened up defensively. And now what we're seeing, he's got that defensive groundwork, but if he can roll back the clock a little bit and get the offensive movement going, he's almost a complete player because the passion and the energy that he provides on that stage is unparalleled. He also sounds like he's a bit of a fan favourite out there. Like, Di Fernandez not really getting the cheers. Earlier on today, Oban was getting booed. I don't know if you could hear that, but when we were up at the commentary position, when he walked out, he was getting booed by the audience. And I think that does play a factor, the fan participation.
Some people might know as well, Nicole, that he actually lives in the same house as Matthias Bonanno, who won the Premier League last week, and he's also got Nicholas currently lodging in the house in Madrid as well, and I think he'll be staying until the finals in 2 weeks' time. So you're literally living in a house that's just full of winners, champions, Argentinians.
Do you think he feels a little bit of the odd one out there as well?
Probably. I mean, he was. Yago did come to the Premier League as well 2 weeks ago to support Matthias. Matthias Bonanno is here in the crowd as well, supporting him. So they're really good friends.
You look at Bonanno; he's won nearly everything, exactly the same as Nicholas. When they play as Argentina as well, when we used to have country competitions, Yago was always the third. He was always that third wheel. And I do feel as though there's that little bit inside of him that probably just eats him up and thinks, I'm at that level. I can do what they're doing. I'm seeing my best friends thrive. When's it going to be my time? When's it going to be my opportunity?
And just the last thing, Nicole, I want to add into this as well, is me and Rich have seen many times this happen where there's been a technical issue in the game. And if you're on the losing side, it can do wonders for you. It gives you just a chance to take a break, take a minute. You're coming back into a game that's going to reset. Obviously, it's still going to be a 6-4 lead to Yago, but I mean, what it does for you there, Richard, like you're coming back fresh. We've seen it so many times.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why he's probably a bit annoyed that
we don't necessarily know what's happened, but they were. Very rarely will both players pause, and both players took the pause, stood up, like we're talking to the admin, so clearly there's something that they're both sort of in agreement with. When we get the game underway, we can, because we're playing on the esports version of the game, we can restart the game at the exact minute it was, at the same score line. We can just play the remainder of the game out. So we will get the game back underway sooner rather than later, we hope.
Yeah.
But it is sort of now, that coach becomes really important to keep you calm, to keep you in that zone. You're not wandering about the stage, you're not sort of worrying. You've got to just stay locked in.
Yeah, I guess it can work either way, like you were saying, that, you know, it gives one player potentially a moment to calm down, reset, think about strategy, what's going to happen next in the game, and the other player is probably like, come on, I just want to get this going.
Yeah.
I'm going to head back to the casters in a moment, but Richard, you predicted Yago would win this, and Brandon, you said Di Fernandez. Well, let's see. Casters, back to you.
Ryan, I know you predicted Yago to win. I know I predicted the Fernandez to win. Nicole, did she predict anything?
She never does she?
She never does.
Never ever sends a prediction in. I thought that was going to be a goal there, back post. So I refuse to take criticism from someone that doesn't give a prediction. That's my stance on it.
That's a beautiful press by Viktor Sigankov. And we're seeing now Cádiz with the possession of the ball. 6-4, 40 minutes left to play. Let's see if Di Fernandez is able to keep tail eyes on this attack. Tchouaméni.
What is the reason why you think players aren't using or starting Nico Williams? Like, they opted to start Sagankov instead. Do you think that's just personal preference? Or?
Maybe play styles?
Yeah, because Sagankov does have a lot of play styles, in fairness.
He does have, as Brandon... Ooh, what a speed boost. Now the player lock. Faked. Gets the ball back. I don't know, Ryan. It might be because Nico Williams is faster and is stronger, but maybe his dribbling is not as good.
Yeah. Speak of the devil, here he is, Sagankov in the box there, trying to find a way to get to the attackers. Good step there from Yago to prevent a goal-scoring opportunity.
Ah, that was good. And one thing we're seeing in this match is the centre backs. It's curious because they're using Tchouaméni, both of them, which is a really good option. But then one is using Yago, Íñigo Martínez, which is an interesting choice, foot birthday one, and then Cadiz Di Fernandez is using Paredes.
Yeah, I think that choice is very strange to me.
It is strange. I mean, he's like, I think he's 50k.
Yeah, if that. Very, very obscure choice, but it's worked to him this far. And now the triggered run, Rivaldo just powering off of the ball there. Griezmann nudged slightly, advantage played.
What a speed boost.
These are the moments though, right here. Can't find the pass in. Is he going to get the rub of the green with Kaka, trying to see if he can feint a reverse elastico over, and then the low driven off the inside of the post to make it 7-4 for Real Betis in this game. And Yago lets off a celebration because he knows that 3-goal cushion puts him firmly in the driving seat.
Not only that, but when you come from a break of 5 to 10 minutes, you're leading the game by 2 goals and score another one, that's devastating for Di Fernandez. I don't know how you can recover from that.
Absolutely. Be honest, bit of luck. And you tackled him again in the box there, but again, you kind of need that sometimes to fall in your favour.
And we talk about Paredes being a weird choice as centre-back, and in that chance, he lost the ball against Kaká. Obviously, Yago was lucky with the way he won the rebound, but still, I kind of blame Paredes.
Yeah.
Nice ball.
It's going to get there, don't think so. A bit too much power. Yeah. 25 minutes left, though.
You have to be so much precise now after the big patch on January with the long ball pass.
Because before that, you could just put any amount of power pretty much.
It didn't matter.
Perfect.
Maradona. No, Rivaldo, sorry. Now, Maradona, twisting, turning. He's looking for the finesse. He's opening angles, and Íñigo Martínez again gets the ball back. Yago's defending really well in these situations. And as Richard mentioned, that's probably because he's been living with Edu and Mati for 2 years now, and when you play as much FC as he's played with Nico, with Mati, of course you learn big things from them.
100%. He's going to have to defend this. Goalkeeper just about gets there ahead of the attacker. You've lived in a gaming house before. How impactful is it just having a routine? Like, how would it work with like a day-to-day? What would it look like?
It is huge. I used to live with Adriman, with Nit, with Legend, our coach, with Javi Villar, which is now coach for Falcons.
Yeah.
And it was huge because in my personal experience, that year was tough for me because I wasn't playing well at the start of the year. I didn't like the way you could use the step overs. The game was so fast, and I felt like it didn't suit my game style well at all. So at the start of the year, I was really bad. But then Adriman and Nit, they were incredibly good. Nit just won the La Liga back in 2020, and Adriman was top 1 in Europe West online that season. So it just pushes you to be better because you're at a house, you have 3 persons living there, 3 players, and to be the worst out of 3 of them, for me, it gave me the motivation to be better every single year. So
yeah.
Every single day I try to work more. So for example, you wake up at 10, you go to the gym, whatever, and when you get back and you might be thinking, okay, this might be a good time to, I don't know, go to bed with a book and rest for a bit, or go to the sofa and watch a TV show. But then when you walk and you see Adriman or Nit playing, you're like,
yeah, you feel a bit guilty.
I might play.
Yeah.
And then you sit down, play for a couple of hours, go to have lunch, whatever. And then you have the 4 to 10. Let's say we used to train from 4 to 8.
Wow.
4 hours.
But what did training look like? Was it just playing or was it watching as well?
Both things. We used to watch a lot of stuff from the three of us. So for example, I was playing and maybe Adrián was watching me, or the other way around. But then, of course, I don't know, it's the night. Maybe you...
Oh, what a goal.
What a goal.
It's a fantastic, fantastic goal there. A route back into the game for Di Fernandez. 15 minutes now. He needs 2 goals to equalise. It's definitely possible with the time left.
It is possible. And Di Fernandez, I don't know if you remember last year, ECL against NIT. He was 7-5 up.
Yeah.
NIT, and he made it possible with 2 goals in 10 minutes and then 1 in PKs. So it could be possible in here as well. But then, as you were talking about gaming house, I remember finishing at 8, going for a walk, having dinner, and then thinking, okay, time to go to bed. But then NIT was playing the Cash Cup, so
yeah,
come on, I gotta play now.
Yeah.
I gotta play now. So it was just pushing you to be better.
Yeah, absolutely. In these moments now, you've got just under 15 minutes. If you're Yago, you're up by 2 goals. I was about to say, do you rest on your laurels, go a bit more defensive, or is it too early? You just have to keep on sort of pushing for a goal.
I feel like you gotta push and try to score 1 more goal, but you're not in a hurry. So if you can get the ball in this position and maybe win a corner, try to keep the ball for 1-2 minutes, I think it's good, because the main thing is to just have the possession of the ball, but being in control of the game. The game management here from Yago has been incredible. That's what, 2 minutes out of the clock?
Yeah, exactly. It's very important just to take these moments here and just hope and pray that you keep possession well enough and force your opponent to go a bit more aggressive. Stepping out gives you chances to keep the ball. Thought Travella could have opened up there. That's going to be a free kick potentially, or not. He plays on and he finds the back of the net, and for me, that is game over. Incredibly well worked there from the corner all the way up until that chance to score from Yago. And it looks as if he will be finding himself in the semi-finals of the La Liga FC Pro Cup.
If you find yourself lacking the game management part of the game, just clip this on Twitch, go back 60 seconds and watch the way Yago just kept the ball, but not only kept the ball, but always looking towards the goalie.
Yeah, that's one thing I remember being taught as well. When you're trying to defend and there's someone's going constant press or aggressive line height, you kind of need to make sure you take your touches forward. Taking negative touches with the momentum, they're running up against you, you tend to give the ball away a lot more. You need to be proactive, and if you want to keep the ball, keep it in offensive enough areas so that even if you lose it, they still have to go through bodies to get to your goal instead of passing around with your centre-backs.
Offside now, but that's 4-2 from Yago. 8 goals, only 5 conceded, which 3 of them came in the first 20 minutes, so that's 2 goals conceded in 70 minutes of the game. Impressive. He might not defend the kickoffs well, but the rest of the game management, the attack has been really good. We could talk about, I mean, he's going to be one of the 4 semi-finalists. He could win this whole thing.
Absolutely. I think it'll be a dream of his to get his hands on the trophy, and he's been very impressive in this game. Out of the 3 quarterfinals we've seen so far today, who would you say has been the more impressive player for you? Out of Hugo Sanchez, Jotaba and Yago.
I'm going to say Jotaba.
I think I agree with you.
Those player locks, scoring those goals against Obrun, the confidence. I think 3 wins were impressive, but Jotaba's one was, I don't know. Okay, I have to find a way to get 1.7 million coins to buy
this.
It's
unbelievable.
Wow. Wow.
And that is that. Yago and Robertis will find themselves in the top 4 semi-finals with an 8-5 victory over Cadiz and Di Fernandez. A fantastic performance from the Argentine, showing why he deserves to be in the top 4. Last thoughts, Gravison, before we head to a break.
I just feel like there's not been an answer to the Yago's 4-4-2. And Di Fernandez, again, top 8, top 4, he's there.
Absolutely, one of the best players eliminated in this tournament. We're going to head on over to a quick break before we continue in the La Liga FC Pro Cup.
Hello, welcome back to La Liga FC Pro Cup. I am alongside two of my wonderful team here in San Sebastian in Spain. But where are they?
We're here.
Wow.
We're always here.
Magical.
Did we surprise you?
Oh, I was shocked, terrified actually. First thing, Richard, where's your face paint?
Just help us not won the tournament yet. It's still 2 more wins. Just about
got a long
way to go.
I didn't hear what you said actually. I didn't know what
he has to
you
win the whole
agreed to
tournament,
do.
Jotabar,
Oh.
for face painting
Oh,
in the
wow.
fan zone.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's going to happen then. But let's have a look at the bracket on screen right now. So we just saw Yago beat Di Fernandez. So he goes through to the semi-final. So as it stands, we've got Hugo Sanchez versus Yotaba and Yago versus Resende or Emre Yilmaz. We will find out next who it is going to be out of the two of them. Richard, why are you giggling away?
Just what a day. I generally think, Rich, I think the 3 players that are through, I would have said were the favourites in that game. I know you'd argue with the Real Betis.
I'd have gone Yago.
I don't think I would have. I'd have gone Di Fernandez.
We know because you said that earlier, but you're wrong, Brandon Smith.
What have I done wrong to you, eh?
I think you said Yago too, didn't you?
No, she does a good prediction, does she?
Oh.
I will do for the next game.
Okay.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
Shall we talk about what we've just seen then? We had a little chat when there was a pause in the game, and I think, 10 goals at that point. It ended 8-5, so an absolute goal fest. Yago took the win. You guys said that you were really impressed with him at the moment, and that he seems like he's in a good run of form, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Grav was saying about that 4-4-2, you're going to see actually in these highlights, the Rivaldo up at left mid and then Shaikhanov at right mid. It just gives him that width, whether he's got winger or inside forward on those players as well. They're always cutting across the box and offering that sort of run at the back post. You see where Izzy's right mid there, who's scoring that goal, is tucked right inside and he's offering the support in the attacking areas of the pitch. He's happy to concede 3-4 goals because he knows that he's going to just create chance after chance after chance.
No, absolutely. Just adding to what Richard said, I think, look, I didn't expect this performance from Yago, and I haven't expected him to go as far as he has. Maybe being in the same environment as Nicolas and Matthias Bonanno was, that winner's effect has rubbed off on him, because we've said it before. I really am looking at maybe Yago having one of his best seasons that he's had since probably 2020-21 when he was playing for the likes of West Ham United. He was playing in the E-Champions League and, EA major tournaments, and it's taken him quite some time to get back into his groove again, and we're seeing it here.
It's a big win, this, because Di Fernandez, when you look at his history in La Liga, top 4 last year, top 4 then at the finals. He's a very steady player, and that is in the best way possible. Very often he'll win a game by 1 or 2 goals. He's not often blown out. I mean, even this, he's conceded 8, but it's only a 3-goal swing in the end. You know what you're going to get from Di Fernandez, but what Yago has done, he's shown that unpredictability once again. And if he can continue this vein of form, whether it's Emre Yilmaz or Resende, he will fancy that game. Because I can guarantee you he's already looking ahead to the final. And he's thinking, I'm playing against someone who I would go into that game as a favourite.
But also, Emre Yilmaz or Resende must be looking at that bracket thinking, what an opportunity.
Yeah,
this is.
absolutely.
Don't get me wrong, they're all there by merit and they've done so well to get to that final 4. But if you said to Emre Yilmaz, especially coming into this, your final 4 would look like that with you in it potentially.
No Obrun, no Nicholas,
yes, please.
No Tuga, no Chasita, no Nacho Abella. I could go on and on.
Yago
Absolutely.
knocked Zidane out yesterday, didn't he? And that was another big surprise as well. What do you think's happened this weekend here in San Sebastian then?
I honestly don't know. I think this has been one of the most unpredictable tournaments I think I've seen in a long time, Rich, where all the favourites on paper, when you back it up from previous years and world rankings and performances we've seen even weeks ago, back in Barcelona in the group stages, what do you think's changed?
I think a lot of the groups are really close. I think a lot of the groups are quite narrow. You only had a couple of players that were like 7-6 points away from the rest of the pack. So the actual data that we've got from this season outside of La Liga, yes, a Pro Open or numerous different tournaments online, there's not actually been that much LAN games for a lot of players here. So we're still sort of deciding, outside of Nicholas and Obrun and Emre Yilmaz, who are the favourites? Who are the players that are going to come through? And maybe these players that we're seeing, Hugo Sanchez, Jitaba, Yago, just are that good this year.
Underdog stories, left, right and centre in San Sebastian. I think we can have a look at some stats as well on the screen. Let's see what we've got for you. Here we are. Oh, Resende versus Emre Yilmaz coming up. I am so excited for this one. I think this game, we all said earlier on today, at the start of the day, this is the one that everyone would have their eyes on, and probably the toughest one to predict. Not that the predictions have gone very well anyway so far, but there's not going to be any upset in this one, right? Because it's 2 absolute quality players, Brandon Smith.
I think out of all of the quarterfinals, this no doubt is the hardest one to call. You've got 2 players. Emre Yilmaz doesn't really need an introduction. He's never won a league before. He won the Champions League, but it's his first time playing here in Spain. Resende, people might not know, he actually lives in Brazil. He only comes to Spain to play this tournament. He is having quite the couple of travel days. But I have to say, he looks really good, Resende.
In that picture or in general?
Just in general.
Both.
It's a tough one to call. I think when you look at this game on paper, Emre Yilmaz came through a harder group. In the Barcelona groups, he had Chasita, JRA, and another really sort of Albert as well, who's a great player in that group. I think Resende, he came through Group A, where maybe the quality of opposition wasn't as high as what Emre has done, but Resende, game after game, continues to play well. He won't be fan favourite though in this game, because Emre Yilmaz, we're in San Sebastian, he's the hometown hero for Sociedad.
Yeah, that's true. I expect there to be a lot of supporters out there watching this game, cheering on Emre Yilmaz. But whoa, we can hear them in here actually, can't we? And they are loud. What do you reckon then? Who's going to win this one?
I think I can't really say a winner in this one, Nicole. What I'm going to say to you though is, what I'm going to say to you is whoever wins this game will win the whole tournament.
Okay. Richard Buckley, you're going to be braver?
I'm going to go Resende.
You're going Resende?
I'm going to go Resende.
Okay, I'm going to go Emre Yilmaz, just to, go the opposite of you. We'll see who comes out on top. Shall we find out what Gravison and Ryan are thinking? Guys, over to you.
Nicole, giving a prediction. Ryan.
Wow. I didn't expect that. I think I'm more surprised at that than anything so far this weekend. Of all the shocks we've seen, that's the biggest one. Honestly.
Do you think that's the right prediction?
This game's so hard to call. I might do it Nicole and just sit on the fence here.
You'll sit on the fence on this one?
I think Emre.
I'll give you this one.
I think Emre. I think Emre wins. But I think it's going to be so close. But then I said it would be close. Or I said Nicholas would win by a large margin, and it wasn't. So, yeah, I don't know.
I think Emre as well. We're going to leave Buckley on his own on the Resende win, but because Emre, I think he's the best player left in this competition.
Yeah, I agree, but then the storylines that we've seen so far with the underdogs and everyone, the players we expected to win, not sort of do it, it's very, very difficult.
One thing that we're gonna hear, especially in these next 20 minutes, is the crowd, because Real Sociedad is the town club here in San Sebastián, and one thing that we see over here is a lot of fans. But one thing we've not seen today yet are the drafts. So we're gonna see it approximately in a few seconds. But before this, last thoughts of this game, Ryan.
I think it'll be very close. It's two players that are performing at the top of their levels. They both top their groups respectively in the regular season. So I'm expecting a high-level display from both players. I don't want it to be a blowout win. I want it to be end-to-end. I want it to be close. But let's take a look at the drafts of both of these two players.
Yes, thank you very much. It is getting noisy out there. We've got a couple of moments to guide you through the two teams that you're going to see on the screen. This is Resende's team, and we just looked at it very quickly. Yeah. Only two icons.
I mean, why has he gone for two icons? And more importantly, we know how important Thierry Henry's been in these teams, or Rivaldo, Richard. Dream Chaser icons are ever so popular, Xavi being one of them. He's gone for Kaká and Xavi, but where's he put the rest of the coins?
This man here, not many players using Vinny Jr. out on that left-hand side. The bench is somewhat cheap. We're also seeing Griezmann as well, this version of Griezmann, which it is subjective what you want to do, but he's put coins out wide. The defence is probably the best defence you can get, being completely honest. Alba, Araujo, Tchouaméni and Llorente, but no Courtois because Vinny Jr. is deployed over at left mid. I like this team.
Good to say as well, look, you can see the plan of attack there. 1, 2, 3, 4 players, all the finesse plus play style as well. There's options everywhere on the pitch.
On both centre midfielders. It's very simple, I think, on how Resende is going to play this. Let's have a look at the other team and what Emre Yilmaz is going to be cooking up.
I'm guessing he's gone for 3 icons. He has.
Yeah. Timmy Carvajal jumps off the page straight away. I think he locked in about 650k. Okay. Not many people are using him. Balde in at left back as well. Again, not many people chosen. Balde, it's been, for the most part, David Alaba in at left back. When you look at the Barcelona players in this team, De Jong, Balde and Araujo, the Real Madrid players, Tchouaméni and Carvajal, and he's gone for Courtois in goal.
I just don't think we've seen loads of Griezmann. I can think from the 2 days commentating here in San Sebastian, Richard, we haven't seen loads of that man there, Antoine Griezmann. Where is it? There's it.
There you go. I tell you what I really do like, this front four. Rivaldo, Henry, Griezmann, Cruyff. I think you've got a lot of versatility there. You've got different types of shots, you've got different types of player. I really like how it links up and combines. Off the bench, Nico Williams, Julian Alvarez could be pivotal, but this is going to be a really good game. There will be goals. It's going to be high scoring. Are you wanting to change your prediction?
I think Emre Yilmaz wins.
Emre Yilmaz. I want to say Emre Yilmaz, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
The other way.
I think Resende wins this game, and I think he silences this crowd to guide you through it. It's going to be a big game. Gravison and Ryan Pessoa, take it away, chaps.
Thank you very much, Richard and Brandon. I can't wait to get started. As I said, predictions, we can only do so much. We want to see the gameplay kick off, and we will do so very, very shortly. But I just think whoever wins this game, and I agree, whoever wins it goes on to win the whole thing.
Should be the favourite.
I've been impressed with Yago. I've been very impressed with the other two as well, Jotaba and Hugo Sanchez. But I just feel like if Emre wins, I just see it as different levels of gameplay, in my opinion.
This thought just popped into my mind. Resende Yago semi-final.
I feel like a little bit of a grudge match there. Brazil versus Argentina in the La Liga FC Pro Cup. So I'm sure for everyone as well, they'll be wanting the domestic player to win. Like seeing a Spanish player win will be very important, because I feel like they haven't had the greatest season in terms of the players so far that we've seen eliminated. Nacho Bea, we've seen Dani Aguilar as well, Chusita, so many players that are incredibly gifted from the Spanish scene haven't performed. We've got two players that aren't Spanish. We've got Emre Yilmaz up against Resende, kicking off right now.
Resende with the possession, attacking from left to right, from Real Sporting, and then the hometown hero, Emre, with the blue and white stripes attacking from right to left. Ryan, let's go for it.
I think Balde as well. What do you think of that as a choice in left back? I think offensively he offers a lot, but defensively isn't, I think, the best choice. I know he's got anticipate plus, but I just feel like his stature in game.
I just think Alaba with the intercept and the bullet pass, I think, is just too strong. Defensively he's better. I don't know. Don't rate that, Balde.
There he is. Alaba steps across there for Resende to win possession. Vinny Jr. as well, a player we haven't really seen throughout the tournament.
Nope, I think it's the first time we've seen it.
Yep.
With the winter wildcard, the one with Trivela and Finesse as playstyle pluses.
It's a great option on over that left side, especially if you do like a finesse shot. It gives you the option, whether it's close to goal or a long distance effort.
I did have the chance to speak about this with Tundi, with Danny, with Josita, and they felt like Vini lacked the speed boost.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like using the play of the month from Mbappe. You can see the difference when they don't have that play style plus. Ball roll into a finesse shot, goes for the header, and doesn't manage to find the back of the net there.
One thing about Emre, he just sees those openings so quickly.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see that finesse.
Do you know one thing that surprised me when they showed the stats? Resende's got a better conversion in terms of shots at goal leading to goals compared to Emre Yilmaz, which is quite surprising because Emre Yilmaz is normally top of that list pretty much every single tournament he's in, just because of how decisive he is. When he shoots, more often than not, he scores.
I remember the ECL that he won back in 2023. It was just something about each 4 shots, he would score like 3 goals.
It was crazy. Oh, what a ball as well. That little player look to flick it over to Rivaldo. Doesn't manage to get it into control, but just furthering on what you were saying, I remember that. And it was quite alarming because he was scoring a lot of goals. It wasn't where he was taking only 1 shot per game and scoring 1. It was 6 shots, 6 goals, 7 shots, 7 goals. It was crazy. So to see Resende is challenging him on that as well just shows how well he has been playing. And it's good to see somebody that was around when we were playing as well. So it's good to see him playing in the highest levels again.
And the main thing that we can take from Resende, and if you pay close attention to this match, wow, what a ball. Carvajal to Thierry Henry. He goes again for another finesse, green timed. And he's happy with the corner, it seems. Fairlock comes in, Rivaldo.
You've got to be careful with Trivela. Got to be careful. You have to move the keeper in those moments. Resende read it really well. Corner again for Emre Yilmaz.
Oh, what a ball. Nice Simon. Yeah, takes it. One thing about Resende, if we pay close attention to the way he's defending, I know I said Dani Aguilar was the best defender in the competition, but I might take that back because Resende is amazing defending, the player switching, anticipating, everything. He's a great attacker now, but he used to be a great defender. It was impossible to score against him.
You're hoping his defense can lead him to victory in this game. Emre Yilmaz, just following on that chance we saw with the ball roll into a finesse. You can't even switch off for a split second because there is no danger there until he ball rolls inside, and then it just seems to open up for him. Rivaldo takes it into the space, doesn't manage to find a shot at goal.
Now this could be a great chance for a counter-attack, but no. Resende decides to take it back to the center backs and build from there. One thing that I love from Resende in the way he's been defending the second man press. Doesn't matter if it's on his... Oh, he's through. Lewandowski to make it 1-0 possibly. No!
Oh, he's gone for the chip.
Saved by Courtois.
We've seen those chips go in, and none other than against, or for Emre Yilmaz, I should say. Would you have gone with anything different in that position? Maybe a Trivela or gone for... I don't think the chip's a bad choice, to be honest with you.
Not really. I thought the chip shot was a great option. I thought it was going in, but the animation from Courtois was really good. Kaká to Xavi. Xavi twisting, turning. Vinicius Junior, you can see the keeper. Big
Oh,
move. That was close, Ryan.
Killed a keeper movement there. Maybe moving him slightly helped him in that way. Inadvertently, it did help him smother the ball there, but that was great dribbling there from Resende and Vinny. Good press again.
Seems like Resende is turning it up. Lewandowski to Fermin.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oi, Kaká. Kaká was open. Maybe for a tap in as well. But we're seeing Resende bringing the fight to Emre now. In the way he's pressing, the way he's not afraid of Emre at all.
Oh, I thought that pass would have been played. Keeper's come out. He's gone for a Trivela. Doesn't aim it
that was close.
Directly at goal, just wide. There's been a few moments where I feel like, I know it's critical because it's so easy to say it from not playing, right? But the first time or pass in behind or in the box, just a little bit different and a different choice, and we would have seen a couple goals in this game already.
Oh, come on. This player locks.
Like
come
there.
on. Oi, Courtois again.
Those first time passes, there seems to be a lot of space for either player here. Great build up though from Resende again.
That was 2 fake player locks.
It's incredible.
Then another player lock, but it doesn't matter because those through passes for Emre, he doesn't need that much fake player locks. This is good, FC. Second man press. Oh. Rivaldo.
I like how he's playing those balls out there when defending, just manual clearance instead of just hopelessly pressing past. It's Kaká building up for Resende. Keeper moved out the way. He changed angle, went near post. Very audacious. I know it's 0-0, but this is an incredibly entertaining and high-level game from both players so far.
One thing that if we compare old school against new school, the new school are, I'd say, so quick at doing things, so skilled. But I feel like the old school,
they take their time a little bit, and yeah.
But in a way, they are much more smart into the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you see the things that Resende are doing. He might not be as quick as Emre.
Oh, it's just offside there. The thought process was that. I see what you're saying, because he done that by purpose. He set up those angles to force Emre to move the keeper, and then went to the other side, and it almost would have been a perfect goal for him.
It feels like for Resende, this is like a chess match.
Yeah.
And for Emre, it's a matter of who's the quickest doing things. It's been a great match so far. Even though we're goalless, it's been great.
Compared to our previous quarter-final, in this moment, I believe we've seen 9 goals. That looked offside again, just. High line of Emre Yilmaz is catching Resende off quite a few times.
It might be a personal choice, but I love these matches.
Same.
These matches that are just 0-0, but a lot of stuff is happening. And maybe at whatever point, just what a speed boost. Cruyff, maybe a cross? No! Cruyff to make it 1-0. The crowd was wild. And here in San Sebastian, I think I need to call this in Spanish. Goal! Golazo, golazo, golazo de Johan Cruyff. Incredible, Ryan.
You can tell the fans are here to support Emre Yilmaz and Real Sociedad. We spoke about there being no goals so far. Emre Yilmaz changes that. Johan Cruyff. That's the loudest I've seen the...
Crazy. That was loud.
The loudest I've seen the fans so far in this tournament.
Now, Resende will not rush. He knows it's the last chance of the first half. And it could be the last kick. Just 1 minute left. Fermin with the ball. Great build-up. Speed boost from Griezmann. Second man press. Opens it up the angle. Kaká. Araujo clears it. That's 1-0 to Emre. 1-0 to Real Sociedad. What a first half, Ryan.
great first half from both players. As you said, albeit only 1-0 in favour of Emre Yilmaz. It's been really, really end-to-end. And that moment for Resende, he couldn't go too far back. The whistle would have blown for half-time, so he had to force the initiative, try and find space. But possession-wise, it's been in favour of Resende by quite some margin.
I feel like if I jump into Resende's and Emre's mind and feelings, I think Resende is happy with the way the game has been played, and don't think Emre is happy with the way the game has been happening. With the way he doesn't have any control of the game,
There's no
really.
control for him, zero. And again, look at this, the high press from Resende with Vinny triggering the run there. Could be in behind.
That was close.
An incredible step. Oh, and again, it just seems to be so many clear not clear, but chances that are developing that are just being stopped at the final moments.
And the thing, he's through. Lewandowski. The low-driven shot coming in, possibly. Yes, saved by Courtois. Great goalkeeper movement.
Just about prevents a goal there. Tries a first-time through ball to no avail. I thought we were going to see the equaliser there with Lewandowski.
One thing from Resende, he's missed now 2-3 clear chances. First clear chance that Emre got, scored.
Yeah.
Great defending. Look at Griezmann.
His defense are really, really narrow.
Yes.
Emre Yilmaz. I'm wondering what... We never really speak about roles potentially for players. I wonder what role that Balde has. It looks like false back, but I don't think it is. It's just really narrow.
I don't think it is.
It's not, but it's just...
it could be the depth. I don't know. But
look how narrow. Sorry, I know I'm getting distracted there, but the left back is where left centre back would be pretty much.
Yes. I mean, it could.
Oh, great play.
A great ball.
Resende did read it, but you still don't have the pace with Llorente to get there ahead of Rivaldo.
Great dribbling. This could be a great chance. Oh, that was good. Saved by Real Sporting's keeper, and now twisting and turning, and he loses the possession. This could be good for Real Sociedad. Cruyff takes the ball, gets the ball back to Griezmann, looking for maybe a finesse.
There it is.
A finesse is
there
coming
it
in.
Is.
Wow! Incredible. Incredible goal. The way he opened up the angle, the way he dribbled with R1 for a while. He thought about the finesse, and it was just perfect FC.
That's something we've seen him do earlier this season. A burrow into a finesse shot there, green timed into the corner, and now it's a massive task for Resende to get back into this game.
This is the thing we've seen throughout the whole season, really. Emre, when he tried the ball roll finesse, I think 3 times. And you know it's just a matter of it's gonna go in because the timing is right, the angle is right. So he knows he might miss a couple of them, but he knows when the timing is right, it will go in.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And now Real Sporting with a chance for a counter-attack.
It's got to be, has to be. Quick response from Resende. That was needed. He had to respond straight away, and he did so. Griezmann with the finesse shot.
It's a game of finesses.
Just builds up with the player lock, manages to get with the ball with Kaka into Lewandowski again, and just gets that pass with a double tap through the defensive line.
No time finishing needed. It was just a clear chance, 1v1, to make it 2-1. Resende is back in the game. Oh, this is really good. That pass took a little bit of time with the animation, and now Resende has a chance for a clear counter-attack. This is a great match. I think it's what we expected and even more.
Cruyff gets the ball to to Carvajal, sorry, and this could be a great chance. Carvajal inside the box, crossing to Rivaldo, and the crowd was wild. That's 3-1 to Real Sociedad, 3-1 to Emre. That was a perfect cross with the long ball pass with Carvajal, and Rivaldo with the perfect timing to make it 3-1 with a header. Emre's on a roll right now.
Yeah, the moment Rivaldo sort of peeled away there at the back post, just above Llorente, slightly taller at 6'1".
Resende is not happy at all. You can see the frustration.
Yeah, shaking the head. He's not happy with that goal. But in those positions, you can't really do much. I think the errors are before that moment, well before that. It's just the moment he ran towards the byline, he could have player looked in front of the defender, could have dinked it to the back post.
And this is the thing with when you're playing against the top dogs in the competition, the whole world, you could say, you were playing well, and now
he's gone.
He's gone. Thierry,
yeah,
to make it 4-1.
Oh, the way Emre set that up there. You know how he's been triggering the right mid and left mid to make the runs off the ball? Resende has to respect it. He changed cursor to track the run there. But then that pass is never going to be played for him. His main ambition is to just speed boost into the gap. Tchouaméni against Henry, there's only one winner, finesse shot. And it gives Emre Yilmaz a bit of breathing space.
And you actually were right. Look at the instructions. Ball playing defense, fullback on defense as well. I mean, you
changes for Resende. Yeah,
this is Resende's team, so it's not the Balde you were talking about. But you are probably right, because we did see a couple of roles being changed there. And back to my point, this is what happens when you play against the top dogs in the competition. 20 minutes in the second half, 4 goals, and there's nothing you could have done.
Speaking about changing tactics, is there anything you would do if you were Resende? You just seen him there. Is there anything you do? Do you go, like, how do you come back in a moment like this?
It is hard. I don't think it has anything to do with tactics, really.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes you play the game, you're playing well, you're playing the way you want, but when you're playing against arguably top 5 player in the world, this can happen. You can turn it up, and if you miss those chances...
It's got to be green time finish. Lewandowski, 20 minutes left. Resende spoke about the 3-goal lead. It's now down to 2. It's right back into this game.
He's into the game. I mean, Emre, I wouldn't say he's a great defender in the game, so you're gonna have chances.
Yeah, the thing is, when he switched to defender and stepped out, I thought, it could force Resende to make a mistake, but it kind of just left that bit opening for Resende to capitalize on.
One thing about Resende, because I remember in the first restrictions we used to have, you didn't have that many coins. And Resende spent a lot of coins on center backs with the Anticipate Plus.
Yeah.
Because one thing he will do, player switch into the center back and tackle.
Yeah.
That's the first thing he's going to do. So that's a 50-50 situation. If you defend it well, you'll get the ball back. But if you don't, he's through to the goal. Fermin. Offside. Yep. And I would say that's a 4-4-1-1. Oh, good press.
Incredible bit of press in there from Resende.
Great defending with David Alaba. Look at Rivaldo now.
That's twice now where I'm very surprised Emery's not played that pass to Henry. Very surprised. It's twice in a couple minutes, I would say, in game.
I agree with you. Nicole Williams running down the wing. Gets the ball back to Fermin Lopez. Who gets the ball back to Llorente. Now he's passing the midfield, opening up the space to the wing as well. He's trying to attack the wing, looking for that cutback. Nico Williams twisting, turning, gets the ball back to Fermin Lopez. Now the technical plus is activated, and this could be a great chance for a Trubella, but the keeper was moved, and Emre gets the ball back.
How would you move the keeper in those situations? Do you double tap triangle, or do you just manually move with the right stick?
I'm a right stick kind of guy, because the double tap of triangle I don't know why, but
brings him a little bit forward.
And this year, I don't like it as much as I did last year. The thing is, these pro players, they're defending with the left stick, and I think they're double tapping with the triangle. So they're able to defend and cover the shot as well. But that's probably the reason why I'm commentating, because I cannot do that.
I'm just looking at how aggressive Resende's gone there. He's put 2 wing backs in his tactics there.
No.
He's put a stopper as well, 2 playmakers on attack. Very, very aggressive.
Short passing, aggressive, 95. Winger. Playmaker, that makes sense. 4-4-2. Are you a holding kind of guy or playmaker kind of guy?
I like one of each.
One of each?
Yeah, one of each. 2 playmakers I've seen, and I didn't like. I just felt a bit too open.
Andres won.
Yeah, I don't know how. With that. I feel like he could have been a bit of a pump fake. Cruyff on the attack, twisting and turning, and there it is. Rivaldo, massive save. I thought that little fake cutback, it just gave the space for Rivaldo, the passing lane, to open up a little bit more. Zubimendi into Cruyff. Just look at the way he's zipping the pass around.
Great defending with Araujo. Now he has a chance for a counter-attack. As you can see, the defensive depth being so high up that he's going to have to open up the angle to the wing. Great passing from Real Sporting. This could be it. Oh, that has to be double tap triangle.
I thought it was a guaranteed chance there for Resende.
No!
Got to shoot.
Oh, I thought Lewandowski was open for a pass.
Corner.
Gets the ball back, that's offside.
Offside, yeah.
And this could be it. Look at the counter-attack, look at Thierry Henry. He's through. Great speed boost. Pass the ball back to Cruyff. And this could be it, Ryan. Araujo out of position. He's not in a rush, he doesn't have to score.
I was about to say, Emre Yilmaz has been in this position countless times this season. Up by a couple goals with 5 or so minutes left to be played. You don't need to score another one. It's just about keeping possession, resorting to game.
Red card.
Hold on.
That's a controversial decision. Red card, really? Surely we need a replay.
See that again?
Surely we need a replay. That's not a red card.
I feel like that's crazy.
So what do you do now? Cruyff, he doesn't have any... Hey. Balde is don't know if he has both positions, fullbacks. He has. No, that's Carvajal. No, he's changing every single one now. I'm gonna see if the role of Balde now, he changes.
What do you do here with a red card? You put it in attacking midfield as you see here, or maybe in strike?
He has the right back position as well.
I'm surprised that's a red, I'll be honest with you.
That's not a red in my books.
Yeah. Ref must have thought it was Luis Skelly. That's what I'm hearing.
That's a tough position for Emre, because
if he concedes off this attack, he's in trouble.
We're gonna see the replay now.
Let's see this again.
Let's see the replay.
It's still in the offensive area. Is it that?
Nah,
that's crazy.
That's not a red card. Come on, ref. That's not a red card.
Never.
And now that's 6 minutes left, and
oh, he's giving it away. Now we need some sort of game management for Emre Yilmaz.
Great.
Just about gets through. I think Resende should have intercepted that, to be honest with you. It's a bit unfortunate.
Gets the ball back now.
This is what you have to do. Keep the ball in the offensive areas, and he's giving it away. Resende has to score as soon as possible here.
Great pressing.
Ooh. Oh, that's an incredible triggered run. Javi in on goal here. Has to score. Keeper saves.
Now, chance for a corner, no. I think that's the chip that he made on the first half with Courtois saving it.
It's in his mind now.
It's in, yeah. Because that, in my opinion, that was a clear chip.
I agree.
Now Henry is through to seal the deal. Henry, look at that cross, double tap. Come on, Henry. Take a bow to make it 7-4 to seal the deal and the qualification for the semi-final. The Real Sociedad crew is going wild. And again, what a double tap cross.
Look at that ball across there, and just to finish it, puts it into the bottom corner. Game, set and match. 5-2. Emre Yilmaz advances into the semi-finals. Yago awaiting him. But he will be thinking, on paper, the tournament bracket has shaped up to be relatively favourable in his favour compared to the amount of players that have dropped out at this moment that he would have expected to be waiting for him in these moments.
Great defending by Emre. And this second half has been just perfect from Emre. He could make it 6-2. Oyan Sancet passed it to Nico Williams and saved by Unai Simon, but it doesn't matter because Emre Yilmaz is through to the semi-final. Wow. What can we say, Ryan?
Very entertaining game. I think both players played well in parts, and I think a result in favour of Emre Yilmaz is fair. I think Resende's been very, very well. He's played very, very well in this tournament so far. It comes to an end early for him. Emre Yilmaz advances into the semi-finals. Resende, of course, despite this tournament being over, still will be participating at the finals in a few weeks' time. So we can take positives in that and then, of course, look to bounce back.
Top 8 in this tournament. Strong performance in the regular season. So the only thing that's left for him is the title in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the semi-finals coming up very, very shortly. Emre Yilmaz, of course, sealing that in this game against Resende. But we'll see you after the break. Thank you.
everyone, I'm Luxen. I'm here with Bobby in LALIGA FC Pro Cup in San Sebastian, where we are in the FC Mobile booth, where we can play anytime and anywhere. We're with some more people playing, and I invite you to come and play with us.
Welcome back to LALIGA FC Pro Cup here in San Sebastian in Spain. Alongside myself is the brilliant Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley. What were you doing?
I was just getting on FC Mobile.
Were you?
Yeah, getting my team ready.
Has Ryan been talking to you about how good it is?
Yeah, we're going to start grinding together.
You're going to start watching?
Grinding the game. Get your mind out the gutter to goal.
Okay, I'll save us all from the visions of that by looking at the bracket on the screen. Oh, compose myself. Okay, so we just saw there on the main stage, Resende taking on Emre Yilmaz. Richard Buckley, stop your laughter. You've had too much coffee cake, I tell you.
I'm locked in. Big games coming up.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the highlights from that one shortly, but we have our semi-finalists. But you know what? I'm going to tell you about that just after these highlights. So, Resende, you saw him there wincing. He was frustrated after this performance. So talk to me, guys. I mean, look, we said this was going to be one of the really tough games, really hard to predict. Two brilliant players, fairly evenly matched. But most of us, and Ryan, I gave my score prediction. I gave my prediction, well, not score prediction. We've definitely got that wrong. My prediction on who would win the game, I said Emre Yilmaz. Most of us did, apart from Mr. Richard Buckley. But how did that go compared to what you were expecting?
I think Resende played a good game, if I'm being honest. I think there were moments where he got unfortunate, that the one that hit the post, and then Courtois leg save. But then Emre, his class in that second half started to pull away a little bit more. But it could have gone either way.
Do you not think if Resende scored first,
I think it's a different game.
Completely different?
Of course it is, yeah.
And
of course it is.
The near post finesse where he changed the angle of it.
That was incredible.
It's genius.
Yeah.
And he got really unfortunate, I think. But as soon as Emre got that lead and got one and then the second just after half time, there was only ever going to be one winner.
Think about the red card. Come on, Rich.
In the grand scheme of things, it's irrelevant to the game.
It is.
So I'm not going to talk about it, right?
Yeah, right. That's a cop-out, that is.
Emre is so relaxed, though, isn't he, when he's playing as well? He kind of doesn't get caught up with the emotions of it. Have you guys ever seen him massively celebrate or get really, really emotional either way?
I saw a smile once.
When he won the Champions League.
It was a little smile.
Tiny smile.
I've seen him get frustrated.
Yeah.
I've seen him more frustrated and angry at himself and maybe his performance rather than overjoyed with what he's doing. Speaking of emotion, I don't know if did you see the crowd? You were commentating.
Yeah.
When he scored the first goal, they all turned around and started doing the Poznan.
No, they didn't.
They did. They did. I were in the crowd. I were in the crowd.
That's unreal.
I mean, that game ended 5-2. Perhaps slightly more one-sided in the end than we thought it would be, but still two absolute quality players. But Emre Yilmaz does make it through to the semi-finals.
Resende will be coming back in a couple of weeks to the finals, wanting revenge.
100%.
And also, he'll be in the quarterfinals again. His quality, in my opinion, should be in that same category. When we're talking about the favourites of this tournament, Nicholas, Oberon, Emre, Resende's right there.
The only issue is because we haven't seen him in so long, I just wanted to see if he still has that hunger and belief in him. He did. That's what I'm saying. So I'm with you. I agree.
I think we're a bit of a jinx, guys, because last night at the end of the show, Ryan, we had both Resende and Oberon join us, and they spoke really well. We had a lovely little chat, and they both felt pretty good heading into today, and then just like that, they're both gone.
Yeah,
Ryan.
I think there's a common denominator. Anytime anyone speaks to Nicole, they're out.
Me? I thought you were going to say us as a team, and you've just...
I'm putting the blame on Nicole.
Remember Nacho Bay and Danny Aguilar? What happened to them?
Why are you blaming? Oh, I am actually the common denominator with all of them. Yeah, very true. We've got the semi-finals coming up shortly. First one, Hugo Sanchez versus Jotaba. And then the second one, Yago versus Emre Yilmaz. Oh, they're both going to be good. But I'm guessing, Richard Buckley, you've got your eyes more so on the second one?
Yeah, I think Jotaba will fancy it. I think when you say to both of these two players, you've got a chance at a final, and you're playing against Hugo Sanchez. You've got a final, and you're playing against Jotaba. They would have snapped your hand off for that opportunity. And I think the prize pool is amazing. The bigger thing for me, one of these two players will be going into the finals as the second overall seed.
Yeah, wow.
Meaning that if it's Emre who wins it, the tournament, you're not going to play Emre until the final if you get there in a couple of weeks' time. What this does mean, Nicholas went out 8 through 5.
Yeah.
You might get a really tough first game.
But you could also look at it where they could all be on one side.
Yeah, absolutely. Emre, Nicholas, Oberyn,
exactly.
they all might be on the same side of the bracket.
It's crazy, crazy.
I actually meant, Richard, are you more excited for the second semi-final, the Iago versus
sorry.
Emre? You took it as the second player.
I'm excited for both. I just love FC.
You love it. Iago versus Emre, though, Ryan. That's going to be so good.
That one's really hard to call, you know. I've been so impressed with Iago. But then Emre's defensive display against Resende, for the most part, especially in that second half, was so strong.
We can wait to give a prediction.
Yeah.
You don't need one
We've got a bit of
now.
time.
Of course, the finals, the grand finals, are in a couple of weeks' time. We're all going to be there. What are you taking from that, from what we have seen from the 16 players that are going to be featuring in the finals? I mean, obviously, we've lost some huge names like Nicholas. Do you still back Nicholas, for example, to go all the way and be crowned champion?
I'm not going to give that prediction early. What I will say is, I think when you look at the field of competition, when you look at Andoni and Zidane and all these players that are going to be in that 16, we've not seen a lot of them over this weekend. They're not going to play bad 2 tournaments in a row. Nicholas isn't going to get knocked out, in my opinion, in the first round, in a quarter-final. 2 tournaments in a row. Oberyn isn't going to play bad 2 tournaments in a row. So, is it a one-off? Is Jataba here? Is Hugo Sanchez here? Is Iago here as a one-off? Or is this what we can expect? And they're the questions that I think, I mean, it's a €250,000 question, really, when you look at this overall. But I'm really, really intrigued. What an opportunity this is for one of these 2 players to get into a final of a LAN major tournament.
Absolutely, and we have the finals of the Cup coming up later on today. But first, of course, the first semi-final. Hugo Sanchez representing Eibar versus Jotaba representing Elche. 2 players, guys, I think it's fair to say none of us, and quite possibly no one at home, I mean, let us know in the chat if otherwise, would have predicted these 2 to be in the semi-finals of the Cup here in San Sebastian, surely.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think for both Richard and I, when we spoke about Jataba, watching him before the tournament, I didn't have enough knowledge to say that he was good, but watching
on the eye test,
I was so impressed in that first game.
Yeah,
the player looks were unbelievable. Everything was timed to perfection.
Is that where you're going then?
Oh yeah, for me, my prediction's here. Yeah, I think Jataba wins this game.
Richard?
I've gone through him every round. I've predicted Jataba to win every game so far.
Oh yeah, and then you'll get your face painted.
Correct.
That's the whole thing, isn't it?
Correct.
As we get ready for this game, Ryan, we were just talking about, well, Richard was saying actually that for the big name players in La Liga in this tournament and heading into the finals, that if they've had one bad weekend, one bad tournament, it won't happen again. As a player, from that mindset, what do they do then between now and the finals? It's not a long time.
Yeah.
Will they look back at all of their games, think about what went wrong? How do they approach it?
Obviously, it depends on the mindset of the player as well, but let's look at Nicholas' perspective. Obviously, a lot of VOD reviewing, meaning just going over the gameplay, not just of your games, your potential opponents as well, I think is very important, and just trying to fine-tune certain things that didn't go in your favour.
I mean, we spoke to Nicholas, though.
Yeah.
In his own words.
He didn't feel like he'd done anything wrong. Yeah, and I kind of disagree a little bit.
Oh, go on then.
I feel like
let's get him back out here.
No, I feel like he dominated large portions of the game. However, I feel like he lost the game based on finishing. I mean, precision. In any other year, I would agree with him. But now we've got precision shooting. Those elements of where you aim the ball and it's precision shooting now, obviously, you need to be precise. So there was some element. It was about 4 or 5 of those chances. So
early.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when that's been added into the game, I think the blame lands on your shoulders a lot more than it did in previous years. So I find it hard to resonate with him this time round. Normally I would agree with him, but if you're basing it off absolutely everything, I feel like it wasn't that clear cut in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I wonder if Emre is going to have an advantage here this evening, because when we mentioned it earlier on, the crowd, we've got people out here watching the main stage. They're loud and they are enthusiastic.
Yeah, the Sociedadans have turned up for Emre Yilmaz. They're probably going to the concourse now, playing a few of the games, a little bit of foosball before he comes back out in 45 minutes' time. But it will be loud. Who's going to be potentially facing Emre, though, in the final? That's what we're going to figure out.
Exactly that. It is either going to be Hugo Sanchez or Yotaba. We will find out very shortly. Right, it is time to head back to our casters, Brandon Smith and Gravison.
Yes, here we go then. Semi-final time here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. I mean, we start with this one, and to be honest, it's a semi-final, Gravison, that no one would have expected. Coming into today, coming in yesterday, when you saw the 24 players that were here. I mean, they're here on merit. They've played well. They've knocked out some of the big names, but you just wouldn't have expected this to be one of your semi-finals.
When I went to bed last night, I thought Nicolas was going to be in the final. And I thought it was going to be a tough match because he would have to play Oprah in the semi-finals. But then, we go forward in time, 24 hours, Hugo Sanchez against Jotaba. And this is a match that I was just listening to the Spanish interview they did. They've not played that much comparatively. And Jotaba said that Hugo Sanchez has not beat him once, not even in practice, and obviously not in the LAN environment. So Jotaba feels like he's the favorite, but Hugo Sanchez, after that impressive result against Nico, I don't know what to expect, Brandon.
Well, one thing that they both have in common, Gravison, is they've both taken out huge names in this tournament. In case you missed it, Hugo Sanchez was able to beat Nicolas and stop him from going back-to-back as a defending champion here at the LALIGA Cup. But on the other side for Jotaba, he beat Obrun. I mean, you're looking at his team here, Gravison. Anything that's interesting, he's gone for the three icons there, but I mean, Xavi's on the bench. Xavi will start, we're guessing, or not?
I guess we're expecting Xavi to be a start, maybe Marcos Llorente to be a sub, Bellingham and Sigankov as starting 11. I don't know, because Bellingham, team of the year, has to go in. And then between Xavi, Marcos Llorente, Sigankov, I think the weakest one is Marcos Llorente, because he's out of position. As the right back, he's the best, but midfield or wing, I don't know.
Looking at the chat as well, for those that have just tuned in, welcome into the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Let us know who you think is going to win this competition. Only 4 names left now, and those 4 names are these two on screen. And then Emre Yilmaz will be taking on Yago in our next semi-final. Only one of them can go through and call themselves the LALIGA FC Pro Cup champion tonight here in San Sebastian and pick up €25,000. I was saying earlier in commentary, these players would have wished that this was the finals, because by now they would have all qualified for the E-Champions League, Gravison, and a win here would have guaranteed you a spot in the World Championships. I know it's a great warm-up, I know it's great momentum, I know it's an opportunity to pick up a trophy, but they would have been hoping that this was a very different scenario in terms of what was on the line for them, because I don't think we'll ever see a bracket that's ended like this one has in LALIGA history, ever.
No, ever, because back in 2019-20, all the favorites were in there in the semi-finals, in the finals. I think the last big surprise we've seen was Nit in 2020 online, because he was just 16 and he went on the tournament to win it all. But now this was Sanchez, Jotaba. They've been around the block for so long, but it just feels like now is the right timing for them to prime.
I was having a little look at the history of LALIGA FC Pro Cup. In his first ever LALIGA FC Pro Cup, Jotaba, you beat him.
Yes,
you knocked him out.
I did.
I mean, that was not a nice welcome, was it?
It is what it is.
But you were in prime then. You know, you're off the back of winning it in 2019. I mean, you've seen this scene evolve. And look, the fact that there was only 2 Spanish players early today in that top 8 bracket, and they've knocked out all of the overseas players that have come in, the likes of Obrun, Nicolas, falling out, Di Fernandez, Resende, all left the tournament. They're like, look, this is a Spanish FC Pro League competition. We appreciate the competition's big. We appreciate the big names are coming in, but we're still here to represent Spain and to hope that a Spanish champion will lift the trophy here.
For sure, Brandon. I feel like when you're playing here at your country, when you're representing one of your home clubs, it's different than playing an FC Pro, playing an ECL, because you know you have to represent your family, your people at home. Yeah. So I feel like sometimes when you're playing these competitions, you might give your 80%, but when you know your mom might be here watching, you go to 110.
We have got quite a few fans in the building here at the Cursal here in San Sebastian, which played host to last year's competition, which, as we said, Nicholas was a winner. In another world, Gravison, I mean, I don't think there's ever been a player that's won the Super Cup, the Cup and the League. At one point today, this morning, I was thinking Nicholas was going to be on to do that.
Back to back.
I think someone in the chat said this is a semi-final that people wouldn't have expected, because in another world, it probably could have been Nicholas against Oberon, but look, you can only sit here as many times and say ifs, buts and maybes and what could have been. These two are here for a reason. They've been absolutely incredible. We all went to kick off this game. You can just see behind us here. They're waiting in lobby to get it going. And let's see how this one plays out. If I had to put you on the spot, Gravison, what do you think we're going to see in terms of a scoreline in this game, or a winner? I'm going to go out and say I think Jotabar will win, because I think he's, out of the two quarterfinals, I think he was a bit more impressive.
He is the favorite to win this match. In the regular season, he was stronger than Hugo Sanchez, even though they played in the same group. And Hugo Sanchez qualified as the first one. I feel like Jotaba dropped a few points that he shouldn't have. And if you look historically in Spain, Jotaba is a much more important part of our esports story here in Spain. But anything can happen, because how can you say that Hugo Sanchez is not the favorite to win this thing after defeating the current champ, Nicholas?
And the key thing about that game is he rode the waves of Nicholas' pressure. Yes, there was a bit of luck in there, but that's what you need in a cup tournament and a knockout tournament. You need the rub of the green, you need a red time finish, you need your opponent to smash against the post and waste chances. And look, everything went his way. Hugo Sanchez, you need a bit of luck on a way of being a champion in a knockout. But how much luck can he have against Jotabar? I don't think he can hold out for much longer. Right, we're jumping into this one. That is what they're playing for. That LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And 25,000 euros in the process as well. And here we go then. Jotabar coming in early doors there, 2.5 minutes into the game. That was just the first warning sign of what's to happen. He made quite the showcase, didn't he, for Team of the Year Thierry Henry earlier, Jotabar. I think he scored 6 goals with him in his match against Oberon. I think it goes without saying that in these restrictions of 12 million coins and the icons you are allowed to use, by far the most important icon in that team.
Yes. Ryan Pessoa flexed his Team of the Year Henry untradeable first owner, so it's probably the best striker in the league at the moment. It's a interesting player lock. Xavi, the skill. Gets the ball back to Bellingham.
There's the player locks everywhere. Can Rivaldo get an angle for a shot? He can. Bit of goalkeeper movement, but Courtois was still able to match up the save there. I mean, we spoke about it earlier in detail, me and Richard, but why are the player locks maybe overused, but overused to a degree which is very effective for Jotabar?
Because right now, playing against the 95 defensive depth, you gotta go for those. Because if you don't, the IA will get the ball back from you easily. So if you wanna correct the positions of the strikers, if you wanna create new angles, you gotta go for those player locks. Because if not, you'll just lose the ball every time you attack.
And how simple is that player lock for those at home?
It is hard. It is really hard, because you gotta be so quick. You gotta be so quick not only to activate it, but to player switch into the player you want, correct the direction in which he's running, and then just the timing of the pass. So I'm saying all this, but you have to do this in under a second, so
especially where
really hard.
I mean, that's just to do one player lock, right? Let alone do 3, 4, 5 player locks.
Tactically, I think we're seeing 4-2-1-3 against 4-4-1-1. That's Eibar using the 4-4-1-1 and Elche using the 4-2-1-3. but we could see this changing in just a second.
And a question for you at home as well. What formation are you currently rocking on FC 25 Arlington? That's a clever pass. Lewandowski. He might be an unfamiliar number 10 shirt, but he very much looks like a number 9 out there still. It's a great little run off the ball. Thankfully, for Hugo Sanchez's goal, he came out flying. Well, this is a very similar style to what we saw in the last game, Gravesen against Nicholas. The first 20 minutes or so, Hugo Sanchez was sort of pinned in by Nicholas. See what he can do here with his first real attack in the game. Rivaldo, can he find a cutback? Oh, that's beautifully done! Alex Romero with a huge save.
That was beautiful, beautiful play, Brandon.
Straight back down the other end for an attack, but, you know, I was criticised in the first 15 minutes or so that Hugo Sanchez hasn't really been able to get out off the traps.
Now Jotava trying to go for the speed boost, but misses it.
What formation are you currently rocking at home?
4-4-2, same as Ryan. What about you?
Same. I'm just... The worst part is, if 4-4-2 wasn't good, I'd still be using it.
That's the only one you know how to use?
I'm just English. It's just a 4-4-2. It's basic. It's easy.
4-4-2 and crosses, I guess.
More of a cut inside finesse, Gravesen, to be honest with you. Here's Rivaldo now, that dream chaser item, which popped into a lot of these teams with the 12 billion coins that are available. Some of the chat saying they're playing a 4-3-3. Thierry Henry. To Ximenez. Henry again! Alex Romero, he might not be Courtois, but he is playing out of his skin at the moment. 2 huge saves.
Impressive goalkeeper movement by Jotava.
How is this game still 0-0? Flick on. What's happening here? Get rid of the ball! Thierry Henry.
But that's the precision shooting right there. It's so hard with all the pressure when you're playing in the semi-final to just aim right. Now Bellingham through. Oh,
in that moment
defense
there, obviously you're spamming to press circle as quick as you can there and try and aim it towards goal, Gravesen. How did he get it so wrong?
I think it's because you're used to just the normal shooting. So when you gotta aim on a 180-degree angle. So that's really hard.
Your back's to goal as well, aren't you?
Yeah. That's probably the hardest shot you can get with precision shooting.
David Alaba kind of stitching up Courtois there and was able to eventually get clear of possession. Here's Marcus Llorente. He is here, there and everywhere. Can he be the provider to set up the breakthrough in this semi-final? Maradona, can he drop the shoulder? It's another save. He's on his way to get man of the match, isn't he?
He is. That's now 3 big saves to be alive in the dream of reaching the final here in San Sebastian.
Another day, that's 3 guaranteed goals.
Now Marcos Llorente with a clear chance for a counter-attack.
Jose Bailon feeling very fortunate there that his goalkeeper has pulled out 3 massive saves. Down the other end, Rivaldo blocked by Araujo. And a corner to come in 35 minutes here. You can tell these two are feeling the pressure because all the other quarter-final games had 10+ goals in them, and even one of them had 9 goals before half-time.
This could be a good chance. Look at Sigankov. He's going to keep running.
Sigankov, there's his player. Now he's in possession. There's that rapid to pull away from the defender. Knows he hasn't got the legs quite to
smart.
Pull away from everyone. Tried to bring someone else into possession there, and the attack breaks down eventually. Hugo Sanchez, I have to say, Even though it might have been a slow 15 minutes, Gravison, he has been very much on top, and if he goes into half-time without a goal here, he's probably going to feel like Nicholas did in the last round.
Exactly the same match, but going the other way, because he's been much more active with everything.
Offside. Here's Lewandowski.
He's been more active with the player locks, more active with the way he's triggered the runs, with the way he's been attacking throughout the whole match. Now this is a good chance for Hugo Sanchez to make it 1-0. Viktor Sigankov, which is not in a rush, but now Henry.
There's that turn from Thierry Henry.
What a save! Again.
Alex Ramiro. How on earth? Is he playing that good? The goalkeeper of Real Sociedad. Has had about 4 or 5 big saves here, Gravison. I mean, I'm not sure how he's doing it.
No, not really. Now Alaba is out of position.
Hang on a second, Llorente.
Good cross.
Again, dealt with pretty well. If you're wondering what goalkeeper that is, by the way, Alex Ramiro, it's his foot numero item. He's only 30,000 coins, Grav.
Yeah.
If by any means you've got a La Liga team and you are inspired by what you've seen this weekend here in Spain, and you want a reliable goalkeeper, bring him in.
Hometown hero, because he plays for Real Sociedad. I actually saw on the building Fernando Llorente in here with his 2 kids.
Fernando Llorente is here?
Yes, he was. He was in here watching, but I feel like he was here with his 2 kids, and I don't think he's doing any activations or whatever. I think he was just in here.
Does he live in San Sebastian, do we know?
It looks like it, because he's retired now, right? I don't think Fernando Llorente plays professional football. Could someone in the chat please reply to us if Fernando Llorente plays professional football? Because I don't think so. And I know he's not up in here for any activations or whatever, so maybe he's just an FC fan and he's here watching the competition.
I'm just looking, his last club he played for was Eibar.
Eibar, okay.
In 2022, I believe. So I'll predict that he is retired. He did score 2 goals in that final season, but he's now 40 years of age, Gravison. So if he was still playing, fair play to him. I mean, he knows where the goal is, so he certainly could be an option. Ryan Pessoa joins us at half-time on commentary. Ryan, look, we've come off the back of 4 quarter-finals that have had about 10 to 15 goals in each of them. This one is 0-0. But for Hugo Sanchez, he sits here at half-time and thinks, how on earth have I not scored at least one?
It happened just in the other quarterfinal between Nico and Hugo. Nico was on top of the game. He didn't score any single goals in the first half. And then Hugo had a brilliant start of the second half, 5 goals in just 15 minutes. So, of course, it happens, Ryan. Great defending.
Keep in mind, you win this game, you will be guaranteeing yourself at least 10,000 euros before a ball's even been kicked. Jota Bar against the run of play. Llorente, Lewandowski. There is the breakthrough, and look, you could argue against the run of play, but it goes back to the point again. If you don't take your chances at this level, you will be punished.
I mean, we were talking about how this could happen. You don't take your chances and then clear counter-attack. Llorente as a winger, which is a weird choice, but one thing, he's fast. So he got the ball, passed it to Lewandowski, 1-0.
Hugo Sanchez, how will he respond? Maybe with an instant cross, which would have fell into the path. of the on-rushing Diego Maradona. Nor Thierry Henry. I mean, looking at this Final Four, I just think for me, it just screams an Emre Yilmaz win. It does, regardless of I know who one of these two will be getting into the grand final. And I know, don't get me wrong, on commentary, I've not given these two enough plaudits and enough credit for what they've achieved today, but I just look at the other side of that bracket and I look at an Emre Yilmaz that's got the home crowd with him. He's full of confidence. He's a winner.
No. That makes sense, and it could happen, but I don't see Emre losing a final.
I agree with you. Fake play along there, Llorente. Eventually, Lewandowski. You saw the idea. Rivaldo was at the back post, waiting to complete the final part of the puzzle. You've just got to remember, though, Gravison, Hugo Sanchez is only one goal behind in this game. That's nothing in the complexion of this game.
Nothing. I mean, we've seen matches with, what, 10, 12 goals?
Oh, that's a great goal.
Oh, he's through. Maybe there was an angle for a low driven.
Yeah, I feel like he could have carried on going there.
Yeah,
I really
so.
did. I felt like Lewandowski got a bit of pace there in behind. I thought he could have been in on goal.
Yeah. Now it's, oh, Thierry Henry. Thierry Henry again.
Thierry Henry, oh my days. That's 6 or 7 saves he's made. He's getting chipped there. He just pulled out a hand from nowhere. It's an animation that I've not really ever seen.
No.
I've not seen that. That's a crazy save, Gravison.
That's sometimes what happens when you pick this goalkeeper. Sometimes it's just, maybe you go for a Courtois and they're good, but you try a different keeper. And
Yeah, agreed. I feel like that should have been a goal. I thought when Henry powered through a goal, it was guaranteed to see an equaliser, especially the chip. That's a great save.
I mean, Nicholas was annoyed when he lost his game, but he felt that he deserved more against Hugo Sanchez. Has to keep knocking on the door, Hugo Sanchez. Because sooner rather than later, it will come crashing down with the amount of pressure that he's been putting on. Shots above.
Great.
Corner. Into a pause we shall go. This gives us a chance just to see both players' POVs here now. One player is looking to see out the game, and the other looking to completely change their tactics, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's important moments. I do think, though, it's too early for Jotaba to try and go defensive. I feel like there's still a large portion of the game remaining. We've got over 20 minutes, so going defensive, I think it's too early, but I think setting it up isn't a bad thing, just having it just in case, Gravison.
It is too early with 22 minutes left to play. But again, if you, as Ryan mentioned, if you get that tactic ready, maybe you don't need to waste a pause, which are important because you only get 3 of them.
Yeah.
Well, let us know in the chat. We can see you. We have appreciated you tuning in across the last 2 days. Who do you think is going to win the La Liga FC Pro Cup? If you haven't been following the action today, Nicholas, Obran, Resende, all eliminated. Andy Fernandez, only 4 players left in the tournament. Jota Bar, Hugo Sanchez, Emre Yilmaz, or Yago will be this year's champion. Give us your prediction in the chat. For me, I could just see Emre Yilmaz going the whole way today. And what an opportunity it'd be for him. His first time playing in this league. This is going to be cruel if he goes and scores now. Bellingham! He might have only had 3 shots in the whole game. But he will not care by any means, because he's on his way to a grand final.
That's the reason why you have a Team of the Year version of Bellingham. One chance, it goes in. 2-0.
I think it's a tough moment for Hugo Sanchez because he now has to just dig deep a little bit and think, all right, I know I've created a few chances where I should have scored. I'm losing 2-0, 20 minutes to go. I was about to say just try and just see if you can respond as quick as possible. It's obviously not as easy as that, but that would do him the world of good if he could score here. Not meant to be.
No.
Maradona! Into a pause again we go. Let's see how this one plays out. Looks like he's stuck in that 4-4-2 still there, Gravison.
Yes. Jose Bailon is comfortable with the 4-2-1-3, which is a good formation to seal the deal if you have a chance for a counter-attack.
I feel like that's way more defensively oriented and counter-attacking, as you mentioned, than the likes of 4-4-2.
Quick on the play now. Time not on his side. Maradona. Cafu once but twice. Right place, right time to block the fellow South American icon.
This could be it.
It's all been coming through Marcus Llorente. It's all been Marcus Llorente. Every time he's been through in goal, it's come from that right side. And all Jota Bar seems to do, guys, is just constantly play mind games and tricks of his opponent. It's always a tease of, I might do a player lock, I might cut the ball back inside. He waited for the goalkeeper movement to come in from Hugo Sanchez, and it was the easiest tapping he will get all tournament long.
Yeah, there's one thing with goalkeeper movement this year. I think obviously it's effective in sort of nullifying those chances. However, you kind of need to time it to perfection. You can't move that early. You just give your opponent pretty much an open goal, Gravison, so it's tough.
Especially because last year you could move the keeper backwards.
Straight back. Yeah, the moment you commit, you're kind of in danger of just conceding a goal, and that's exactly what's happened. For one, I know there's 15 minutes. I think that's game, set, and match.
I agree. Especially because I think Hugo's best moment of the match has passed, really.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. I think that first half was controlling. I mean, he played better in that first half, and then second half he did have a few good minutes, but it seems like for the last, 20 to 25 minutes, he's been out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Hugo Sanchez, I'm surprised he hasn't been more annoyed visually. There's one.
Oh, offside.
But again, Alex Remiro with another save.
Yeah.
And that's what, 7 now?
I want to see the stats at the end of the game. It is ridiculous. Crazy from Alex Remiro. Now the 12 million coins, he only cost 30,000. And he is most definitely outperformed his price tag. Final 10 minutes now as we edge towards finding out one of our grand finalists. It kind of felt like he was the player yesterday that was getting the headlines. Jota Bar, he was loud, he was proud, and he's had quite the bracket run, Gravison, as well.
Yeah. That win in the quarterfinals against Obrun, I feel like it cemented his confidence.
Yeah, 100%. I think you kind of need those wins in any tournament, as well as you need these type of performances where in the first half you weren't playing at your best, but then you managed to push through that tough period and end up winning a game. You need both of those levels, the one that raises the confidence and the one that shows that you can be resilient as well. And so far, he's had a perfect tournament.
It sounds ridiculous to say, but in terms of the player quality and maybe their past history, their past stature, their past achievements, on paper, this might be one of his lesser difficult matches. Look, if you look back on it, he played Natra Bayer in his first knockout round yesterday. A player who was so good last year, played in the Champions League, World Championships. He has come so close to winning this tournament and the league. Played Hidalgo in his next knockout round. Played Obron earlier today.
On paper, yeah, I agree with you, but based on what we've seen, Hugo Sanchez he's had an incredible tournament, honestly.
He's had an incredible tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're basing it based on
just
prior
everything.
History. Yeah, of course.
And name and value. Look, this is Hugo Sanchez's best ever tournament he's ever had.
Yeah. Which
I think, congratulations to him on that. I mean, his biggest ever prize pot, I believe he's ever had as well. This is a great springboard for him.
100%.
Good for the seeding. He'll be, top 4 in the seeding going into the league in 2 weeks' time.
One thing that we haven't mentioned is because the seeding is decided because of the cup. And in the finals, we're going to have on the same bracket Nico and Obrun, that's cemented.
Yeah.
And in case Emre wins the tournament, it's going to be him on that side of the bracket again.
That's beautiful. Oh, goodness. That's one way to seal a win, to get into the finals.
Headsets off from them both. They know it's game over. Fermin Lopez, take a bow. I mean, look, we can argue about Alex Ramiro having the best game of his life, but you can't look past what Yotsubara has done there. He will be in a grand final, his first ever grand final in the LALIGA FC Pro history, and on his 6th year of competing, this might be the year for him to go the full way and to lift the trophy. That is one semi-final concluded here from the LALIGA FC Pro. And when we're back after this, another one comes thick and fast. As we see Emre Yilmaz take on Yago for a spot in the grand final. All to come up next after this.
Welcome back to a brilliant day here in San Sebastian in Spain. And joining me at the desk once again is Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley. Oh, you just tried to do something really cute.
I went early.
You went too early. The camera wasn't ready. Do it again. Come on, it's on you.
Go back to the shot on the call.
And I'm here with Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley.
There you go.
Was it worth the wait? Probably not.
Thank you.
No one's clapping, by the way. He's just saying
One
thank you
person
to
clapped. Oh, guys, how are we doing? We've seen quite a lot of action here today in Spain. It's been really thrilling, exciting games, as we would have expected after what we saw yesterday, day one, and big names being knocked out of the tournament. So here is the bracket. Here is what has happened so far. Don't forget, we started yesterday with 24 players, and now, well, we already know one finalist, Jotaba Elche.
Yeah.
And the next one will be confirmed soon. Go on.
That run from Jotaba.
Yeah.
Nacho Abella, tick.
Gone.
Hidalgo.
Gone.
He then goes into the quarterfinals. It's over.
I know.
It's a serious. Arguably his easiest game.
Yeah.
On paper,
saying that, yeah.
came in the semi-final.
And it's the one that was the more resounding, because all of his other games was decided by one goal swing. Yeah, this one was a 4-0 lead. But in the first half, it could have gone a completely different way, because I feel like Hugo Sanchez had his fair share of chances.
You've had a chance to watch him a decent amount now. I think you've commentated nearly all his games.
Pretty much,
That was the first one I missed.
Yeah.
Actually. Do you think he's the real deal?
I think his performances showcase that he could be. I still need to see it in more than one tournament.
Could he do the double if he wins the cup?
Potentially. I think that could be the springboard into the catalyst to give him that confidence. I think he needs that to push on.
Yeah, like you were saying, Ryan, it was a pretty quiet first half in the game, but then second half it was all Jotaba, really, wasn't it? Hugo Sanchez didn't really seem to have a chance, all one-way traffic.
He's really, really clinical.
Yeah.
It feels like it's not going to be a player like Emre Yilmaz that has 25 shots and maybe scores 7. If he has 5 shots, there's a good chance he's looking at an 80% conversion rate.
Yeah.
He's scoring 4. This is I'm talking about Jotaba. So I think that will be a big benefit for him. Would it see a load of player locks?
Yeah.
In that game there, he's got that in the locker as well. So, do you know what? Maybe something's aligned in here for him.
The stars have aligned because, again, he's seen some of the top names already falter. Like, he could have been playing Nicholas in that
You know why,
situation.
though? He's beat him.
No, but like I said, he could have...
Nacho, Hidalgo,
I feel
Open.
like it would give him confidence knowing that other players... Like, let's say, considering he played against Hugo Sanchez, again, no disrespect, but if you saw Nicholas there, it's a different game. It's a completely different approach to the game as well.
Were you surprised, Ryan, because you were casting the game we just saw, were you surprised at the performance from Hugo Sanchez, considering he did knock out Nicholas? And we know, we've discussed and heard from Nicholas himself, who kind of said that he felt like he should have won that game, but he didn't. So, you know, that's all that matters. He didn't get the win. Hugo Sanchez did. And then he obviously lost 4-0 right now to Jotaba.
Yeah, I don't think he played bad, in fairness. Like I say, that first half, we speak about just having those moments in the game. You need to capitalise when you're dominating.
Yeah.
He had the chances. Some were on his fault, and there were some great saves, to be fair. But then, if you don't take the lead, you kind of just know.
All the time, don't we? Every time, whether it's here on commentary, if you're playing well in the game and not scoring, you're going to lose that game.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
You have to score when you're playing well. When you're on top, you have to score. Look, it happened exactly the same. I know Nicholas complained about it. In that first game against Hugo Sanchez, he was on top for the first 25 minutes. He didn't score.
Yeah.
Hugo Sanchez got his chances and converted.
Yeah. Do you reckon Jotaba would have thought this morning or yesterday, coming into the Cup tournament, do you think it would have ever crossed his mind, really, that he was going to be one of the finalists?
I think as a player, you always do think that. But again, like I say, it's kind of a thing where, despite defeating Oberon, I know I've said it already, despite the fact he would have thought, okay, I need to beat Oberon. Okay, I need to beat Nicholas. Oh, wait, actually, Nicholas is out. And like this could be even, he could even be playing Iago in the final. And he was thinking, yeah.
As soon as he beat Nacho Bayer and qualified to the finals, coming back in a couple of weeks, he's got a chance at a FC Pro World Championship, he's got a chance at a new Champions League. He's almost playing with house money. Because from then on out, he's done the objective, what he set out in San Sebastian to do, which was get to the finals. It looks as though he's playing with a little bit less pressure on him now. I'll be really intrigued because in a final, no matter how free-flowing you're playing, there is pressure.
Yeah.
You add it up to you. So will it just be one game too far potentially in the final?
Maybe. I mean, I think it's fair to say it'll give him a lot of confidence heading into the grand finals, which is just around the corner. So that'll be really interesting to see how he gets on there as well. We have the second semi-final coming up very shortly. Iago versus Emre Yilmaz. That one should be juicy. First of all, if you're Yotaba, who are you thinking you prefer? Iago?
Even though,
but he's also been really impressive this weekend, right?
Yeah, he has to be, but you don't want to put Emre in any game, let alone a final. So yeah, of course. It's an opportunity for Iago as well, because it's an opportunity for every single. It's such a weird one to say because I feel like Iago obviously has a chance to win the game. It's not like he's got zero chance, obviously.
It's not a gimme.
No, that's the thing here. So, but he will be thinking if he wins this game,
his favourite going to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Ryan, have you ever played in a tournament like this where all the big dogs, all the favourites have gone?
Yeah, and then I end up losing as well, to be fair. So,
Ryan don't make it to Sundays.
Yeah, most of that time I did, to be fair, at the start.
All right, this is our second semi-final. This man here, Emre Yilmaz for Real Sociedad, up against Iago for Real Betis. Now, you can hear the fans out there in the crowd here in San Sebastian. They are cheering on Emre Yilmaz.
Do you think Emre knows that you hate for him?
He probably does.
He didn't give him any recognition whatsoever.
I think he is a player. He's a man that is just so in the zone, isn't he?
I'll tell you what, though, Iago loves them booing.
Yeah.
He will relish that.
He's
if he
smiling.
wins this game, I guarantee you he'll be shushing the crowd.
Yeah.
I will really enjoy seeing that, actually. Both of them will probably be feeling pretty confident. Look, we've said that Emre Yilmaz will be the favourite heading into this. However, I will caveat that with the fact that this weekend has been so unpredictable so far. We've had countless surprises, so you really never know. And I wonder if Iago will be thinking that, and he'll probably be feeling confident anyway.
Yeah.
And he might be thinking, you know what, crazier things have happened this weekend.
The one thing I will say about this game, when I look at Iago's players he's played in San Sebastian, Chasita, great player. Zidane, great player, beating 5-1. Going to the quarterfinals, Di Fernandez. They're all quite similar in how they play.
Yeah.
None of them are as good going forward as Emre Yilmaz. So, if he's going to lead 5 goals against Di Fernandez, who is a very sort of quite methodical player, I worry for Iago that if he doesn't defend well, Emre might put 10 past him.
Yeah, and Iago hasn't been... I wouldn't say that his defensive approach has been the strong point. I feel like he's been scoring a lot of goals in the 4-4-2, creating a lot of chances. But then Emre defensively in the last game was very, very strong.
Okay, well, I was going to ask you guys for a prediction, but shall I guess who you're going with?
Yeah, I'm going with Emre. But I think it'll be close.
Oh, Richard Buckley looks like he's going to say something different.
Do you know what? After considering it, Emre.
Okay, shock horror. Okay, I am going to go for Iago just to be different. Let's head over to Brandon and Gravison and get their thoughts. Guys, over to you.
Well, look, one player is already in the grand final in Jota Barber. Who is going to be joining him? I personally have to jump on the Emre Yilmaz train.
Same.
I just think he's been there, he's done that. He's been to World Championships, he's been to an E-Champions League and won that. Yes, it's his first time in La Liga, but you know, he's no stranger to this level of competition, is he?
Especially in a semi-final environment where I feel like he doesn't miss, because sometimes he gets to those spots in which early in the tournament he might lose, or maybe at the final, but semi-finals against a player who's really good in Iago but maybe just a level below him, I don't feel like he's going to lose this one.
And I know the likes of Obrun have fallen out earlier in the quarterfinals and Nicholas Howard, but Emre Yilmaz, surely that doesn't happen 1, 2, 3 times there. I mean, look, on the opposite side, Yago, what a tournament he's having. I mean, look, I'm all for it. What a tournament he's having, what a run. It's clear to see that he's been in the same household as Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno. I believe Matthias Bonanno is somewhere behind us amongst all the craziness and all the noise. Being around those winners and being around those people have influenced him massively, because he's upped his game tenfold of what we saw last season.
It could be his tournament, because I don't think he's ever won a trophy. It could be this chance.
Maybe it could be. He's 2 wins away from picking up a Santander Cup. Is it a Santander Cup? No, it's not. It's the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Richard Ryan, we're going to check in with you quickly to talk us through a few bits and bobs before we jump into our second semi-final here.
Yes, Brandon, you can bank on us to bring you some intel coming into this semi-final. We've got a couple of goals to show you, actually. You picked them out, Ryan?
Yep, we'll start off here. It's, of course, Emre Yilmaz is the goal we're going to be discussing here. It's starting to become a familiar theme. We'll let the clip play on. He gets the ball with Griezmann. There are a couple options here in terms of defensive approach. There's nothing really going forward. The defender here is blocking the passing lane to Henry. De Jong's behind there as well. There's no real way to get any pass into the area. What Emre Yilmaz does really, really well is the ball roll into a finesse shot. And it's just every single time you have to be wary of it.
So I want to roll this back. At what point does Emre decide he's going to finesse this?
I feel like it's angles here.
Like when he's got it here, he throws a little shimmy.
Yep.
And then is he ever looking at the goalkeeper?
No. And because the thing is, the goalkeeper, why would you move in this position? To be honest with you, not a lot of people would move the goalkeeper, because you're controlling Xavi right in front of Griezmann. You'd expect, even if a shot comes in, you could potentially tackle or block it. But what he does so well is not only timing it, aiming it to perfection, it's the angles. He sets it up perfectly.
It's got no right to go in.
No.
But it's still green. And Emre, like we said, he literally can score from anywhere on the pitch. Let's turn the coin to the other side of it, because this is Yago. You can see the score, top left corner. It's early. 5 goals being scored already. And talk me through what we're seeing here.
So this one, you can see the triggered run. I want to actually go back a second, because there are multiple runs that were triggered here from Yago.
One there.
Exactly. So as a defender in this situation, you need to be wary of the run in the middle. Now that's offside. So you have to track the run into, you have to track the run controlling this player here into the space.
Are you surprised that with that run there, that space that's in behind, that he's played the ball over the top?
I feel like you should.
Is an incisive pass there not a little bit nicer if that pass goes there?
Yeah, but I think there's more reliability on it going over the top rather than being on the foot. It could be intercepted, you never know. I think it's safer to play in the air.
And also, I mean, the position of Kaka there, he's offside,
but perfect.
He's still the player
in
that's
that position.
Score.
That's actually not a bad thing to have him offside, because you're not looking to pass it to him. The clip will play on. It's a ball over the top, and because, as you said, Kaka's offside, he's already there. And obviously, in this situation, he's onside, so you play it across the face of goal, and it's a simple tap in. So it all just sort of beds into the way Yago attacks as well, with the balls over the top. Emery's got the ball roll into a finesse or a Travella, so they have different bows to their string. Or string to their bow, sorry.
I like that. No, both to their string.
Is it? No, wait.
Which way is it again? That, I'm going to go back to you guys. Take it away. Big game coming up.
I think it strings to the bow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry, Gravison. Don't worry about it. We'll pick it up a little bit later on. Right, semi-final time number 2 today here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Who is going to be making it into this grand final to take on Yotabar? Is it going to be Emre Yilmaz? Is it going to be Yago? Let us know at home. We can see you in the chat. I think we both agree that we expect it to be Emre Yilmaz. But anything we have expected this weekend, Gravison, hasn't really happened, has it?
It's gone the other way every single time. But Emre has proved us wrong, because we did expect Emre to win convincingly, I say, in the round of 16.
Yeah.
Then against Resende, we expected a tight match, but it was a really good second half, strong second half to make it 5-2.
Yeah.
So I feel like every time we get a strong prediction, the underdog goes and wins, but in Emre...
It's been the worst weekend for predictions.
Yeah.
If we had a prediction tally between all talent, I generally think it'd be lucky if someone had 2 points.
Yeah, I think Richard Buckley has 2 points.
I think Richard Buckley's -8. I don't know what Ryan Pessoa is, but we are waiting to kick off this grand final behind us. You can see us here. We are inside the Cursal, inside San Sebastian, which played home to last year's tournament. It's back again this year. And this is the stage. The stage is set. Emre Yilmaz playing in his first ever La Liga FC Pro. He's never won a league before, but maybe this is the season where it can all change. Someone in the chat said, Nightkill goes, ask Ryan who he thinks is going to win, and whoever he says he normally loses. So
yes, go for that.
Go for that. Well, here we go then. Emre Yilmaz kicking us off from left to right in that Real Sociedad kit. You can hear a very loud home crowd here in San Sebastian, just off from Bilbao. He is the home favourite. He has got all the fans behind him. And Richard Buckley has just done a 100-metre dash from the analyst desk
I got
up
up here
to the commentary box. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very good. I've not been up here for a while, I'll be honest. It's nice to be back in the commentary booth. I'm only here for a fleeting visit.
Hang on a second.
I'm back down soon.
Hang on a second. Oh, how's he stopped that on the line, Martinez?
Iñigo Martinez, what a save.
How is Emre Yilmaz not won the lot from that?
You leave us in a while, Richard.
Sorry?
You leave us in a while.
Yes.
I'm sad.
I do.
Is that because there's a band playing and... Oh, hello.
Oh!
Oh, he's offside. I think there's a band playing. I know you used to play an instrument, so I wasn't sure if you got called up.
Not yet, but I heard the Gravison might be doing a bit of dancing in the background.
Yes.
Of the musical act, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yes, I will.
There's always lots going on here at La Liga FC Pro. It's normally a weekend full of everything. We've had a fan zone here in San Sebastian. We're going to have a live music performance for all of you to enjoy at home as well. Amongst that, a €100,000 FC 25 tournament, which has provided so many shocks and surprises this weekend so far. Griezmann. Oh no. Courtois able to get Emre Yilmaz back in possession.
The first goal feels very, very poignant in this game, and it might be coming right now. He's got the run in front of the defender. There you have it, 1-0. It's been coming, and Emre Yilmaz and the San Sebastian faithful erupt.
Wow. I mean, it was just perfect FC. He opened up a pass to the wing from Cruyff to Rivaldo. He could have gone for an R1X pass, but he decided to double tap with the square. Low driven cross, just an easy finish by the striker to make it 1-0. And San Sebastian goes wild.
Yeah, they were doing the Poznan. Seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I thought you were joking about that, but there is actually a lot of people doing the Poznan.
I told you, I don't lie. I don't lie.
Inside the Cursor, famous exhibition centre here in San Sebastian.
I also saw Oberon and Giovi in the audience. Face like thunder. They didn't look very happy at all.
I thought they were jumping as well.
No, they weren't doing the Poznan. They weren't. What a day, by the way. I've not had the chance to really speak to you two about this, but even with all the shocks, an Emre Yilmaz victory, if he was to win this game and win the final, doesn't seem too shocking.
No, it doesn't. And I know the finals are in 2 weeks' time.
Ooh. Yes! Antoine Griezmann, that's why he's in the team, just to offer up that extra play style. I think that, going back to your point you've made there, is if Emre wins this, we don't really talk about anything else that's happened, do we, across this weekend? If it's a name that's not one of the big... Hang on a second. Finesse! Again! He's timed it green. He's got the opposite side of the post, and Yago finds himself lucky to not be 2-0 down. But back to the point, if it wasn't to be one of those big 3, 4, 5 names in this competition, then we start looking at what on earth happened this weekend. But if Emre Yilmaz is to go about his business, it was always going to be one of those big names that you'd expect to go and win this competition.
You had the chance to talk to Nico, and he predicted this.
Yeah.
If Emre is able to win this match, he said that, of course, there were great players, and in his heart, he was rooting for Yago, but his mind was saying something else. Emre is going to win this.
That's a great chance again. Early shots, just wide of the post.
And we have to remind people at home that finals are in 2 weeks' time. And in case Emre wins this tournament, we're going to have a bracket with Emre, Obrun, and Nico.
Danny Carvajal, he might be one of the only few players to use the team of the Real Madrid player. There's Antoine Griezmann. Hasn't really got the angle to finesse it, and unfortunately run off the pitch.
He's turning him inside and out right now. What's washing machine in Spanish, Grav?
Lavadora.
He's turning him like a lavadora. It's not like I said Labrador, didn't it?
No, that's the dog.
Yeah.
Iago.
You could have also said absolutely anything in Spanish then, I would have repeated it.
That could have been a great chance.
I'm glad you didn't stitch me up.
Or maybe I did.
I will never know.
It's all coming down this right-hand side, and it's all Emre Yilmaz. Danny Carvajal!
Iago has to change something here, Grav.
Iago seems off. I don't think the 4-4-2 with the 95 defensive depth works against Emre, with the way he switches into the center backs, with the way he presses, and the way he counter-attacks. I feel like you gotta change that up. Maybe 4-2-3-1, the wide one, maybe.
He's in again, Zubamendi.
Keeper comes out.
He's
penalty.
That's going to be a penalty. There was a tactical foul implemented there from Iago. Doesn't go into the book for a red card. He won't get a better chance than this. Emre Yilmaz, Rivaldo, straight down the middle. Real Sociedad lead by 2-0.
I actually don't think it was an R1X. I think he was just pressing circle and sort of pulling him back. Full yank.
I think he was pressing circle. He was just pressing circle.
Did he maybe expect that the contact would have been outside of the box? Or was it just...
I think the first point of contact was outside the box, but then the last point of contact was inside the box, so... Same as here in the commentary desk. Where was the last point of contact, Richard?
Needs to find a way back now. Kaká. He said quite... Oh, hello.
Ah.
He said quite openly yesterday on commentary, Iago, that he loves that sort of personal connection between some of his players. He wanted to get Maradona in the team, obviously being a proud Argentine himself. He went, look, I'm not going to put Maradona in. I'm actually going to put a Brazilian. I'm going to put Kaká in. He kind of, from what he was telling us yesterday on commentary, Grav, said he was regretting the decision a little bit. But saying that, he has taken him as far as the semi-final. Emre Yilmaz has had 3 of those chances that on another day all hit the back of the net. Iago is very lucky here that this isn't 3, 4 or 5.
This could be 5-0. I mean...
He's not aiming right though either.
No.
If his aiming was better, it is 5-0.
Look at the way he's pressing with Cruyff.
Yeah, that's going to be game over. What a tackle on the line. Iago pausing it. He's not happy at all.
That is a nice pause now, because you got to change something up.
And if you remember rightly, in the first 5 minutes of the game, Gravson, there was that chance where he cleared it off the line.
Yeah.
Vinigo Martinez. You're so right. In another world here, Iago is in a situation where he physically could not come back in the game.
We called it, Richard. Iago is now using 4-2-3-1, because, I mean, you got to change something up. And especially during those first minutes of this game, maybe the momentum is shifting into Emre, and the first thing you gotta do is have like a proper attack.
Yeah.
So I won't say you have to score a goal, but maybe just you have a proper attack, you defend a couple of chances well, and then you start building your confidence up.
We're seeing he changed a few things there, has Iago. It feels like it means very little if Emre was to just go and score a 3rd goal before half-time. Every single time Iago gets the ball, Emre's just taking it off him. Iago can't move right now. It's like a tractor with his wheels stuck in deep mud. Just revving, but get nowhere.
Before you know it, your clutch is gone.
Didn't know there was clutches on tractors.
Neither did I.
Whoa.
Rivaldo. Emre Yilmaz. Just needs to find one more before half-time. Is that the chance? There it is! How many more of those finesse shots could he possibly have before one was to hit the back of the net?
Richard, this could be brutal.
Yeah, I said it on the analyst desk with the call and Ryan. Emre, if you look at his previous games, Yago, he was leaking goals against Di Fernandez, against Chusita, and then in the round of the 16. He only considered one against Zidane, but Chusita and Di Fernandez, he wants Emre Yilmaz's level of attacking. If you're conceding 5 to Di Fernandez, there's a chance that Emre might put 8 past you, 9 past you, 10 past you. Yago had to be immaculate defensively and let the attacking fly. That's a nice goal to get the confidence rolling. But he has to build on that. It's the foundation blocks. He's laid the concrete, now get some bricks on there.
That's not a face of confidence at all.
Does he realise he's got to build a house, though? Not just a wall.
I tell you what, Emre Yilmaz is the big bad wolf. He needs to blow it down.
Get this man a raise. Come on, Richard.
Well, there's one back. If he didn't get a goal before half-time, there would have been a real lack of confidence, let alone a chance to even come back in this game. Not just any game, a semi-final that's worth €10,000 will guarantee you a spot in the grand final.
And a guaranteed second seed going into the finals, which could be huge.
It is huge because if you do that, you'll be outside of the bracket of death, let's call it. Because everyone is on the upper bracket right now, everyone. So in case, as I mentioned before, in case Emre wins this tournament, Flippercito would play Emre in the first. I'm just laughing now because this could be. In case Flippercito, in case Emre wins this tournament, Flippercito's run could be Emre first round.
We'll just stop there then.
Obrun.
No, because you know what Flippercito's going to say about that.
Yeah, he will. He'll say that he'll beat him. And how did that go yesterday?
Obrun second round, Nico third round.
That's not a bad run, is it, to be champion for Flippercito? I mean, he was confident yesterday. He'll need to be really confident coming into that one.
Didn't realise Grab was head admin.
I know my stuff.
As well. That's how you win in 2020.
I did.
Well, his controller keeps on disconnecting for Yago. I mean...
Wow, he looks stressed.
Yeah, he's drinking that water.
Do you know when the boxers, out of the first round, they go to... and they seem like they're in shock, like they don't know what happened. Seems like Yago is in the same sad.
So what he needs his coach to get in there, get the towel around him, wipe the sweat off his brow, and send him back out there.
Or maybe...
Did anyone just see the half-time stats there, Grabs? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
5 XG for Emre Yilmaz, 11 shots to the 2 of Yago.
We knew that was going to happen, though. Emre isn't coming into this game having 3 shots, scoring 3 goals. He's going to create a lot. He takes a lot of shots. He's a volume shooter.
The best thing for Yago now, it's a 3-1 result, so the game is still alive. But
that goal before half-time for him is big.
Hang on a second, Yago.
Nah.
De Jong tried to find Griezmann, might get Griezmann again. That one's blocked. Then eventually, somehow, Rivaldo's been able to bundle that one in.
And if we talk about mock boxing matches, I mean, this was something out of the sky, really, because it feels like Yago was completely knocked out. He threw an uppercut without looking.
It was on the ropes.
And now it's 3-2.
It was on the ropes. Got a standing 8 count, and the referee's let him get back in there.
That's 3 shots, 2 goals. 11 shots, 3 goals.
And it's game on. As more fans pile into this Kershaw Theatre.
That's a fault. Ah.
Let's see a goal.
Oh, he can punish you here. I mean, look, this man plays for an esports organisation that will know exactly what to do from all of these angles. They make tutorials about it. Can he score? Rivaldo? No!
I want to go goalkeeper's side there. So he didn't actually move the goalkeeper. There was space on the right-hand side of the goal if he went up and over the wall.
Look at the press. Impressive from Yago to get out of that press, and now he's got a chance. I get the idea. I get the idea. Griezmann was through, but the timing wasn't right.
Emre Yilmaz, it's a first time through ball. Thierry Henry might get a second. By Tati, no he won't. Yago recovers well.
Not sure why he's gone for a chip there.
Maybe, I don't know, technical and that's it? I don't know. Low driven? I don't know.
Yago.
He keeps looking for that pass.
Ball into someone he was aiming for there.
Maybe he knows something we don't. Because I don't think that's going in.
And he might get punished for it.
Is he onside? Griezmann. Henry, step overs are perfect! Goal! Emre Yilmaz! With this home crowd behind him.
And the Pozzo's in full force.
Not sure about full force.
It might not be in full force, but those 8 kids are loving it.
And so am I.
You'll be down there with them.
Impartial as always. It's all come from Yago giving the ball away in a needless area, it feels like. He's looking for a chip into the box, but was he ever on what he's looking for? Gravison?
No, not really. Not really. Not really. It's a wow. Look at that press again. The way he's tackling. This could be it. This could be 5-2. And game done and dusted.
Antoine Griezmann, don't let him finesse. Don't let him get on that.
Why are we passing that?
Left foot, he went finesse. He wanted the 99.9% chance of scoring a goal by the looks of it.
He had a 98 if he finessed it.
Yago, he's going to be back in this now. Yago! 4-3. Emre Yilmaz keeps letting him back in the game.
Golazo, 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 golazo! To make it 4-3.
I'll go back to the house analogy. He's left the door open for him. He's not even locked up. It just feels like a really unnecessary mistake to make.
Especially because even if he moves the keeper, if it's green, it's in.
With a finesse plus player, you don't even have to green that. Like, I feel as though if you put power on that finesse and aim it with the precision shooting, it's going to go in.
That's it.
29 game minutes left, and somehow Emre Yilmaz has not put this game to bed.
Great defending. With anticipate plus.
Just looks to be slowing it down a little bit here, Emre.
Which is uncharacteristic from him, really.
Emre Yilmaz with another opportunity to give himself another 2-goal lead.
Oi!
The fact that Yago is still in this is incredible.
It's a nice spin.
Kubo. Ricardo Kaká, Xavi, the two icons will interchange. And look at the goalkeeper movement. It's here, there, and everywhere. Yago, can he just play the extra pass? How long did he need? He was crying out for the ball.
And it feels as though as soon as the pass didn't go, Emre had committed to watching the pass. You've got a free finesse with Griezmann.
I feel like sometimes when you go with the technical dribbling, it takes a few seconds away clear timing for a pass or a shot.
We've seen that down both ends in the last 5 minutes. Just big decisions. One moment when you don't want to pass, the next one you have to pass.
If you're Jataba waiting in the wings, you're not scared at all by what you're seeing here from either player.
No.
Just off the back of a 5-0 win. He'll feel like he's on cloud 9. I think he might flick that on.
David Alaba, what a run he had, by the way. Has to get back to defend. This would be, on top of all of the upsets this weekend, another one to add onto the tally if Yago could pull himself through to an extra time period, maybe. Griezmann there waiting as Kubo tries to get involved towards the back post. It goes for a corner.
Acrobatic kick.
Flicked on towards the front post. There it is! Martinez blocked. They called it Gravison, and it very nearly was a 4-4 scoreline for Yago. Back down the other end we go. Can Emre Yilmaz put this one to bed? Can he get himself back in front of the 2-goal cushion? Lofted towards the back post, defended well.
The decision making has been very interesting from Emre in a couple of these attacks.
Rivaldo, keep it on Griezmann.
Those passes.
Quite snatch it away from Araujo.
You gotta press. Oof, this could be it.
Pause coming in from Yago. Not sure when he'll get it. Could get a pause if he scores from this, though.
Oh, anticipate plus.
Yeah, that's why you have it. You're just seeing a slight formation change there as well into the 4-2-1-3. The DM's just sitting a little bit deeper now from Emre as we go into the last 10 minutes.
Good press.
Great press.
These are the moments for Yago that
just has to be perfect, doesn't it?
Everything has to be perfect. And he hasn't had that many of these moments or chances to do this. We have to see it now, Griezmann. Can he find that finesse?
I think he was cutting two minds on to pass or to shoot.
The goalkeeper movement at the same time as the anticipate plus, just perfect defending, really.
6 more minutes away from Emre Yilmaz finding his way to a grand final in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup in his first year in the competition. Is he taking time out of the game? Is he looking for one more goal? Four in-game minutes left. Yago will get one, if not maybe two chances if he's lucky. Offside is Kubo. It's a clever run. He goes into a pause though, which will give him one more roll of the dice. Tactically or maybe a substitution.
I think Yago was heavily committed to the 4-4-2 because he was using Kaká and Griezmann as strikers, and when he had the chance to change to the 4-4-1-1 or even the 4-2-1-3, I just feel like Griezmann on its own is not a good striker enough. I think he has had many chances in which it was Griezmann against Araujo, 1v1 situation, maybe go for a speed boost, maybe try to get the L2 to win the physical battle, but Griezmann is just not good enough.
He does have that finesse though.
He does.
And he's probably punting on that right now. Is Yago. It's got to go for him to be going to extra time. Jam-packed theatre here at the Kirschel.
It is packed.
Oh. Josipar awaits Emre Yilmaz as it currently stands in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Final. It's all falling back to Emre. More time he can take out the game. How much added time are we going to get?
7 goals, few pauses. I would say +3.
Well, let's see what the referee wants to add on here. As clever game management comes in. It's only just added time of 2 minutes. Can he win it back, Iago? Can he just predict one tackle? One pass? Keeper comes off his line just to get him back in possession. Possession still keeps falling the way of Real Sociedad. And it looks to be... Hey!
Hold on.
25 in-game seconds left.
Oh, what a pass.
Is he onside, Rivaldo? Yes, he is. Iago to take us into extra time. Iago into Antoine Griezmann. What a tackle. Still is alive. Rivaldo just trying to twist and turn. Can he find a comeback? Kaka. And the chance goes. Iago crashes out in the semi-finals. And Emre Yilmaz is a grand finalist here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He will take on Jotaba in this year's grand final. It comes up next after this. From 24, now only 2 remain.
Hello, welcome back. We are live here from San Sebastian in Spain, and we are joined by a very special guest, Emre Yilmaz. Congratulations on the game that we just saw. It was a really enjoyable game, actually, wasn't it, guys? How did it feel for you? You must feel quite relieved stepping off of that stage.
Yeah, of course. I was 3-0 up. I thought the game was almost over. But after he come back, yeah, it was very scary for me. So yeah, 4-3 in the end. It's tough.
Yeah, crack a smile for me, Emre. Let me start. You're in the final. You should be proud, of course. Still an extra step forward. But would you have obviously looked at the tournament thinking that you'd be potentially playing the likes of Nicholas, Oberon, etc., or do you just think I'm not looking at them? I'm just focusing on
Of
myself?
course, winning a trophy is just different. Just another trophy, and I don't know. I don't want to be second. I'm in the final now, so I want to win it all.
How does it feel? Obviously, a lot of this crowd are behind you as the Sociedad player. You must hear them. You must hear them cheering for you. How does it feel knowing that you're the fan favourite?
Very funny. When I scored and the opponent had the kickoff, they were all screaming, Sociedad and stuff. So it's very funny.
Does it make you feel any more pressure?
No, I like it. I like it.
Fair play.
Talk to me about just your game in general, because since I remember you being a player, you'll probably average 20, 25 shots in a game. Why do you go for that approach? Like, you'll take shots from outside the box. You're not a typical pro player where you're looking for a 100% chance every time. What is that about your game that you've adopted that style?
If I practice, then I practice on every shot, every angle. And if it goes in, then I try it also here on this stage. So if I know, okay, this ball can go in, then I shoot. Then I don't think twice.
So you're happy to miss as well?
Yeah.
You're happy to take the shot and you're not wanting 100% every time?
It doesn't matter for me.
Yeah, is that something that your coach would work on as well, the team you're with? Is that everyone inside just working on that same sort of thing?
Yeah, of course, but I think if you look at Levi and Manu, they are like, they are more with the 100% chances.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit different in that I just shoot from everywhere, and sometimes that can cost me the game. So.
When Iago started to come back, what's going through your head in that moment in the game? Is it difficult? And, you know, I don't play competitively, of course. Is it difficult to keep your emotions, to keep calm, and I suppose not get nervous that he might be able to completely come back and it will go to extra time, etc.?
Yeah, the only time in that game I was really nervous was at the ending. But I was up and I was creating a lot of chances, so yeah, I was not nervous because I think if it goes to extra time, then I win with goals. So.
Okay, and we are going to let you go in 1 second. I just want to know, heading into the final against Jotaba, how are you feeling?
Yeah, crazy. I don't know. We'll see how good he is. I played him today in practice and he was really good. So second game.
What's the score in practice?
Yeah.
Draw.
Okay, no, I don't believe him. You know?
It's never a draw. That weren't a draw.
Okay, no
it was
further questions. Was it? Okay, we'll go with that. I think we're going to have a look at the bracket, at what is coming up, how things look right now. Emre, thank you so much. We are going to let you go and prepare for the Cup final. Congratulations once again on getting through to that. So,
that would never a draw. It weren't a draw. I refuse to believe that were a draw.
I know, I agree. You could tell by his
yeah.
expression as well, right? But I didn't want to push further. So are you taking from that Emre lost, do you reckon?
I think he might have won and you don't want to jinx.
Yeah, that's what I think.
If you beat someone in practice, you lose on the stage.
Yeah, I think he just wants to just sort of wipe that from his memory.
Okay, but surely, I mean, and we can see here now the bracket, how we started yesterday and then what things look like now. The grand final, Jotaba versus Emre Yilmaz. Guys, we'll talk a bit about that shortly, but that should be a cracking game. It's great to have our finalists.
Yeah, 100%. We've talked a lot about the run from Jotaba. I just want to look at that run from Emre as well. Tuga, he had to beat in the opening round that he played because he was a group winner who came into the round of 16. He then played Resende in the semis, and now he's just beating Iago in the semi-finals. That's a serious run, Ryan.
Yeah,
it's a serious run back in 2019.
Yeah.
It's a serious run now.
Yeah, he's taking scalps.
I'm going to pause you guys there because we're going to take a little breather. Hello, welcome back. We are here live in San Sebastian, and it is time for the final, the Cup final here in Spain. I'm so excited for this. Alongside me here at the desk is Gravison.
Final time.
Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah. How are you feeling? Excited for this one?
Excited because Emre, it's his first time here competing in Spain, and I'm really looking forward to see if he's able to not only cement himself as one of the best players in the history of the game, but a champion as well in Spain. And then Jotava, first final. I've been there. It's not easy. The nerves come in, and of course, if I was in his position, you gotta think, even if you lose, you've done a great job. So for me, all the pressure is on Emre, not on Jotava.
And we should say, by the way, even if you lose, the runner-up still gets 10,000 euros. Not bad, hey?
Not bad, hey?
The winner, though, Grav, takes home 25,000 euros, and it is about to kick off the Cup final here in San Sebastian. This man, Jotava, representing Elche, versus Emre Yilmaz, representing Real Sociedad. And what a final matchup this could be in front of a big live audience, Gravison. But like you said, Jotava will be feeling those nerves. How will he be able to remain calm? I mean, he's had a really good day, a really good weekend, in fact. But when you're coming up against someone like Emre Yilmaz of his quality, how do you compose yourself for such a big occasion? And we can hear the crowd here. Wow.
It's not easy. It's not easy, but I know Jotava has been struggling with mental health for the past 2-3 years, and he's been working for the past year with a psychologist. So I feel like he's prepared for this match. He's been working inside the game and outside the game for a long time now, and I feel like he has the tools to win this thing. So he's not the favorite, of course, but I feel like he's prepped his whole career for this moment now.
Yeah, we can have a look at their stats on the screen right now, and it is quite interesting. I mean, I'm looking straight at the goals. 53 for Emre Yilmaz, 41 Jotava, and then goals against as well. But, I mean, not wildly different, Gravison. Am I trying to give Jotava a bit too much credit here?
Well, it's a +6, and then Emre is a +18, so it is different. It's a good difference, but it doesn't matter because here in the Cup, I feel like both have performed really, really well. So I wouldn't say here in this Cup, Emre has performed much better than Jotava. No, they're at the same level.
And like you said, you have won this before. You've been there, done that, won the trophy. What will it mean to both of these players to get that win here in Spain?
It's career changing because for Emre, it means that he can come to Spain and not only qualify for the big tournaments, but win the championship. And then Jotava, it means that it's his first final. If he's able to win it, it means that he's championship material, and that's important for a player.
Absolutely. Okay, it is time for our Cup final. Let's head over to our casters, and we have the brilliant trio of Richard, Brandon and Ryan.
Well, then it's all come down to this one, hasn't it, in San Sebastian? The crowd is getting loud because it's grand final time for the 24 clubs yesterday that arrived. There's been shocks, there's been surprises along the way. There are only 2 remain. A name you'd have expected to be there, potentially, and then a name that I don't think anyone would have expected to be there, if we're being honest.
It's your Navy trio to guide you in to the final. The question is, will we have a blue winner for San Sebastian? Will it be Emre Yilmaz? The fans certainly think so.
Yep.
Does Ryan Pessoa think so?
I do think so. I think Emre Yilmaz just has a little bit too much. I just feel like if he's at this stage, I expect him to go the distance, in my opinion.
Well, look, we can see it at home in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Final? Emre Yilmaz of Real Sociedad, or will it be Jotava of Elche? First time he's been in the Grand Final. It's been his best ever LALIGA run he's had in 6 years of competing here in Spain. This is great momentum. This is a great opportunity to just carry that confidence in 2 weeks' time when we're back again for the finals.
Yeah, not only that, but the players that he's beaten on the road here, I've said it time and time again, it's been a real tough bracket from him to get through the first round. You have to remember, He came into San Sebastian not even being at the finals. He has won every single game, and arguably his best performance came in the round just gone. Emre's worst performance came in the round just gone. 4-3 win, could have gone another way. We interviewed him. I think he maybe not playing up to the camera a little bit, but I think he was more scared than he let on.
You could tell when those moments, at the start, I felt like he was performing like regular Emre Yilmaz performance. But as the game ticked on a little bit, you can sense the nerves started to build up when Yago started to come back into it. But you can see the players preparing to kick off. It's a massive moment.
He's not been here before, though.
Yeah.
Jataba. You have to be in a final to win the tournament. He's not been in this scenario. Emre's been here, he's done it, and he's lifted some of the biggest trophies that we offer as an esport. Is it just one game too far for Jataba? That's the question.
But at the same point, you look at the run he's had, and why not, cap out what has been an incredible tournament run from Ryan. The upsets he's had, the shocks he's had, every game he's got into, you'd probably say the other player was probably the favourite.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I feel like he's on cloud 9 right now. He's got nothing to lose. He's the underdog. So I still believe Emre will win, but I would love to see Jataba win as well. I'd love to see it.
And remember as well, on top of that, you are playing for seeding as well. Whoever wins this will be the #1 seed going into the grand final. Look, for #1 and 2, they're in a great position already, but it could affect what side of the bracket they're going to be on.
Grav was saying, I think if he finishes second, you're on the same side as Nicholas Oberon, which could be very tasty. Obviously,
you don't want
that bracket, it will come out. We'll see it probably once today's finished.
Yeah.
Players will be able to work out 1 through 16 where they've landed. Look at this audience, though. They've filled in the Kerschel. They've got louder and louder throughout today, and they are boisterous as we get into the grand final. What can you see, Brandon?
I can see Emre Yilmaz not.
He's just coming back to his chair now.
He's just coming back down now and getting ready for this game. A few people in the chat saying, why is the game not started? We're asking the same question. We're ready to kick off
if it
our
started,
grand final.
You won't see us. We don't want to be on our face any longer than it needs to be. Okay.
But look, looking at it though, Emre Yilmaz, he's played in the grand final worth 3 times this amount of money, even more than that. I mean, he's played in an E-Champions League final, which he won $75,000 there. It's sort of the missing part of the puzzle for him to go to a league and win the league. He was runner-up in the Eredivisie last year in what was a crazy grand final. He was teammates with Manu Bashore for PSV. They lost to the Ajax duo of Levi de Veer and P.A. Zin. He goes and wins this. The momentum he's going to be feeling, as we said, in 2 weeks' time when we're back again for the grand finals in another part of Spain, all to be revealed. You're playing for World Championship spots, which he hasn't got yet.
He's not.
Yeah, it's important.
He was 1 game away from that, wasn't he, back in London a few months ago. And also the chance for him to get back to that E-Champions League again.
Yeah, I think just the qualifying for both of them is the key goal for every single player in the competition. That remains. But it's still good to gain some confidence from the Cup as well. You get extra prize pool. Of course, you mentioned the seeding as well being so important.
And also, outside of this tournament, with his esports organisation, just that little bit of internal competition. Manu Bashore didn't win his league.
Yeah.
Emre picking up a victory, not only in the Cup, but then if he does go to the finals and pick up that trophy, just competing against each other, friendly competition.
And look, Levy's doing very well in his league, and he'll be playing his final the day before Emre Yilmaz will be playing in his final here in Spain. This crowd is getting loud. They're doing the Poznan early today when Emre Yilmaz was firing in goals. I think we could be ready. We're going to see a few highlights before, though, from Jotabar's games. This was yesterday when he was in action. This was his round 1 game and the playing game, so to call, against Natra Abaya, who we saw earlier today in the lobby.
It wasn't very pleased.
Wasn't very happy. He said that he couldn't really do too much, but regardless of that, he was eliminated. Here's some more of the highlights coming in here. Oberon's game against Jotabar, which was earlier today. That was in the quarterfinals alongside one of the many shocks we've seen this weekend.
How will both of these two be feeling coming into this? Because Emre, there is that expectation that he wins this game.
Way more pressure, in my opinion, on Emre Yilmaz's shoulders, just because, again, what you accustom Emre to be doing is to be winning trophies, but for Joseph, it's his first time. So I don't know if he'll obviously be nervous naturally, but I don't think he'll be putting heaps and heaps of pressure on himself.
I just think this goes either 1 or 2 ways. Emre Yilmaz just blows Jotaba out of the water, and we're talking, you know, this could be quite a convincing grand final. Nicholas won this grand final 8-1 last year.
The lights signify. I think we're ready to go.
Are we ready to kick off this La Liga FC Pro Cup grand final? Yes, we are. The €100,000 La Liga FC Pro Cup final looks like this. Emre Yilmaz against Jotaba. Real Sociedad against Elche. Only one could call themselves champion and pick up €25,000. It's been a very different cup run for these two. You can't really argue that Emre Yilmaz, he was always going to be a favourite to run far in this competition ever since he signs to Real Sociedad. He's just about to score 1 minute in. Rivaldo opens up the account in just 3 minutes.
It's a horror start for Jotaba. It's a start he would have tried his best to avoid, and something that he knows he would have needed to start this game off on the front foot. But it's Emre Yilmaz. You can see the ball over the top. Rebound falling, fortunately, in his favour, and it's a perfect start for Emre.
Yeah, it certainly is. We said that early goal's going to be everything. And he scored it early doors, making the mission ever so difficult for Jotaba. And the fans are absolutely loving it. The Poznan's out. Hands up if you love the Poznan.
Just off camera, you can't quite see it. Richard's monitor's sort of fallen off. Can you see the game still, Rich?
Yeah, I can.
He's kind of holding. You have to hold the monitor to keep it in place. At least you've got a good view of the final still, Rich.
I think it's all these people in here bouncing up and down.
That player look cancel again. That's what we've been accustomed to seeing with Jotaba. That was fantastic work. He just took the shot, I think, a little bit too early.
Early nerves.
Potentially, yeah. It was just a snapshot. I don't know if he should have, or if he wanted to potentially take a touch. Good press again.
It's that player lock every single time. That's where, if he's going to get success in this game, it's through the player locks.
Back to you again.
He's one of the only players as well to use Llorente higher up the pitch as that right-sided player.
And look, it's been effective for him.
But that's Cafu losing the ball, which means there's a big old hole at right back.
And Rivaldo's got the legs to get round him. Emre Yilmaz building towards the second chance here to open up another chance at goal. De Jong, Rivaldo. Cafu back defended, he recovered well for that one.
It's a big tackle, that, Ryan.
Yeah, he needed that. As you mentioned, Cafu going forward obviously offers a lot, because you just have that overlap there. You can have an extra body to pass to build up an attack. But once you lose possession and he's out of position, you can get punished. But he done well to recover.
Oh, not sure about that one.
He's going to pick up the pieces there, isn't he? And off the back of that, he'll be able to bring the likes of Cruyff, Griezmann into this one. Overlap from Danny Carvajal. Is he going to take the shot on his own? Cuts it back. Emre Yilmaz. Take a bow.
That's crazy composure. I thought when he started to slowly walk towards the keeper with Carvajal, I was just waiting to see if he moved. He didn't. Look for the pass for a guaranteed goal, and it's very, very well worked. You'll see it here. He just stops a little bit, slows down. Keeper doesn't budge. Cuts back, plays the pass, and it's an open net.
The quality's shining through. It was a mistake, actually, from Jotaba.
Yeah.
The player look into the middle of the pitch. I don't know if he meant to pass it there, if he was caught out ever so slightly, but Emre will punish you at every single opportunity he gets. And question marks over his finishing in the last game, in that semi-final. He has been ruthless in the opening 15 minutes here.
Yeah, it's a similar start, to be fair. Is that this time he's got the 2-goal lead. That's the difference.
Well, we had the chat, didn't we? Long ball over the top. That one's going to be saved by Courtois. We had the chat yesterday on commentary with Emre Yilmaz about sometimes he can have 6 shots in a game and score 6 goals, Ryan.
Yeah.
In his last game, he had 11 shots by half-time. And what, he scored 2?
just wasn't fruitful in front of goal. But
we just spoke to him though about that with the shooting. When he practices, he shoots a lot and he will create a lot of chances. It's not going to go.
Fortunately, dropping in favour of Yataba there.
So when he's on the stage, if he scores from a strange angle in practice, he's just going to take that shot.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of missing.
I respect that. That shows the level of confidence.
Because he also will believe that he is one of the best attackers, if not the best in the world, and can create
and I think
10, 15, 20 good chances.
Yeah, that also shows, again, relating back to confidence, how you're not afraid to lose the ball. A lot of players who kind of just don't want to take those risky shots because you don't want to give possession to your opponent that easily. He's trusts himself not only to score it, but if he doesn't, he backs himself to defend it as well.
And how often do we see players playing too passively and getting caught out?
100%.
Well, they were full of support last year, Real Sociedad. It wasn't quite the run they had. Zidane was their player last year. They are the local club here in San Sebastian. And they are here in numbers supporting their player, Emre Yilmaz. And quite frankly, they're enjoying what they're seeing so far.
It's nice. He's just so aggressive defensively though as well, Emre.
Yeah.
He will pull players out of position. He will step right onto you. If you play lock into a player, he's biting on that fake every single time. So could there be a way into that there for Jataba?
Yeah, we saw Yago score because of that. He stepped with the defender, I remember, and I just thought, oh, that was quite aggressive. But then it works in his favour a lot of the time. You got to think,
8 out of 10 he wins it back.
That's the thing. And it causes for Yataba here, when you're attacking, you start to second guess, thinking, oh, actually, I can't play that pass. Or is it actually on because he's running towards me? It's really a mental battle.
30 minutes already gone to this grand final. And at the moment, everything that's come his way, Emre Yilmaz, he's been able to deal with.
You're just seeing a change there, actually, into the 4-2-1-3 now from Jataba, wanting a few extra bodies higher up the pitch. Emre could punish him here. De Jong into Rivaldo. Just run straight into Tchouameni.
Giving it straight back to him.
Still not dealt with though, is it? More Emre Yilmaz pressure.
Just giving the ball away constantly.
One thing you can guarantee with him is he will create and create and create. Maybe another chance for Emre Yilmaz. Antoine Griezmann! It's 3 goals in 30 minutes, and to be honest, you might as well start writing his name on the trophy.
Emre Yilmaz is flying. In my opinion, right, the last 2 goals have been from unforced errors. Once he's got the ball back, he's just, you can tell when you're panicking when you're just pressing pass. In your own box, you're just thinking, oh my gosh, I need to get it out as soon as possible. But some of the passing is on. And he's just giving the ball away. I know it didn't necessarily lead directly to a shot at goal. It led to a build-up into a chance, but you can't afford to do that against someone like Emre Yilmaz.
Did you see the Pozlan's out in full force this time around?
Well, I'll be honest, probably about 5 hours ago, they might not have known that Emre Yilmaz played for Real Sociedad. Maybe tomorrow they might be on their way to get his name on the back of his shirt. He is the hometown hero here in San Sebastian. And he might be on his way to make it 4-0.
Wow.
So slick.
Yeah.
Ruthless for Emre Yilmaz.
That Carvajal, I believe that's on the wing-back role there, has just been the trigger there. Because you have to follow the run. You can't leave him, especially after he scored, or he led to the first goal. You have to track the run. That leads to a defensive line pushing further back. He recycles it, and he can just zip passes around when you've got the likes of De Jong into Rivaldo, and then a fantastic finish.
We said though at the start of this game, Richard, it really could have went this way. Emre Yilmaz scores first. He can make this look ugly, and look, he scored 4 goals in 36 minutes. He is clearly showing his level. and the difference between him. Not just Jota, but a lot of the players here in Spain.
Oh.
Goalie?
I mean, that was some aggressive goalkeeper movement.
Very aggressive. Predicted a Trivela. It didn't, or finesse it could have been actually. It didn't come. Keeper's moved out of the way. Speed was into the space. And then the keeper doesn't manage to come back in time. But even still, just the animation there is...
I want my keeper to save
Yeah,
that.
the animation is very questionable because he's gone with his feet. Yeah.
I think I saved that. Is that a lifeline?
Lifeline or not, it's a way back in. The Jota bar hit.
It's offside.
Yeah.
I like the thought process, but when you're playing against someone that has a line height that high up and aggressive, you kind of can't run that directly forward when you know the offside trap's going to kick in.
Emre Yilmaz, last chance before the half.
He will get the last chance of the half, but it makes you think. Again, offside.
Just the offside traps coming in. You kind of...
Oh.
I mean, we're looking at half-time here, Ryan. He couldn't have really played it. Other than a bit of aggressive goalkeeping at the end, he couldn't have really played this any better, Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, Emre Yilmaz has been great so far, but he will know it's still not job done. 3 goals in the second half. We've seen crazier comebacks.
Look at
that for a pass.
Antoine Griezmann to make sure that Emre Yilmaz might go into half-time with a full goal cushion. Or not.
Thought we were going to see a ball roll into a finesse there, you know, with Henry or with Griezmann. It could have come twice there.
That pass was incredible.
I am very intrigued, actually, as we just get a very quick glance at the stats. Because I feel like Emre has dominated every single metric.
Yeah, I felt it feels...
Possession, shots.
I was about to say,
yeah.
possession-wise, it feels as if Emre has been sort of 60% plus.
Chataba's off his chair.
He's just having a moment, I believe, to himself.
Yeah,
That's like way more than that.
3.7 XG, 4 goals, 5 shots.
I felt like he barely saw the ball in that first
Just
25.
Dissect those stats there. I would... intercepciones. Interceptions.
Passes.
Corneres. Corners. That's all you've got.
You got entradas there. That's not starters.
What is it? What is it, Brandon?
That'll be tackles.
Yeah, I think so. That's good from you. Duolingo?
No, I just know where it is on the on the menu and operative. I had a mate once actually. They used to play FC in Spanish just to try and learn Spanish.
Right, that goal for him.
Still can't speak Spanish. I like the idea though.
Giving away the ball again so easy. He manages to win it back this time.
I feel like the next goal in this game's everything. If Emre gets it, could start setting up the pyro to be blue and white for Emre Yilmaz. However, if Jose Ballion just gets one back and gives himself a little bit of confidence, we saw it in the last game against Yago for Emre. Yago got one and then a second quickly came.
Could be something on this attack as well.
He's played himself into the corner.
He's loved that skill, man. Twice he's done that, and twice
he's lost it.
Yeah.
Emre Yilmaz's first chance of the half. Look how open this is now. If he can get around.
That Tchouaméni is a serious, serious player. The more I've watched him, the more I think I might need to get him involved.
Yeah, I was always thinking CB is...
It's an ask.
Yeah, but he's been
well, I think I remember Nicholas a long time ago, not this version of his item, but there was times when Nicholas would have him as a midfielder, and it was just an option if you ever wanted to go into a 5-back that he could drop in and do a job there. But across this weekend, he has been one of the most
it's a goal.
overplayed.
Too much power in that time. You've got to be careful with that one. Emre Yilmaz, we actually dissected the segment.
Yep.
Once you give him that room for a ball roll into a finesse, if he gets the power on it, correct. Because I can't even blame the player there. Why would you move the keeper?
You're so far out.
In that position, it's not something that you should be looking to do at all times, but Emery's been scoring from them.
Emre Yilmaz again with that Danny Carvajal that has really been playing as a wing-back. One of the few players to use his team of the year item. Many have just gone for Cafu. Emre Yilmaz, lovely touch. Rivaldo, can he pull away? Is there a pass? Oh, there is! Emre Yilmaz has got this room on their feet. He's on his way to pick up silverware in his first season in the LALIGA FC Pro.
It's an excellent performance from Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, flawless so far. That Rivaldo touch that he's taken, his little fake there into the speed boost, goes in, and then it's a tap-in for Henry, of course, never going to miss from there. But Emre Yilmaz is just so dangerous. Every time he goes forward, it looks like he's going to score.
Since coming to the LALIGA FC Pro, he's only lost one game in the group stages to Daniel Aguilar. Aside of that, he's won every other matchup that's been in front of him. He will be the #1 seed as it looks to be going in to the finals in 2 weeks' time, where he'll have a Champions League and a World Championship spot in his mind. If he makes another grand final there, he will achieve both of those things.
Does anyone look like beating him in Knockout FC? Because not only I think he's going in as #1 seed, but for me he's going in after what we've seen today, probably with Nicholas in a close second as the favourite to go on and lift the trophy.
And I've got a feeling that he's not going to let up here. Finesse from Henry!
Defending that chance, it's a nightmare, you know that. Because you have to worry about the runs that he's triggered. And it's such an obscure angle, but he turns it into a potential opportunity. Just with that ball roll, it's so important. Because you can't take that without the ball roll.
Jotabar trying to come up with some way or idea of getting a way back into this game. But it really looks like Emre Yilmaz is just playing at a completely different level.
It's just one game too far for Jotabar. We spoke about it in the preview of this game. He has played extremely well.
Yeah.
But he's coming up against not only a great European player, not only a great FC Pro Liga player, he's going up against one of the best players on the planet.
Emre Yilmaz. Stop it.
It's that first time through ball. He tried it, if you remember, a couple of minutes ago in game time, over the top. Didn't work. He's done it on the floor this time, and it's just put Henry on goal, and it's just down to whether or not he wants to finesse it, Cavella, or chip it, and he's gone with the chip. Great finish. Emre Yilmaz, he's cruising.
He doesn't even look bothered.
No.
You wait until he lifts that trophy, Rich. I don't think he'll even look that bothered then either.
It's not job done for him.
He would have known the pressure on his shoulders when he didn't make it to the World Championships in the FC Pro, but it was one game away, wasn't it? One defeat away against Leandro Peixoto, which stopped him from getting that World Championship spot earlier on in the year. He knew that this is his way into it now. This is his way into Champions League and trying to be amongst the best 32 players in the world later on this summer. And look, it's all going to plan so far. He topped the table in the group stages. He's on to win the cup. And let's see what he can bring to the table in 2 weeks' time. Just looking as well, it was 22 months ago was the last time that Emre Yilmaz lifted a trophy. That was the Champions League in Istanbul. He's been amongst the final 8, the top 4s in many competitions since then, including a runner-up performance last year in the Dutch Eredivisie. And for those asking as well about formations, tactics, there will be his custom tactics, I can assure you, revealed all over social media in the coming hours tonight, of how you can implement maybe a few of those Emre Yilmaz tactics. I'm sure Ryan Pessoa might even give them a little dabble tomorrow night on stream.
Yeah, have to. See there with the Henry, tried to bait for the finesse, just ball rolling inside and tried to go near post. He's still not done though, he still knows. He wants to put on a show. He wants to keep on scoring and making sure that everybody else in the tournament, in the LALIGA FC Pro finals, know that he means business.
He's the man to beat.
Absolutely.
Forget about Nicholas, Oberon, Resende or Tuga. Emre Yilmaz. He's the top dog.
I can assure you that the fans that have been here in San Sebastian will have enjoyed what they've seen. It'll be a tough one to take for Jota Bar after what has been a really incredible tournament bracket run that he's had since yesterday.
He should be really proud of what he's done.
I agree.
Yes, it's a disappointing defeat in this grand final, but before that, a 4-0 win in the semis. You look at the quarterfinals, a great victory against Oberon, 6-5. No one had him winning that game other than Richard Buckley. You go into the round of 16. Another really, really solid performance. Beating Hidalgo 5-4. But he has come up against a monster in the final.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've seen even last year, hold that thought for a second.
Rivaldo, couple of ball rolls.
We saw last year how a performance in the cup for Nacho Bay propelled him to have a great season afterwards.
Absolutely.
So well, gave him the confidence and the belief that he can compete with the best of the best. And I think you'd hope anyway that this is the start, or kickstart, I should say, this season for Jota, because there's still obviously potential for him to not only perform well at the finals, but get a spot at the Champions League or the Grand Final or FC Pro Championships. You never know.
Especially with how close these tournaments are.
Exactly.
Next to each other.
Yeah.
There isn't really going to be a great deal of players that change. They might get more budget for the finals, but Team of the Season would have probably not even started by that point.
Yeah.
It's a perfect period of, what, 2 weeks just to look back on this. Maybe look at a redraft, certain players that you would have put in your team next time round.
The one thing I will say, if you're just watching this game now, sometimes you see games of FC over the years that have been commentating, Ryan's been playing, Brandon's been commentating, you see scorelines like 6-1, 7-1, and it doesn't always tell the story of the game. Sometimes you're 5-1 up, or you're 3-1 up going into the last 20 minutes, your opponent presses, and the game gets out of hand. You'll see this result as a 7-1. It's a 7-1 performance. Emre Yilmaz has been impeccable in every single area of the pitch.
Emre Yilmaz, welcome to the Liga FC Pro, my friend. We knew the level, we knew the quality that the Dutch Pro would bring, but maybe we didn't expect a 7-1 win in a grand final. And still, he doesn't seem that convinced. Because he knows, yes, there's cash, yes, there's a trophy, but it isn't what I came for. It's that World Championship ticket that he wants. Might be a consolation if that. For Jotaba. Give it a couple of days, he'll look back and realise what a great run he's had, and overall, what an impressive tournament. Elche have been able to have in their best ever run in a LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Unfortunately, he met his match in Emre Yilmaz.
When the bracket started shaping up, Nicholas fell, Oberon fell. Resende falls by the wayside.
It's a great goal.
You might think that it was a gimme for Emre Yilmaz, but he still had to perform every single game, and he's arguably left his best performance here for the final. A couple of late consolation goals will make the scoreline look sweeter on reflection. But Emre Yilmaz proving why he should be feared, not only amongst his other non-Spanish competitors, but every single Spaniard who's going to those finals. You do not want to play Emre Yilmaz round one.
Not in form like this as well.
Absolutely not.
And in time of 2 minutes to come in, Emre Yilmaz, his first time in the LALIGA FC Pro, will be your cup champion. A 7-3 win. His first time in San Sebastian. I've got a feeling they might invite him back here again.
Come on, Emre, crack a smile, surely.
Well, this is his moment. His first time playing in the LALIGA FC Pro, and he still doesn't look that happy. A 7-3 win in the grand final. He's had this crowd on his feet the whole way. And so they've enjoyed it. Emre Yilmaz, your LALIGA FC Pro Cup champion!
Massive congratulations to Real Sociedad and Emre Yilmaz. The trophy to top off a sensational run in the tournament. As you mentioned, only losing one game throughout the regular season up to the cup. Incredible, incredible level.
25,000 euros in his back pocket. I know it might not touch the $400,000 that he's already earned playing this game. You wouldn't think he's won a tournament, would you? He doesn't give you many expressions or reaction, but inside he will be very happy with that performance. Real Sociedad have found a very special pro player in Emre Yilmaz. 2 weeks' time, he'll be back again in Spain in a location that hasn't been revealed yet to battle against the best 16 teams and players here in Spain. But if he can bring that level of performance, I think he's on for another grand final at least, or a semi-final at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it'll be interesting to see how the bracket shapes up for that final. I think that's going to be very interesting to see when Nicholas and Oberon fall into that as well. And so many top players in the finals. So for his sake, we hope he can carry on that form into the grand finals.
As we said, it was always going to go one or two ways this grand final. We're not when he's 3 or 4 and up by half time.
Yeah, you kind of know it's...
You're never getting back, are you? Well, look, there we have it. 1 or 2 days in San Sebastian from the commentary side of things. Myself, Ryan Purcell, Richard Buckley's run off somewhere. I'm sure we'll find him. But for now, it's back to Nicole with the guys on the desk.
Brilliant work. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, Gravison, we have our winner of the cup. Very well deserved, Emre Yilmaz. And, yep, well done, Emre. He can't see or hear us right now, but I'm sure he'll appreciate it regardless. What a performance. I mean, so dominant there, Gravison, and it's what we all know he could do.
I mean, in the round of 16, it was a good win against Flipercito, but 5-3, I wouldn't say convincing.
Yeah.
And then in the quarterfinals and semifinals, he got a couple of wins, but they weren't convincing as well. But it seems like he left it off for the final because, wow, that performance, 7-3. I don't know, I'm speechless at the moment.
Okay, so we can have a look at some of the highlights on the screen right now from the final that we just saw here in San Sebastian. And it was Emre Yilmaz, Real Sociedad versus Jotaba Elche. I mean, Emre Yilmaz got an early goal, and Gravison, it just kind of spiraled from there, didn't it? At one point it was 4-0. And I mean, the guys casting earlier on had kind of said that they expect it to be a pretty dominant performance, and that it was.
This fourth goal was amazing. It's just the two passes, how they tricked the run, the first time passing to Rivaldo, control, finish with the low-driven shot. Obviously, this goal was important for Jotava, but it feels like, as a spectator there on the venue, it seemed like there wasn't any way for Jotava to be back at the game, because yes, he got a goal back, but still, I mean, he suffered throughout the whole match with the way Emre was pressing. He tried to change formation a couple of times, but it wasn't good enough. I feel like you could see the stress in Jotava's face throughout the whole match, because he couldn't find a way to try to be on this final.
I don't want to do Jotava any disrespect whatsoever, because, I mean, what a weekend he has had. But was this just one of those, Gravison, where he was just coming up against someone so experienced, so talented, and maybe just a bit of a gulf in quality?
I feel like sometimes you can be a great competitor. You could be having a great tournament. I mean, he started in the playing round, then round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So he played throughout the whole thing. But then to play the final is another thing. You could play a great tournament and you can play a bad final. That could happen, because those finals are not easy. I mean, I've played them throughout my whole career, and sometimes you could be an experienced player, but maybe you're not made out for those finals. And it's a shame, because Jotava played a really great tournament, but I feel like he wasn't up to the standards in that final.
Just one step too far, maybe, but like you said, he's been so impressive all weekend, and I'm sure upon reflection he'll be so proud of what he achieved.
Sure.
But right now, Grav, I can only imagine that, you know, I know you won it all, but I can only imagine that it will be mixed emotions. Right now he'll just be disappointed, but then I think heading into the finals in a couple of weeks' time, he'll be thinking, who knows what I can do there. I'm gonna chat to you a bit more shortly, but I believe Richard Buckley has a run off onto the main stage to chat to the winner, the champion, Emre Yilmaz. Richard, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I stormed the stage. I got on here with Emre. Does it feel like step one complete, Emre? You've got your hands on some silverware, you're winning the cup. How does it feel, first and foremost?
It feels amazing. Of course, another cup is incredible to have, but the most important thing is in 2 weeks, the finals. I think it's more important to reach the semi-final there than win it here.
I was going to ask you that. It must give you a lot of confidence, though, when you look ahead. And also, I've got to say it now, we interviewed you earlier, you didn't really talk about Nicholas or Oberon. Seeing them players lose, does that give you a little bit more confidence as well? They're not playing well? Or when you saw that bracket open up, you must have thought, this is my cup.
They lost both, they both lost, but I think everyone is so tough to play, especially on stage. Not everyone is used to it, but I'm happy that I in the semi-final and final could play my game, and happy with the win.
Talk to me about your opponent as well, because he had an unbelievable run to get to the final. He had to play in that very first round all the way up. Any words of encouragement, and what did you expect coming into this game from Jotava?
Yeah, like the first game of me was against Resende, and I think that was the toughest one for me. So after that, I just full confident to win the trophy. And I didn't think about losing, only on winning, so that helped me, I guess.
Last couple of questions. These fans, they were unbelievable. They supported you every single step of the way. For people at home and also here in Spain, what you got to say to them?
Thank you for the support, and I'm happy that everyone cheered for Sociedad, for me, so a lot of fans, and it was very funny to have this experience.
And then final question, what's the next couple of weeks look like? Back on the grind, back playing, or a little bit of time to enjoy this win?
No, just practice again if I'm home, and prepare for the next tournament, the La Liga finals, and hopefully reach the final there.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Congratulations again, Emre. Back to you guys at the desk.
Lovely stuff from Richard, and the champion there, Emre Yilmaz. I mean, what a cool, casual guy he is. Just like arms folded, like it's just any other day in the office. And he's just won a trophy here in San Sebastian. Won prize money. I think my microphone's maybe not working. Who knows? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I mean, we know that that will mean so much to Emre Yilmaz Gravesen, and I'm coming to you because, you know, you've won it all. What will he do now? Does he just kind of, well, he might go out and celebrate. Who knows? We might see him in the hotel buffet. How will he prepare for the big finals in a few weeks' time?
I feel like for him, winning the cup is important. Hello, Richard.
Hello, hello. I'm back. It's coming for the last chat.
You literally look like a band, a really bad band.
Were you playing the concert earlier today?
Do you know what?
Didn't see you.
I've got double bubble. I was on the concert as well, yeah.
You were the drummer, right?
Yeah.
Back to my point, yeah. I feel like this doesn't change anything with Emre because he wants to qualify for the World Championship and for the E-Champions League. Of course, the cup is a great thing, but I'm sure if he just loses in the first round of the finals, he won't be happy with the whole season.
Yeah.
So it's important for him, but I feel like once he gets to bed, he'll be thinking about the finals.
I think we can have a look at the top 5 goals, perhaps, from today. Here we are. Hello. Do we have any ideas what's going to be in this?
Emre Yilmaz scoring a lot of goals, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah, there's the
we
finesse.
looked at that.
Yeah.
We brought that one down. You won't know he scored.
He's just so casual about it, isn't he? It's remarkable.
Emre Yilmaz. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Another one.
Another finesse.
I mean, do you think anyone beats him in the finals in a few weeks, guys?
It's what I was just going to say. What this has shown me, this cup, more than anything, is that if you're one of those players that isn't, I'm going to go again, Nicholas Oberon, Resende, Di Fernandez, it's doable. Like Jatawa made it to the final. If that would have been the finals now, you've got ECL and you've got a World Championship in the back pocket. So I think there will be more shocks when we come back in a couple of weeks, and no one's unbeatable. Like the last time we saw someone go on any sort of run like that, and it probably takes in 19, where he just won and won and won and won. No one's done that for like 6-7 years now. The game's too unpredictable for someone to be as dominant for that stretch of time. Emre will be in a semi-final though. I don't see him falling early. I don't see him crashing out early. I think he will be there in a couple of weeks' time at the back end of the tournament.
And Ryan, I feel like we've not seen the big dogs, Oberon, Nico and Emre, playing against
That's
each
what I was
other.
about to say. I need to see who he plays early on first, and if it's because those type of games you can't really call it. It's so closely contested ability-wise, so it's really difficult to say.
What do we take away then from this weekend, guys, heading into the grand finals? I mean, look, Emre Yilmaz, a winner that a few people probably would have predicted right at the start of the weekend, but like we've said, across the past 2 days, we've seen so many big names knocked out, so many surprises. Brandon, we're going to have a look now at the teams that have qualified to the finals in 2 weeks' time. Lots of brilliant players that we will see once again on the big stage, but what can we expect from it?
Well, I think one thing that we can expect is there's going to be some maybe new players qualifying for the Champions League, potentially. You'd like to say that you would expect to see Oberon, Nicholas and Emre being 3 of those 4 players that get any Champions League ticket, which is what you need to do. But from what we saw this weekend, expect the unexpected to a degree.
Yeah.
If Oberon and Nicholas do go far in the tournament as well, Emre said only looking to get to a semi-final. He would assume Oberon and Nicholas already got World Championship tickets locked up. So then it starts to, you look back, getting into a top 4 becomes extremely important. So how that bracket shapes up, I think it is really important. Takeaway for me, it's really, anybody's beatable. I think you came into this thinking no one's going to touch Nicholas.
Yeah.
He can be touched and he can be beaten. Exactly the same as Oberon, exactly the same as Resende. And if they do match up against each other, who knows what will happen.
All right, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure spending the weekend with the 4 of you in San Sebastian. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Like we've said, we have the winner of the Cup but it is still all to play for. April the 20th, we will be crowning the champion at the Grand Finals, and we'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, this the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star cause I glow. Ain't no flexing, this motivation, I've been there before. I'm powered up, staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never love. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. First you gotta hustle, might be a heavy lift, but repetition builds muscle. Tune out all the noise, focus on your craft. This is now or never, so you gotta make it last forever. Like Keith say, treat memories of hard times like a keepsake. Lights, camera, action, but it ain't no retake. You only live once, so be great. I'm powered up. This is meant to be, never luck. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never luck. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, this the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star cause I glow. Ain't no flexing, this motivation, I've been there before. I'm powered up. Staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never love. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. First you gotta hustle, might be a heavy lift, but repetition builds muscle. Tune out all the noise, focus on your craft. This is now or never, so you gotta make it last forever. Like Keith say, treat memories of hard times like a keepsake. Lights, camera, action, but it ain't no retake. You only live once, so be great. I'm powered up. This is meant to be, never luck.